This handsome guy who looks like a CEO is our protagonist, Dekulin von Grahen Euclin. If you had to describe him, you'd use words like super handsome, cold, ridiculously cool, rich, domineering, someone who scorns both nobility and commoners. Praised as a magic prodigy in his youth and now holding the title of senior professor at the Magic Academy, ordinary people would think he has a brilliantly bright future. But no, what awaits him in the future is only the road to death. Because he is the antagonist at school, an infamous villain and one of the mid-bosses in a game. To save himself, Dekulin must change the storyline. If you want to know the details of the story, please give me a like and subscribe to the channel, then come back to watch more. The story begins with a torrential downpour. At that moment, Dekulin was leaning against a wall, while a white-haired girl plunged her sword deep into his chest. Her eyes were vacant, like a cold-blooded assassin without a hint of feeling. She gently twisted the sword in her hand, widening the wound. This made Dekulin unable to help but cough up a mouthful of blood. Yet Dekulin seemed not to feel any pain at all. He stared at her and thought, if she wants to kill me, she remains so beautiful and heartless. As he thought that, he raised his hand and gently touched that emotionless face. Then his hand fell limply downward. The last thing he said in his heart was, "Damn you." At the same moment, a notification suddenly appeared on the screen. Engagement cancelled. Request Dekulin's death. Congratulations, you have completed the stage. Looking at Dekulin's death on the computer screen, a young man clenched his hands in excitement. Finally fixed the bug. This damn bug took dozens of iterations to fix. I finally managed to fix the bug that kept occurring in the engagement cancellation sequence. My name is Kim Woojin, I'm a game programmer, and I'm about to escape this endless overtime grind, Woojin said as he stretched, exhausted. To explain this, I have to mention a handheld game developer called REW. In the trash heap of Korea's handheld game industry, they suddenly rose up. Since their founding, they've only released top-tier games. Because of that, the company became famous worldwide. And the game I'm testing and fixing is REW's latest AAA title, a game worth as much as the whole company. In other words, this game will either take us to the top or push us into the abyss. The main draw of this game is its difficulty and a storyline that changes according to the player's decisions. Thus, even as a single-player game, it has an extremely complex plot revolving around named characters created by artificial intelligence. This novel approach attracted the world's attention. Moreover, there are many professions to choose from. Some are rare, for example, knight, mage, adventurer, demon, demon hunter, noble, and even royalty. Players can become anyone they want in the game. That means if the game gains the recognition it deserves, we'll be swimming in money. But big rewards come with risks. If the company fails, it will be ruined. While we're here, let me explain why I've been working overtime for months. It's all because of this bastard, Dekulin von Grahen Euclin. Profession, senior professor. Energy level, 3357. He's the focal character in Dekulin's death sequence, the sequence I finally passed without errors. Dekulin von Grahen Euclin, an infamous villain and one of the game's mid-bosses. Because he's a major antagonist tied to countless roles, there's a whole pile of bugs that need fixing. But today, I finally managed to kill him without any trouble. This time, his death was at the hands of his fiancée, who slashed him to death. But now it's over. Even so, he caused a mountain of trouble throughout the sequence. Woojin thought as he laced his fingers together and stretched to loosen his muscles. Then, at the same time, a girl's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Woojin, how's the testing going? Hearing someone call him, Woojin turned his eyes back and quickly recognized who the young woman was. This is Yura, my lead programmer and also my ex-girlfriend. We were together for 7 years, and every moment was filled with joy. In truth, she's a workaholic while I'm lazy. But what pushed her forward was finding work for me and forcing me to do better, to do more. But in the end, we broke up. I couldn't change no matter how hard Ara tried. It's been 6 months since we split. I heard there's someone new by her side now. Unaware of these thoughts in Woojin's heart, Ara spoke up. Congratulations, I heard you had trouble with a bug. Glad you got past it. In response, Woojin exhaled and said with a hint of sarcasm, so you and your new acquaintance are doing well, huh? Woojin's remark startled Ara slightly, but then she lightly admitted in this company rumors spread fast. Yeah, I think it's going well. For Woojin, his eyes remained glued to the computer screen, but inside he felt a bit uncomfortable hearing Ara say that. Then, wishing the two of them a long and happy marriage, Woojin spoke once more, and as if used to the protagonist's personality, Ara gave an awkward smile and said, "Don't be petty, focus on work." After saying that, she remembered something and reminded Woojin, "Oh, by the way, the scriptwriters said they want to change the setting and have us alter some character templates." Hearing this, Woojin truly wanted to smack the scriptwriter a few times. Again, they change it every day. The male lead complained once before he changed the subject to Dekulin. Speaking of that character, he's really a mid-boss. Players can kill him early if they're lucky. In reply, Ara had to nod in agreement. That's the game's draw. The deeper Dekulin goes into the story, the stronger he becomes. Each player makes different choices, which increases the difficulty along the way. Did you know this character was designed based on you? When shaping him, didn't you notice both of you have that overly cheesy, fake look? Ara said with delighted laughter while Woojin turned back to complain. But how many times have I actually met the scriptwriter? So each time you play, you kill him first. Aras smiled softly. This revelation made Woojin glance and ask coldly, "What do you mean by that?" "Well, you two have the same personality." Aras shrugged while Woojin widened his eyes in thought. "Really? I'm like that guy whose last line is damn you." Putting jokes aside, Aras' voice grew serious as she asked Woojin's opinion. "Stop worrying so much. What do you think about the demo level?" In response, Woojin frankly shared his thoughts. "The game itself is fun, but I'm worried. The company's survival depends on it." Behind him, Ara heard that and shook her head slightly. "You don't need to worry about things like that. The gameplay trailer has excited people all over the world. It definitely won't fail." Returning to Woojin's viewpoint, he then looked down and noticed something. He spoke up to point it out. "Hey, is that your boyfriend standing down there? See, the person leaning against the car over there." Hearing this, Ara also turned her eyes to look out the window, where a blonde guy was standing. Then she scolded him a little. "You're so late." Before she could finish, our protagonist urged, "What are you still standing here for? Don't make him wait, go to him." Hearing that, Ara was silent for 2 seconds before replying, "You're right. Then I'll go. Good job today, Woojin. Bye." Woojin responded, but he didn't even bother to turn around. After his ex left the office, Woojin returned to his work. Sai back to checking Dekulin. "But is that scriptwriter serious? Is he based on me? He has 6 attributes. He's supposed to be both a prodigy and a mediocre mage." As a child, Dekulin was praised as a genius and hailed as a magical prodigy. But in reality, he's much more mediocre than at first. So the mix of his pride and arrogance created the worst possible personality in a person. Honestly, at this point, can we still call him a person? They say the deeper you go into the story, the stronger he becomes, but ultimately he's surrounded by people who despise him. No exceptions. What else can I add to his personality? Subtle things. After all, I'm his inspiration. As he spoke, Woojin typed and clicked like a machine, and very quickly, a trait called empathy appeared on the computer screen. Let's see. This trait is empathy. Will this give him sympathy or pity? Okay, leave it. At least people should feel more sympathetic toward him than me. Since I'm already doing it, might as well go all out. This one's good. I like this. And this one too. Add this one as well. Thus, Woojin began adding a total of 5 new traits to Dekulin, including empathy, wealthy magnate, golden touch, keen perception, sturdy physique. At a glance, these are clearly excellent traits. After finishing, even Woojin felt a bit embarrassed for adding so many good traits to a character modeled on himself. "Oh no, I accidentally added too many good ones. In hindsight, I shouldn't have done that. So I should restore him to his original state before anything happens. Return you to normal state." Woojin muttered and quickly typed on the keyboard. But at that moment, a message suddenly arrived, startling him. "Damn, what the hell? Who sends a message at this hour?" He glanced at the message and became even more shocked. "Wait, it's the scriptwriter." Woojin hurriedly texted back, "Oh yes, what do you want to change in the template? Tell me and I'll fix it right away." The scriptwriter replied, "No, I'm just here to watch." This message puzzled Woojin, unsure what the other person meant, so he texted, "Wait, what do you mean? You mean you're here to check bugs with us?" To Woojin's question, the scriptwriter sent an even stranger message. "Haha, no. Look out the window." Seeing that, Woojin curiously looked out the window and wondered, "The window? What's there to see?" That was what Woojin thought. However, the moment he looked out, his face froze. Above, black clouds churned and lightning flashed within them. Most strikingly, at the center of the clouds was a large hollow, like a deep hole. This made Woojin's eyes widen as he wondered, "What is that? Why is there a hole in the sky?" Then, from inside that hole, a massive bolt of lightning shot down, as if trying to split the earth in two. Woojin's vision shifted. Countless chaotic images flashed through his mind, making him wonder what is happening. "Hey, where is this? Who is this?" A voice then rang out. "Remember this, always be vigilant. Dekulin is not someone to be taken lightly. He may be down, but he can rise again at any moment. He's simply rebalancing the scale of his talent. After all, he's a despicable villain." Cut to an extremely lavish room where a loud call echoed. "Wake up, get up, wake up now, Dekulin." The irritated shout made the young man lying in bed bolt upright. The speaker was a black-haired girl staring at the youth with a face that looked like she wanted to devour him. How long do you plan to lie there? Can you even call yourself human? Not answering the reproach, the young man rubbed his face and sighed heavily. Ah, so that's it. It's been a few days since I possessed this body. But it still feels like a dream, Woojin whispered in a voice only he could hear. Meanwhile, seeing Woojin ignore her, the black-haired girl's lips clenched. Then she shouted, "How long will you lose yourself over a woman? Are you trying to disgrace our family name? I've left the files here. If you don't want to be fired from the professor position you love, get up and work." With that, she stormed out of the room in anger. On his side, Woojin was still piecing everything together. A week ago, the night sky suddenly flashed, and I woke up in an unfamiliar place, inside a strange body. I can say I'm in the world of the game I'm programming. The familiar scenery only strengthened my suspicion. Additionally, I'm in the body of someone who cannot escape death. Regardless of how this world's plot unfolds, the worst character of all, I've become the villain, Dekulin. Pausing the story briefly, I want to unify how I refer to the protagonist. His real name is Kim Woojin, and the in-game name of the character he inhabits is Dekulin, so I'll use Dekulin. Returning to the story, Dekulin carefully gathered the documents the black-haired girl had thrown to the floor and arranged them neatly. Meanwhile, he lay dazed on the bed, rubbing his face and thinking everything over. A week has passed since I arrived here. At first, I thought it was all a dream. But as days passed, the sensation of being a living entity forced me to accept that this is reality. Having died like that, could I be experiencing some kind of afterlife? But in any case, what I'm certain of is, I'm the antagonist of the game in development, Dekulin von Grahen Uklein. Dekulin is the mid-boss in the game, whom players will face regardless of which route they choose. He is the enemy of many characters' parents and lovers and the source of numerous events. I've become such a villain. The biggest problem is, I don't know which stage of the game I have appeared in. The only thing I know is the total mana I have, but I don't know how to use it. I can't defend myself in this state. I'm not joking. Among all the characters, including Dekulin, I tested playthroughs over 1,000 times during development, and Dekulin survived in only one scenario. He truly is a villain created solely to fulfill his role as a mid-boss. Thinking that over, Dekulin glanced at the stack of documents beside him. These were the papers the girl had left behind. They contained basic knowledge of magic and mana-related theory. Next, information about the black-haired girl quickly appeared in Dekulin's mind. Her name was Uriel von Dellen Uklein. The paper she left while I was asleep belonged to Dekulin's half-sister, and she effectively served as the true lord of the Uklein family in Dekulin's stead. Also, she didn't have a good relationship with Dekulin. The woman Uriel mentioned is probably Yuli. It seems there's something going on between Dekulin and Yuli. If I recall, she mentioned a professor position. There's even a lecture today. I should go. Since I never taught in my previous life, I need to gather any information I can, and most importantly, these lines keep appearing. At that moment, a system screen appeared before Dekulin. Main objective: survive by becoming a necessary character for the game. Side quest: teach at the academy. Reward: shop money plus 0.5. Whether he wanted to or not, Dekulin had to haul his tired body out of bed. As he moved, he reassured himself, whether it's for it or for Yuli, I have to act. She was one of the factors that caused Dekulin's death. And the shop money is fairly important too. So how should I lecture? Of course I'm worried, but it'll be fine. After all, this body has a special skill, understanding. Understanding, an innate skill that grants the user the ability to comprehend everything, can be activated by consuming mana. Before Dekulin existed, I added this skill to him, hoping he might become more empathetic. This is an innate special skill that appears in the latter half of the game, so it surely has some hidden uses. Lavish bath and wardrobe, but I can use them more naturally than I expected. It's as if I've always lived as Dekulin. At first I thought these clothes were too ostentatious. Now they feel strangely elegant and comfortable. This must be the influence of Dekulin's dignity trait. Everything seems to be telling me that. This is your body. Honestly, I can't act against the manners this body expects. Things that Kim Woojin once found uncomfortable now feel completely natural. Even if it's just to gather information, attending my first lecture seems perfectly normal. I am an outstanding and worthy noble. Thinking that made Dekulin break out in a cold sweat. He reminded himself, what the hell, Kim Woojin? A healthy Korean youth, rather educated and handsome. Borrowing someone's final words before parting, a lazy, boring bastard. That's who I really am. Yes, I won't forget myself, no slacking. Scene change, Dekulin silently reminded himself once more, then strode out. Outside, a driver and a very luxurious car had been waiting for him. When the driver saw Dekulin, he bowed at a 90-degree angle in greeting. Seeing that, Dekulin coldly and briskly climbed into the car. In his head, he couldn't help but exclaim, "God damn, this expensive car. I don't think I ever rode in such an expensive car in my previous life. Damn." It reminded me of that time again. So frustrating. Dekulin gritted his teeth, thinking of the image of Ara's new boyfriend waiting for her at the company below. Then when Dekulin glanced to the side, he noticed a brown-haired youth whose hair shadowed his eyes. Curious, Dekulin wondered inwardly, who is this kid? Beside him, the youth, startled to see Dekulin looking his way, quickly greeted him. "Good morning, Professor," he said, handing a stack of papers to the protagonist. This made Dekulin quickly use his mind to deduce the boy's identity. It seemed he was Dekulin's secretary or assistant. Probably. Thinking that, Dekulin took the papers and asked, "Are you a mage?" Dekulin's unexpected question made the brown-haired boy exclaim in surprise, "What? Huh, you've been teaching me for nearly 3 years. "Ah, no, I'm just kidding," Dekulin shook his head. After that, while heading to the academy, the protagonist checked the stack of documents. These materials. I thought they were lecture notes, but they turned out to be a script I only needed to read. The lecture content had been prepared from start to finish. I mean, there's no way this incompetent, arrogant Dekulin would prepare a lecture himself. This kid must have done it for him. Thinking that, Dekulin felt a bit flustered and said, "Well done." However, the moment Dekulin said that, the student startled and cried, "What?" Dekulin didn't speak much and only instructed, "Rest until we arrive." "Yes, I understand," the student replied hurriedly, while the driver inwardly wondered in surprise he praised someone just now. Back to Dekulin, his face wrinkled and he broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of absurd personality is this? My stomach twists just from one compliment, so this is Dekulin's nature. I had sensed it before leaving the mansion, but it feels like my mind is being influenced by Dekulin's personality. The protagonist murmured, and not long after, the sleek black car stopped, accompanied by the driver's reminder, "We've arrived, master." From the back, Dekulin said little and quickly opened the door to step out. Before him stood an expansive architectural complex with towering buildings. Within the campus, countless students walked about, a sight that left Dekulin overwhelmed. So this is Dekulin's workplace, the Royal Academy. The lecture hall to go to is Rodeo Auditorium. Time passed quickly. Cut to Rodeo Auditorium. Inside, the hall was packed with students. They chatted excitedly. "Finally, I can attend Senior Professor Dekulin's lecture." Hearing that, another asked, "Is he the genius who analyzes incantations?" In response, someone more informed added, "Not only that, I heard he's a prodigy." Before the students could discuss further, a voice rang out. A figure appeared in the room and called for attention. "All eyes on me." Immediately, the students fell silent. "I am Dekulin von Grahen-Uklein. I have been assigned this lecture as a senior professor of the Mage Tower." With the cold, aristocratic demeanor, Dekulin calmly said, "Then, let us begin." His handsome bearing began to make the female students in the class swoon. "Wow, he's so handsome and smart too, so cool." In another corner of the auditorium, a girl hearing those words gripped the paper on her desk. Her hand trembled with excitement. "Cool, haha. We finally meet." Her eyes filled with hatred. "That filthy scoundrel Dekulin, my father's enemy," she said, staring at the protagonist with a piercing gaze. Returning to the strange girl's thoughts, memories of the past surfaced in her mind. 3 years ago, my father committed suicide. After years devoted to researching exegetical scriptures, he took his own life from the shock of having his thesis stolen. The person who took my father's thesis was celebrated by the public as a genius of scripture interpretation. Yes, I'm talking about that bastard Dekulin, but there was nothing I could do. After my father died, I lost everything. Once a noble, I lost not only my family, but also our lands and all the assets we own. In the end, I had nowhere to go. It was then that I swore to myself, I will take revenge on that scum. After that day, I worked tirelessly day and night until I was finally admitted to the Royal Academy, where Dekulin teaches. I know something the other students don't. His skill at interpreting the scriptures is just a facade. All the glory was stolen from my father. After destroying my family, how can he be so calm about it? The one who should be standing in that position is my father. I want to expose his lies and kill him immediately. But now, if I want to overthrow him, I need to prepare much more for a perfect revenge plan. The young woman thought this, her whole body trembling with rage. Still, she tried to calm herself, unaware that while she was overwhelmed by those emotions, our protagonist was calmly introducing himself to the students in the class. "Attention, everyone, I will begin the lecture. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a senior professor at the Mage Tower. A Grand Mage class wizard, the one who can command the elements. I have been assigned as your special instructor. Wizards are divided into 11 ranks, with Grand Mage being 4th from the top. By now, you must already know this. But magic is mainly divided into 3 attributes and 9 schools. The attributes include origin, the foundation of magic; element, the makeup of matter; and material, the medium that conducts mana. As for classification, there are summoning, spirit forms, destruction, support, control, durability, enchantment, harmony, and finally specialization. That's why a wizard must blah blah, returning to Deculin's perspective. While lecturing the students, he thought inwardly, things are going more smoothly than I expected. Not only is this my first lecture, I'm also teaching magical theory, a subject I'm unfamiliar with, even though I'm only reading from a prepared script. It seems I grasped the entire content thoroughly. The dignity and dominance traits draw every gaze to me, while the elegance trait keeps me from feeling awkward under that attention. Instead of feeling pressured, it becomes natural. Deculin's traits truly make him a fitting lecturer. With that thought, Deculin focused on his lecture. He explained, mana has different uses depending on the body part that stores it. Usually, wizards store mana in the brain, the place where spells are easiest to visualize. On the other hand, swordsmen store mana in the heart, the organ that pumps blood throughout the body. And finally, the dantian is the most suitable mana reservoir for everyone, as it has a strong connection between internal and external forces. What I'm saying is simple. Effort is important, but if talent isn't enough, careful choice and focus are also essential. Saying this, even Deculin reminded himself, that is indeed sound advice for Deculin. In reality, Deculin is not an overly talented figure. Although he currently has 3,375 mana points. There's still a character whose name starts with over 30,000 starting mana. The one who should heed this advice most is him. It's laughable. Anyway, this is just a pre-written lecture. With that in mind, he announced the end of the lesson. That concludes today's lecture. One last thing, as he said this, the protagonist's voice suddenly stopped. He hesitated inwardly. I'm hesitating over this line. Do I have to read it? If I were the real Deculin, I wouldn't read it. Deculin wants to be himself, not be influenced by the game's body's personality. So he asked the students any questions. Hearing this, the students glanced at each other and shrugged. It seemed no one had any questions, which relieved Deculin a little. Good, it seems no one has questions, he murmured and prepared to end the lecture. However, at that moment, a gray-haired girl suddenly stood up and shouted, Professor Deculin, a strange spell was discovered in the mage dormitory last night. Some call it the work of a demon. As a genius of scripture interpretation, what do you think about this? In response, Deculin glanced at her and asked, are you really affiliated with the Mage Tower? Across from him, the gray-haired girl was a bit startled, not fully understanding Deculin's question. Excuse me, why are you asking that? Deculin explained. If you are truly from the Mage Tower, you should have introduced yourself first. I will not answer questions from an impolite child like you. Deculin's reply made the strange girl stare wide-eyed. But our protagonist seemed unconcerned and immediately turned toward the door he had entered. He even thought, sorry. But there was no other choice. I just realized how much mana the knowledge trait consumes. It cost 1,300 mana just to understand this lecture script. Who knows how much mana a spell I've never seen before would require. Inside the auditorium, those nearby who watched the girl scolded by Deculin whispered and laughed among themselves. Heh, she tried to get attention but failed. These mocking words seemed to anger her further. Then, as if not ready to give up, she continued, wait. The mages refused to explain it, saying it's just a false rumor, but I believe you, Professor, can identify the type of spell. I formally request an explanation of this spell. Having said that, she immediately used the mana in her body to create a crooked green magic circle that floated above the classroom. And with just one glance at it, Deculin's mana dropped, leaving him with only 360 points. Above, the gray-haired girl continued, some apprentice mages stayed in the dorm to analyze it but have made no progress. If you could give us a hint. Before she could finish, Deculin interrupted. This is a barrier magic. No need to give you a hint. This is barrier magic of the enchantment school. Someone tried to imprison you within it. That's all. Saying that, Deculin coldly left the room, leaving the gray-haired girl stunned. And for completing his teaching task, Deculin also received 0.5 shop points from the system. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the Mage Academy's dining hall. At this moment, the gray-haired girl was still irritated, recalling Deculin's earlier lecture. What an annoying man. I wanted to expose his fraudulent exegetical skill with that unknown spell. And instead he called me rude just because I forgot to give my name. I thought I would die of embarrassment. But he must have been surprised trying to wriggle out of the situation. He called it enchantment magic. Enchantment magic is very complex, so it usually requires an intermediary object. How could it be enchantment magic without an intermediary? What I showed him was an exact copy of the anonymous standard magic drawn on the main door of the dorm last night. Although people were initially quite confused, it became reference material for the newcomers. "I know he's lying," she muttered. Then from the back, a red-haired friend came running up out of breath, calling, "Efren, Efren." The magic formation from last night, we figured it out. When we restructured the incantation into a barrier, I was truly astonished. We were too scared of the professor to ask anything, but you're really brave. On hearing this, Efren looked dazed. "Huh, wait, you mean it really was a barrier spell?" To confirm, the red-haired girl nodded brightly. "Yes, Professor Deculin is amazing, isn't he? How could he know it's enchantment magic without an intermediary?" "Thank you, Efren. We'll file a report about this. We'll definitely put your name on it." Thanks," Efren replied awkwardly. Even so, she still seemed unable to accept that Deculin had really identified the magic. "No way, that's impossible. It must have been a lucky guess. In the end, I only boosted his reputation." Thinking that, she took a paper out of her bag. "Knowledge of Elemental Magic, Advanced Class 5 Credits, Instructor, Deculin von Grahen Uklein." Looking at the paper, Efren pressed her lips together. She thought, a lecture by Deculin this term. They say that if you know your enemy and yourself, you will never lose. I'll have to steel myself if I have to face that bastard every day. Just wait, Deculin, I'll expose you soon. Efren told herself this, and a blazing anger began to rise within her. Back with Deculin, although he had left the classroom, he couldn't help feeling shaken inside. That was almost a disaster. The moment I looked at that magic, my understanding trait accidentally activated. And just looking at the interwoven lines of the magic circle was enough to drain all the mana from me. I still don't know what kind of magic it is. Even if I had twice my current mana, I couldn't comprehend its rules. But at least nothing bad happened. As Deculin was thinking this, a voice called out ahead, "Long time no see." The voice caught Deculin's attention and he quickly recognized who it was. The person had white hair and bright eyes, a face he'd seen many times on his computer screen. Yuli von Dea Freyden, she is Deculin's fiancée and a renowned figure destined to reach the peak of the knight profession. He hadn't expected to meet her here. Up ahead, Yuli greeted him. "How have you been lately?" Deculin replied with an icy expression. "I'm not sure, let's say I'm fine." For some reason, Deculin's answer seemed to anger Yuli. Her brows tightened as she demanded, "You say you're fine, even though you broke the promise we made just a week ago." Back to Deculin's perspective, he had no idea what promise she meant. "What promise? I don't know what you're talking about. It's best to dodge this." Thinking that to avoid more trouble with someone as dangerous as her, Deculin coldly walked past. "I don't remember now." Before he could finish, the knight stepped in front of Deculin and said coldly, "Are you planning to run away?" Like before, Deculin sensed that Yuli was determined not to let him go, so he had to stop and speak. "It seems I forgot because of my fever. Could you remind me what we promised each other?" At Deculin's question, images from last week began to form in Yuli's mind. At that time, she had said to Deculin, "Promise me, if you are honest with yourself and confess your pride and arrogance, I'll marry you, even if this world falls apart." Thinking that her trust had been betrayed, veins stood out on Yuli's face. She gritted her teeth and said to the man before her, "It seems I was wrong to trust you. You may go on." Hearing that, Deculin glanced back at his fiancée for a moment, then immediately walked away. "Then I'll be going." Meanwhile, behind him, Yuli's teeth were grinding so hard they made a sound. She recalled her betrothal to Deculin. "My engagement to Deculin is for the sake of advantage. Deculin is a talented mage, and I'm a talented knight. The union of the two would certainly be beneficial for politics and lineage," her brother had said. Because both the Uklein and Freyden houses have royal blood, no one opposed this marriage. Even Yuli accepted it at the time. "It's fine for the family's sake. Even if I don't love him, I'll accept it." That was what Yuli thought then. However, the two houses soon discovered a truth. Deculin's talent never actually existed. Perhaps he didn't want to admit it. But he had deceived everyone by claiming to be a genius at analyzing magic and became a professor. But what must happen eventually did. Over time, many began to doubt whether Deculin's talent truly existed. The prodigy of magic, the youngest senior professor in the history of the Tower of Magic, Deculin had shown no progress since the exam 3 years ago. After several incidents, he no longer boasted of his achievements. Yet, despite discovering this, the Eucline and Freyden houses still tried to hide the truth, probably because they didn't want to become the subject of gossip. They didn't want their flaws exposed. But I could not let it go. I can accept a loveless marriage, but I cannot forgive deceit. That is my creed as a knight. That's all he had agreed to it. But now, he doesn't even remember that promise. Yuli whispered, her hand began to clench until it trembled. The Royal Academy, the Tower of Magic. The Royal Academy is the best institution in the game, and the Department of Magic is the top faculty. You could liken it to the medical school of Seoul National University, and the Tower of Magic as its affiliated hospital. Scanning the surroundings, even Dekulin nodded in admiration. It looks nice. A large campus and meticulously tended gardens. It reminded me of one of the universities in America. How many nights must the game design team have spent creating this atmosphere? I could have enjoyed it more if I were in a different body to experience this campus. At that moment, suddenly someone was sprinting toward the protagonist. Dekulin sensed it immediately. His face darkened, and he reflexively swung his elbow back, hitting the person who had rushed up and sending the papers he was carrying flying everywhere. And the one who had run up was none other than Dekulin's assistant. I'm sorry, I'm rushing to see the professor here. Dekulin recognized his identity too. This is that kid from before. I thought it was an ambush. He murmured inwardly, then asked, "Oh, are you Zaro?" "No, it's Alan," the assistant replied. The exchange made the atmosphere between them a bit awkward. A few seconds later, Dekulin hesitated and continued, "Must have been my mistake." "Ah, yes," Alan answered, a little puzzled as to who Zaro was. Next, the scene cut to Dekulin's office. He was reviewing the documents Alan had brought and asked, "So this is the reason you rushed to see me?" Alan nodded and explained, "Yes, Professor. This is the list of sponsors for this year's new mages." His words made Dekulin quickly understand the situation. The Tower of Magic is equivalent to a research institution in the real world, so money is essential for developing magic. Professors at the tower sponsor new mages they deem worthy. Then, while scanning the applicant's information, Dekulin suddenly noticed someone's entry glowing. This name is glowing. I think it's because of Dekulin's attributes. He possesses the wealthy magnate trait rare, described as a born tycoon and exceptional financier with an unparalleled instinct for things of value. The more information provided, the more accurate your intuition becomes. The sharp vision trait rare describes the ability to perceive visually with acute insight. Mana points and similar elemental attributes are mainly used to link with other traits rather than alone. Back in Dekulin's perspective, he quickly inferred, with this phenomenon, it's surely the combination of wealthy magnate and sharp vision. I think the factor behind this name will bring in wealth. There were a few like that, but she was the brightest. At that moment, standing before Dekulin was the gray-haired girl, Eferen. Oh, that's another familiar face. Eferen Luna, that's a well-known name in the game. According to the developer who designed her, Dekulin had taken her father away. However, why does Efren Luna have no sponsors at all? Dekulin asked involuntarily. To this question, his assistant Alan scratched his head and explained awkwardly, "Ah, Efren Luna, I think people are afraid." Not letting him continue, Dekulin nodded. "I understand." After saying this, Dekulin thought to himself, it seems people worry about what she might do if they sponsor her. Let's see, she has enough talent to enter the Tower of Magic without the Academy. However, this Eferen Luna is Dekulin's enemy. No, rather, Dekulin is her enemy. If I let things play out just like in the game, I'll meet the same end, death. A system notification appeared. Skill, Villain's Destiny, description, everyone wishes for his death. However, what doesn't kill him will make him stronger. In the game, Dekulin dies in many ways. Stabbed in the heart, stabbed in the head, poisoned in wine, blown up to death, whatever the method. The fact of his death does not change. If I want to live, I must choose differently. A choice the original Dekulin would not make. With that in mind, after about 2 seconds of thought, Dekulin began to sign the paper, then handed it back to his assistant Alan. "Alan, submit these and borrow some books. I plan to write a few things before going home." "Ah, yes, Professor, goodbye." His assistant Alan replied and hurried off to borrow the books. Once he saw him leave his office, Dekulin fell into thought again. I need a lot of money to survive. Money can prevent many deaths. Investing in a mage is one way to make money. However, that's still not enough. Countless names in this world hate me. They will kill me whenever they get the chance. To survive, what I really need is an escape. I need to become stronger. However, Dekuling's talent is only average. In this situation, I can't properly deal with the threats to come. I can't survive the countless deaths still waiting ahead. Although I have one advantage, my attribute. Dekuling can't control all 4 elements as he boasted, but he certainly has potential in manipulating earth and fire. Along with his talent for manipulating magic, and from combining earth and fire to form metal, Dekuling developed a special trait called the Midas Hand. The Midas Hand, unique rank, consumes the user's mana to unlock a target's potential. Thus, Dekuling's talent for controlling metal allows him to manipulate swords that float by energy. Thus, Dekuling's metal control talent lets him command energy-suspended swords. However, this is certainly uncommon in this world. What I lack in raw power can be compensated by manipulating the properties of metal. But to accomplish all that, first I must learn how to control things. I have to learn to manipulate objects. Let's test it. No sooner thought than done. Dekuling placed his hand on the basic manipulation magic guidebook before him. At the same time, he activated his understanding attribute to learn faster. At that moment, a fierce energy poured out from him and formed an extremely complex magic circle in the air. Next, a storm of information began pouring straight into Dekuling's head, causing sweat to run continuously down his face. The contents and incantations of the mental ritual flowed directly into his mind, but quickly the process ended. To test what he had just learned, Dekuling glanced at the pen beside him and tried to focus his mind. Sure enough, shortly after, he was able to make the pen float in midair. Our protagonist was quite pleased with this result. Now I've memorized the basic mental ritual and no longer need an incantation to cast it. Seeing something I only saw in the game realized like this. Even if it's only basic, if the result after first learning the skill is this good, once I learn advanced remote control magic, I'll reach nearly the power I want. But now what should I do next? Can I inscribe magic circuits across my entire body? In this world, the larger a magic circuit is, the more powerful it is. Then, if I understand my body well with the understanding attribute, not just the brain but the heart, I can enhance my object control ability by engraving magic circuits over my whole body. Of course, there is a chance my body could be overloaded or suffer side effects. But this body has an attribute called Iron Man, granting its owner top-tier physical capacity and innate bodily potential, allowing me to withstand those side effects. This can only happen to me in this world. My remaining mana is currently 800, which should be enough to try a bit. With that thought, Dekuling began to experiment directly on his body. The book in his hands erupted with a violent light, and then countless strange characters began flowing inside Dekuling's body. Immediately, Dekuling felt a terrifying pain surge through him, an incomparable agony as if every bone in his body were shattering and each muscle being torn apart. However, Dekuling did not flinch. He would not utter even a groan, for that was the refined composure a noble must possess. Time passed quickly and finally the process completed, leaving Dekuling with exactly 1 mana point. His whole body trembled from the pain. I feel utterly exhausted. I failed due to lack of mana. But I gained something. Now I have a magic circuit on my shoulder. At this rate, it will take about 2 weeks to inscribe them across my entire body. Time passed swiftly. 1 month after Dekuling's lecture, today was the first day of class. The scene shifts to the Tower of Mages, where the students had gathered and were intently reading the wooden notice board posted by Dekuling. I, Professor Dekuling, want to assess your abilities. Bring me any results you obtain from this area. This place is saturated with elements suitable for your experiments. After reading it, the students were surprised, turning to each other and whispering, "This is different from what the upperclassmen told us. Are all his classes like this? Think about it, he just expects us to self-study using the guideboard. So we have to do something with the elements. Is that why we're here? Where is Professor Dekuling?" The group asked anxiously. Elsewhere, Eferen frowned in annoyance and blamed Dekuling inwardly. What an irresponsible man. Telling us to self-study on the first day. What kind of bastard is he? No sooner had she finished speaking than a blonde girl came up from behind and bumped into her. The girl hurried on without offering any apology. This irritated Eferen and she was about to snap at her. However, the moment she saw the blonde girl's face, Eferen fell silent as she recognized who it was. It was Sylvia von Josfinale. Across from her, Sylvia tilted her head slightly toward Eferen, but then turned away and walked off. This left Eferen staring blankly, wondering. She doesn't recognize me. Time passed quickly. At that moment, Eferen was building a small castle with her magic, like a child playing in the sand. Yet Sylvia's earlier dismissal still nagged at her. What happened? If I'm not mistaken, that girl is definitely a member of the Alade family. 10 years ago, the Alade family, fearing my father's and my potential, used their soldiers to surround our manor and threaten my family. So why doesn't she remember me? Before she could find an answer, her little castle suddenly began to collapse under a strong gust of wind. What's happening? It feels like mana is being drawn away somewhere. Efren frowned, looking around to investigate. Sure enough, Sylvia was using her magic to construct a huge castle. Efren's small castle was being sucked toward it by Sylvia's spell. This made Efren angry, and she demanded, "Hey, what are you doing? Do you realize you're taking everything I gathered? Hey, are you even listening to me?" Efren shouted, but the other girl remained silent. This made the gray-haired girl so furious that she trembled. What the hell is wrong with that brat? Why isn't she responding to anything I'm saying? However, Efren was perceptive. A normal person, even a stranger, would at least react. But Sylvia showed no response to any words. Efren quickly concluded that Sylvia was doing it on purpose. With that thought, she smirked and said, "Hey, why are you pretending not to know me, Miss Sylvia?" In front, Sylvia's shoulder twitched slightly at the remark, and of course Efren saw it. Just from that, the gray-haired girl was certain Sylvia recognized her. She continued, "I thought so. There's no way you don't remember me. After threatening my family and forcing me to abandon magic, are you afraid I've come to steal all your attention?" Across from her, Sylvia coldly denied it. "I don't know you." Hearing that, Efren angrily shouted, "How dare you look down on me now?" In response, Sylvia turned and stared at Efren with a sharp gaze. "I don't know you, but I know your father. That arrogant noble, I heard he's dead." As soon as the words left her mouth, Efren clenched her teeth. Her eyes filled with extreme fury, like a bomb ready to detonate at any moment. And as expected, the surrounding students began sensing a massive magical fluctuation and turned to look. "Oh, look," a male student exclaimed. At that, everyone simultaneously turned their eyes and discovered. Efren had focused energy into her fist and lunged straight at Sylvia without thinking. She shouted, "What did you just say? Say that again." Ahead, Sylvia quickly used her magic to form a barrier to protect herself. Efren's attack struck the barrier directly, producing a deafening explosion in the air. The group of onlooking students were pushed back by its force. Only when the blast subsided did panicked voices begin to rise. "What just happened? Is anyone hurt?" someone asked anxiously. By their gazes, Efren was now gripping Sylvia by the hair and demanding, "I told you to repeat that. How dare you insult my father?" Before she finished, a student in the crowd sensed a strange magical vibration and shouted, "What is that? What light is that?" Hearing this, Efren paused. She looked behind and discovered that somehow a spatial rift had appeared, emitting red-black energy. The entire group of freshmen panicked and screamed. Even Efren, who had been so fierce moments before, broke into a cold sweat at the sight. "It's a rift." "Yeah, it's where my mana and Sylvia's mana collided earlier. It's sucking everything around it in." On the side, a student who realized the urgency shouted, "Hey, it's about to explode. Run now." Hearing this, Efren felt her heart drop. "No, if it explodes, metal shards will fly like stray bullets and everyone here will die," she thought. However, she had no way to stop the rift. A few seconds later, the black hole detonated, releasing an extremely powerful shockwave. The ground around it was ripped into fragments. Seeing this, Efren gritted her teeth and used magic to raise a protective shield for everyone, but then she suddenly felt an unusual silence. "What's happening? Why is it so quiet? Has it stopped?" Efren wondered as she looked ahead. What she saw was the cold, cool figure of Dekulin standing there. All the fragments hurled outward by the explosion were suspended in midair, motionless. This made Efren startle and wonder, when did he get here? And why did the explosion debris stop midair like that? Unaware of these thoughts among the students, Dekulin began to command all the fragments to converge. They swirled like a flowing stream, emitting brilliant colors that left the students in awe. The moment they saw Dekulin use telekinesis, everyone around gasped in admiration. Because they were all trainees studying magic, they couldn't help but appreciate the beauty of the spell. It was an enchanting magic whose beauty no one could deny. Returning to Dekulin, after he tossed the entire pile of fragments aside like rubbish, our protagonist grew cold and said to the assembled students, "Attention, today's lesson ends here. Everyone except those who caused this incident leave." Seeing Dekulin's icy expression, Efren swallowed nervously. "It's over. I'm done for," she thought. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the interrogation room. Because the disturbance caused by Efren and Sylvia nearly got the whole student body into serious trouble, the academy immediately launched an emergency investigation. And as the professor responsible for that class, Dekulin was present. Outside the entrance, a portly man saw Deculin and greeted him cheerfully. "Professor Deculin, you arrived early. As expected, your seriousness sets an example for all mages." That man was Ritlan, professor of spirit studies. The man behind him was Rilin, professor of auxiliary arts. In response, a girl wearing a mage's hat tilted her head and said, "Welcome, Professor Ritlan, Professor Rilin. Sorry for summoning you without notice and thank you for coming so quickly." This girl was Adeline Segelian, president of the Royal Academy of the Magic Tower. Hearing this, the two professors nodded and took their seats. Then a woman entered the room and snapped acidly, "So, who is it? Who dared lay hands on the allied family's young lady?" In answer, the portly old Professor Ritlan chuckled. "From what I've heard, it's just a lowly brat, not even enrolled in the academy. Truly a person of dubious background, but I also heard Professor Deculin handled what could have become a major disturbance satisfactorily." "I've heard the same. Quite impressive," Professor Rilin chimed in. From Deculin's perspective, with his ability, he could read Ritlan's true intentions with a single glance. He was flattering on the surface, but all the professors here were skilled at swaying outcomes, so the result of the disciplinary hearing was essentially already decided. On one side was Sylvia, daughter of the powerful Alade clan, while on the other was a fallen noble, in reality a commoner, Epheren. It was obvious which side they'd take, so I must change the outcome of this disciplinary meeting. Earlier, I had seen a swelling crimson aura emanating from Epheren. Only I could see it because of my sharp sight trait. It signaled the emergence of a villain's fate. If I can't change the outcome, my death will draw nearer. Returning to the interrogation after waiting for everyone to assemble, a voice announced, "The disciplinary hearing between novice mages Epheren and Sylvia will begin now." On this side, the portly Ritlan, not waiting for anyone, boomed, "How dare you two brawl within the academy? If not for Professor Deculin, someone would have been hurt." "Why did you two fight?" In response to his question, Epheren could only lower her head and say bitterly, "I can't speak." "What?" Ritlan frowned and asked curiously. Meanwhile, Epheren glanced up at the professors seated above and pondered. "That bastard is watching from somewhere above, so I couldn't say anything. Sylvia looked down on my father and had been driving me mad in a cunning way. But I couldn't possibly say that in front of that enemy." Thinking this, Epheren's tears kept falling. She felt as if the whole world was against her. Unaware of Epheren's inner thoughts, Ritlan saw her crying and not only showed no pity but shouted even louder. "What are you playing at? Inferiority complex or what? You should know the clear gap in status between you and Sylvia. And yet you dare to brazenly ignore that." Below, Epheren only clenched her hands tightly upon hearing this and said nothing. Seeing this, Ritlan turned to Sylvia and urged, "So, Sylvia, speak." In reply, Sylvia recounted the whole incident. "During class, I accidentally ruined her work, which led to the dispute." After hearing this, the professors grew angry and began to murmur among themselves. "What, then Sylvia didn't do it on purpose, and Epheren used that as an excuse to cause a scene? How dare that lowly unknown brat? Can't she control her temper?" "Chairwoman, we should expel her. We cannot tolerate that attitude and violent behavior." Below, Epheren's teeth began to grit at the continuous remarks from the professors directed at her. "So cold, I have to endure these crude insults at a simple disciplinary hearing in the academy. All the criticism is aimed at me and I can't give any explanation. No one will stand up to defend me anymore. Everything feels so cold, Deculin. It's all because of that name." The more she thought, the more hateful her gaze became. On the other side, Chairwoman Adeline, seeing that everyone had reached consensus, made an announcement. "If that's the case, it seems everyone has decided." Professor Deculin was present at the scene. "Let's hear his opinion before reaching any conclusion." Hearing this, Deculin spoke up. "I, Deculin, ask you as a senior tower professor and a member of the disciplinary committee. Do you think you are not at fault in this matter?" Sylvia von Josephine Alade. Upon hearing this, both Epheren and Sylvia were startled. Then Sylvia blankly asked back, "Pardon?" Deculin's voice rang out again. "Let me ask again. Do you truly believe you're not at fault in this incident?" Hearing this, Epheren genuinely didn't understand what was happening. Not only her, portly Ritlan also stammered in confusion. "What are you saying, Professor Deculin?" Ignoring his words, the protagonist kept his icy gaze fixed on Sylvia and made it clear to everyone in the room. "You surely could have prevented that incident, but you did not. Or perhaps the ability everyone has such high expectations for you was actually insufficient to do so." Deculin's resolute words left Sylvia stunned. But then she reacted very quickly. She immediately bowed her head and took responsibility. I'm sorry, to be honest, I didn't stop her because I wanted her to get into bigger trouble. Beside her, Efren widened her eyes and thought, what? Why did he not ask me but ask Sylvia? No matter how you look at it, this is my fault. She then cast a suspicious glance upward. Meanwhile, portly Ritlan thought similarly and advised, but even so, Professor de Kueling, the fault isn't with the defender. The attacker is to blame, isn't she? In response, de Kueling turned to him with a cold look. If you consider the context, the fault lies with me, the one who taught the class. Professor Ritlan, do you want me to take the blame? Of course not, I only thought that would be inappropriate, Ritlan hesitantly replied. To Efren, de Kueling's words made her even more astonished. He had even dismissed the professor who sided with Sylvia. Why did he have to go that far? Could it be to protect me? Efren wondered inwardly. Then, to break the tension, Chairwoman Adeline clapped her hands to draw everyone's attention. All right, they're children, friction is how they grow. These kids are just novice mages, so instead of arguing over who's to blame and belittling them, let's let this one slide. This time, no one will be disciplined, you both may go. The chairwoman's declaration made Efren's hands clench and tremble. Instead of feeling relieved at not being expelled, she felt anger. What? I was fully prepared to be expelled. The de Kueling I know certainly wouldn't do this. But then why? Efren wondered. The scene cut to the professors. With the inquiry over, they drifted out of the room. Meanwhile, portly Professor Ritlan took the chance to flatter the protagonist. Exactly as expected from Professor de Kueling, you have a special way of analyzing things, it's all for the students. However, before he could finish his sentence, Efren below, unable to contain her curiosity, stood and said, Professor, I have a question. Countless thoughts ran through Efren's mind. If he remembers the Luna name, and if he knows my father, and if he knows that he suffered his whole life before ending his own life. After saying that, she bowed her head anxiously to ponder. But supposing de Kueling does remember, what if he withdraws his decision to protect himself? Even so, if he doesn't remember my father, wouldn't that be even more painful? The more she thought, the more anxious Efren became, awaiting de Kueling's reply. But de Kueling did not disappoint her in his answer. You don't need to ask, don't waste your talent on things from the past. Having said that, our protagonist immediately left, leaving the gray-haired girl standing dazed alone. I knew it. De Kueling knows about me and my father. If not for that, he would have no reason to help me. Surely de Kueling felt some responsibility and decided to assist. So he helped me out of pity, thank goodness. It turned out he had not forgotten. And if he still remembered me, I'm satisfied with that. At least for now, that's enough. As she thought this, tears streamed down her small face. Efren moved, wiping her tears away. Thanks to the shift in her feelings, de Kueling also overcame the variable death and received 2 shop coins. Time passed quickly, the scene shifted to Sylvia. She was picked up by a blonde man in a convertible. His name was Gilthian von Ludwig Alade, Sylvia's father, a telepathic mage and head of the Alade family. Having heard the whole story, he turned to comfort his daughter. That's, well, you don't need to worry about that child anymore. Efren Luna truly has talent, but she missed her chance. Behind them, Sylvia stared blankly at the surroundings, thinking back to a memory. 10 years ago, on the aptitude test day to enter the academy, it was the first time Efren and Sylvia met. After the test with the magic orb, the old mage was stunned by the light it emitted. Impossible, both of you have the talent to become archmages. Around them, others who heard the result whispered to each other, what? Those 2 kids from our territory, what's going on? The reason everyone was so surprised was because of that archmage level. The pinnacle of the magical world, the immortal, eternal level. An existence at a degree even an emperor cannot reach. Those who attain that level are called archmages and are recorded in the continent's history. However, normally only 3 people can become archmages in an era. It doesn't matter what kind of mage they are or what they specialize in, that's an unchanging law of mages. At that time, aside from Demakin, the first to reach the eternal level in this era, there were 2 spots remaining. However, one of those 2 positions was essentially reserved for Adeline, the chairwoman of the Magic Tower, the strongest candidate for Archmage. In other words, Sylvia, the heir of the Alade family, and Efren, the daughter of the Luna family, a branch house, must compete for the remaining slot. I could understand that without anyone explaining. That day, I learned the real reason the Alade family was oppressing the Luna family was because of me. It was to help me become an archmage instead of Efren. Becoming an archmage is my wish, and my destiny, Sylvia told herself. Yet when she thought of Efren's earlier words, "Are you afraid I'll surpass you?" Sylvia felt a bit annoyed but quickly reassured herself. No, I'm just overthinking. Ahead, Uncle Gilthian seemed to sense his daughter's worry and smiled. You don't need to worry about that child. You should be wary of Dekulin. He's not a simple man. He may be struggling now, but he was called a prodigy in his youth. He could rise to the top. No one knows." Sylvia clearly absorbed her father's admonition. "I know." Professor Dekulin saw through my trap. At that moment, I had clearly caused Ephraim's mana to vanish. I set a trap so that when it touched Ephraim's mana it would detonate. The bigger the explosion, the more trouble she'd be in. But Dekulin immediately saw through my plan, even though I had checked for signs of observational magic in the area. At that time, he forced me to compromise, instead of saying it was my doing. "I know everything, do as I say." That was a threat, but I still had to accept it. I thought he was just someone with above-average talent, but unexpectedly, he's so deep. What kind of person is he, really? The more she thought, the more sweat broke out on the young girl's face. Her hands trembled uncontrollably from stress. Time passed quickly. A few days later, the scene shifted to Dekulin's mansion. At that time, our protagonist wore an elegant outfit that highlighted his nobility. It seemed Dekulin was preparing to attend a party. Outside the room, a man's voice reminded him, "It's Roy. Are you ready?" Dekulin replied he'd be out shortly. After that, the driver drove Dekulin to the party in his expensive car. Inside the car, the protagonist quietly thought about Ephraim. I was right to support Ephraim. Because of that, I eliminated a variable death and received shop money. I didn't expect the new mage who questioned me to be Ephraim, but she has the highest hostility toward Dekulin. Of course, Sylvia may still resent me regardless, but I had no other choice if I wanted to save myself. With that thought, he paused briefly and steered the conversation to today's trip. Social events, I want to avoid them. However, I can't miss the chance to earn more shop money. With that in mind, he glanced at the system screen beside him. Side quest, attend the New Year's Flower event. Reward, shop money plus 0.5. Seeing the quest, Dekulin reminded himself, I need at least 5 more shop coins to access the shop, so I must check if any notable figures are at this event. Soon after, the carriage stopped at a grand castle. When Dekulin stepped inside, 2 valets at the door bowed to greet him. "Welcome, Professor Dekulin," without paying it much mind as he entered the great hall. Dekulin didn't forget his purpose and glanced around to see if anyone could help him earn shop coins. They all looked like high nobility. And I also recognized many famous people I knew, especially Ihelm. The one I personally designed. Coming here was definitely the right choice, Dekulin murmured inwardly. At the same time, an older man behind him quickly noticed Dekulin's arrival and hurried over to greet him. "Look who's here. Isn't this Professor Dekulin? My daughter is in your class." Around them, other guests who heard this also turned and surged forward, like sharks spotting prey. "Oh, Professor Dekulin, I've always wanted to meet you." Facing a crowd crowding toward him, Dekulin had to retract his earlier thought that coming here was the right choice. Before Dekulin could greet the nobles in front of him, a voice grabbed his attention. "Ganesha, I read about your deeds in Continental magazine." Beside him, the older man was about to invite Dekulin to dinner, but Dekulin raised a hand to stop him and scanned the area as if searching for someone. "I just heard someone say Ganesha. Get to know her, she'll have an important turning point in the plot. This is the best thing I can do today." "But where is she? I heard her name somewhere nearby. I need to seize this chance to meet her." Thinking that, Dekulin looked around. At the same time, on the second floor, a girl dressed like a captain was also staring at him. She was Ganesha, the 5th strongest character at the story's start. Back to the protagonist's viewpoint. After a moment, he spotted Ganesha's figure. She must be nearby. There she is. The woman with a red ponytail, wearing a mock explorer's outfit. "I need to hurry," Dekulin told himself and quickened his pace. However, it seemed fate wanted to block him one step. At that moment, some random blonde guy came to bother him, stopping him in his tracks. Professor Dekulin, the one approaching, was the blonde Ihelm. His full name was Ihelm von Gerion Rewind, a commander-level mage of the royal family. Ihelm slowly approached Dekulin and spoke nonchalantly as if they were old friends. "Ho ho, impressive. Senior Professor Dekulin remembers me. What an honor. It's been a while. How's your research going?" "Suddenly, but I've heard some rumors." Dekulin frowned and asked, "What are you talking about?" Ihelm replied with amusement, "Oh, nothing. It's just that your research hasn't progressed in 3 years and some people doubt your abilities. If you need help, I'm willing to offer it." Back in Dekulin's perspective, as the creator of these characters, he immediately guessed why this blonde had approached him. So he's here to provoke me. This guy was Dekulin's rival at school. They were close once, but after losing the senior professor post to Dekulin, he became envious. Dekulin would have been bothered at first, but such provocation meant nothing to him. In fact, Ihelm wasn't entirely wrong. The rumor had truth to it. Thinking that, Dekulin glanced up to the second floor and realized Ganesha's figure had vanished. She's gone, Ganesha's disappeared. I lost track of her because I stood here listening to that idiot. Behind him, unaware that Dekulin was furious, Ihelm kept talking like a machine. If you stay so arrogant, no one will like you. Back to Dekulin, by now he could no longer restrain his anger. He slowly moved closer to Ihelm and warned coldly, "Hey, Ihelm. Enough of your nonsense, get lost, bastard." With that, Dekulin left, ignoring the stunned Ihelm behind him. Damn it, I have to find Ganesha before she leaves the party and get to know her. Otherwise, my plan will collapse, Dekulin muttered inwardly. Time passed quickly. At this point, the protagonist still hadn't found the strong woman. Instead, he had to spend time shaking off the crowd that wanted to talk to him. Phew. Even though I lost Ihelm's tail, there are still many idiots blocking the way. That's why I hate these parties, Dekulin sighed in annoyance. But then suddenly a voice called from beside him, Professor Dekulin. Hearing the familiar sound, Dekulin looked toward the caller. And to his surprise, the one calling was Ganesha herself. In front of him, Ganesha looked at Dekulin with a teasing glint and said, "Did we just run into each other by chance, or were you looking for me?" Dekulin didn't answer immediately, still taken aback by Ganesha's attitude. Of all times to run into her while hiding from those lunatics. More importantly, are Ganesha and Dekulin acquainted? Thinking that, he gave a wry smile and replied, "I'm just lost." That answer made the redhead burst out laughing. "How funny, I knew you were looking for me, you have something to tell me. I'm sorry about that mission, but I returned the mission fee and supplies. Can you let it go this once?" From that remark, Dekulin immediately deduced, it seems Dekulin and Ganesha are connected through some mission. Unaware of these thoughts in the protagonist's mind, the adventurer continued. "I'm sorry I didn't bring the magically gifted children you mentioned." "No, it's not that I didn't bring them. I grew attached to them, so I couldn't give them to you," she said with a complicated expression. Meanwhile, our protagonist still didn't understand the full story. I don't know what she's talking about. But it seems Dekulin has done this many times, trying to make up for his shortcomings with talented children. Turning back to Ganesha, her tone shifted slightly and she asked, "Let me ask you something. How long do you intend to live like this?" Her voice was full of sarcasm and the question made Dekulin thoughtful, bringing back many memories. "Until when?" Before I entered Dekulin's body, he had listened to the temptations of useless people, destroyed the trust around him, and hurt many people for his own benefit. However, I'm different. Saying that, Dekulin rested his hands on the balcony, looked into the distance, and said calmly, "From now on I'll live differently." To Ganesha, her earlier remark was pure sarcasm at Dekulin, yet she received a completely unexpected reply, leaving her staring at the protagonist in astonishment. "I didn't expect that. I thought you'd kill me for opposing that secret mission and running off. You're worrying too much." The male lead waved his hand, secretly admiring Dekulin's foolishness. He actually seriously tried to kill Ganesha, the top fighter right now. He must have wanted to die. I knew nothing about Dekulin at first, but Ganesha could kill anyone with a single hair. Her attributes were an immortal body and mastery of martial arts. She was a warrior who had reached the pinnacle of combat. Because I'm him now, Dekulin couldn't send an assassin to kill Ganesha. If he had, he'd probably be in a coffin by now. It's a bit different from what I expected, but I still achieved my goal at this networking party. There's no reason to stay here. Thinking that, Dekulin no longer wanted to linger at social events like this, so he told Ganesha, "I'll come back, so don't worry." Ganesha, curious as he started to leave, asked, "Are you really leaving like that? Is that okay? No assassins or killings involved." "I'm not free," Dekulin replied coldly. That remark left the redhead momentarily stunned. Back to Dekulin, as he walked, he was mulling over a few things. With the Yuklan family's influence, as Ganesha said, I could use the Adventurers Guild to put pressure on her. However, doing so would increase the variables surrounding my death. Just as Dekulin thought this, almost as if rewarded for the right decision, the system issued a reminder: villain fate, avoided cause of death, store money +1. The notification left Dekulin's face blank. What? Before it was overcome and now it's avoid. I didn't realize it, but was that conversation one of the causes of death? I can't be careless here. The more he thought about it, the more anxious Dekulin became, and he wanted to leave the party immediately. A slip of the tongue leading to a painful end. Cut to another corner of the party where a brown-haired girl complained to her friend, "Hey, how much longer are you going to sit here?" Her name was Rayleigh. She was a relative of Yuli, an adventurer. In front of her, Yuli grumbled, "I never wanted to come here in the first place." "Oh, come on, that's enough. Let's go," Rayleigh urged, yet Yuli remained stubbornly seated. Seeing that, her friend seemed to pick up on something and suddenly asked, "So what's going on with that guy, Professor Dekulin? I'm a bit worried there are too many rumors." From Yuli's perspective, of course, there were no pleasant memories with the protagonist. So she replied bluntly, "Of course, what's good about him?" Her frank words made Rayleigh uneasy. She glanced around and warned, "Hey, if you say that out loud." At the same moment, footsteps sounded nearby, catching Yuli's attention. She lifted her gaze slightly and spotted Dekulin, slowly descending from the stairs below. Dekulin met her eyes as well. But then, not wanting to entangle himself with one of the causes of his death, Dekulin turned and left immediately. His reaction surprised the surrounding guests, who murmured, "What? Professor Dekulin is leaving? The guy who loves parties? Wow, he's leaving without even glancing at his fiancée once. Maybe he doesn't like her that much. If so, were the earlier rumors true?" Because Dekulin left the party earlier than usual, rumors spread that he had a falling out with Yuli. But there's no way Kim Woojin would write that. In short, after Dekulin left the party, he completed his New Year's flower task and received an additional 0.5 store coins. Time passed quickly. It had been a week since I attended the New Year flower party. During that time, besides daily memory training and introductory kinetic mantra practice, I felt my physical strength was lacking. So I began physical training. The main reason was that I nearly died after doing something reckless. Rewinding to a few days earlier, as usual, Dekulin inscribed a standard spell onto his body. However, the strain it placed on his body was greater than he expected, nearly killing our protagonist. If he were an ordinary mage, he might have died. Is my endurance due to the Iron Man attribute? After meeting Ganesha the other day, I craved greater power and inscribed the kinetic fire control mantra alongside the object control mantra to enhance metal manipulating techniques. The purpose was to upgrade by implanting a magic core into the kinetic mantra. This method shortens the time needed to learn spells but is extremely dangerous. After realizing the tremendous pressure it put on my body, I decided to train my physique. As a result, I established a morning routine. With that thought, Dekulin finished his training. Whether it was due to the Iron Man trait or not, after only a short period of training, his muscles had become highly defined, indistinguishable from those of long-time athletes. Phew, time to head to work. Dekulin exhaled softly. Time passed quickly. Cut to Dekulin's office, where his assistant Alan arrived and handed him a document satchel, explaining, "This is a declaration recently sent from the Mage Tower. The sender is the Tower's Professor Qualification Review Committee." Upon hearing this, Dekulin's expression changed, and he quickly inspected the letter. The letter read, "We hereby notify you of a hearing scheduled within the next 6 months regarding developments in the research you are conducting, Professor Dekulin. Please prepare all relevant materials until then." For Dekulin, such an unexpected inquiry was difficult to handle. If an audit hearing is held, it would mean Dekulin's research had been stalled long ago, even before I entered this body. This is an unfavorable situation for me. In the game, Dekulin was always a genuine professor. Perhaps the prerequisite of this task is to retain the title of professor. If I lose it, all hope of returning will vanish. Therefore, I must find something, anything, in Dekulin's laboratory to save myself. Dekulin stood before the lab door. However, after opening the door and stepping inside, the scene before him left him speechless. It was utterly messy. Books, papers, and furniture were strewn everywhere, a chaotic jumble, and it looked like no one had set foot here for a long time. If Dekulin had truly been using this lab, it would never have been this disordered. Thinking that, Dekulin glanced at a pile of debris not far away. He sensed something from it. That pile looked very unusual. Was it hiding something? I don't know who to blame, but this was surely the most effective way to hinder Dekulin. Luckily, I had learned the kinetic mantra in time. With that in mind, Dekulin used his object control ability and pulled a notebook from inside the rubbish heap. Opening the book, Dekulin saw that it was a notebook recording research data. It seemed someone had encrypted all the research results to prevent theft. But it was futile. As Dekulin thought this, he used his understanding trait to scan through all the information. Immediately, a stream of brilliant golden light began to emanate from within the notebook. This made even Dekulin admire it. This dazzling golden light, it's blinding. It seems his research truly is extraordinary, thanks to combining the prosperity magnet and sharp vision. I can perceive this splendor, however, the research is still incomplete. It's torn and has many gaps. Even the logic in parts of it is completely skewed. Nevertheless, the work is grand enough to trigger the prosperity magnet. Next, he discovered a pendant clipped inside the notebook. Inside was a photo of the girl Epheren with a man, seemingly her father. That child is... Efren Luna, right? So that's it. It seems that when Efren's father worked as a researcher for Dekulin, he desperately tried to hide this. The grudge the Luna family mages hold against Dekulin. Clearly, Efren's tragic life was caused by him. But don't worry, I will complete this research using the understanding trait. If I can complete the thesis that way, I'll list that person as a co-author. Of course, I also need achievements of my own, so I can't put only your name. In another development, cut to the cafe on the academy grounds, where Efren and a group of classmates were discussing. Inside the group, an orange-haired girl shouted, "Got it! Us commoners must unite. There are only 30 students from common backgrounds in this class. If we don't cooperate, we'll suffer sooner or later." "You think the same, right, Efren?" she said, turning to look at Efren, startling her into thought. "I used to be nobility, sigh, whatever, don't talk about fulfilling noble duties. If I don't even have a house or land, what kind of noble am I?" Thinking that, Efren sighed heavily. Unaware of these thoughts, the orange-haired friend continued to urge, "Understand, Efren, you must be here, you're the representative of the commoners." "Yes. You were also a victim of Sylvia," the group chimed in and turned to Efren with expectant looks. This made Efren force a strained laugh inside. "Haha, so they think I'm some kind of representative for the commoners." In another corner, a male student stammered, "Actually, if we want to form a club, we need permission from a supervising professor, right? I don't think the professors will like us gathering like this." His reminder made the orange-haired girl rub her chin and admit, That's the biggest obstacle. How about asking Professor Relin?" She suggested that, but the male student opposite shook his head and explained, "He's famous for currying favor with nobles. That fat noble guy." "What about Professor Carmel?" she asked next, but was immediately rejected. "Don't even mention that name. As soon as he sees commoners, that professor turns his back." And of course, Professor Dekulin is out of the question, returning to Efren's perspective. Unlike the others who were focused on plans to form a club, her head was fixed on the pile of food, drooling. "Don't they like eating that? I hope they don't eat it." She silently prayed inwardly. But before her wish could come true, the orange-haired girl suddenly banged the table and proposed, "Right, Efren, try asking Professor Dekulin. You'll ask for us, won't you?" The friend's words turned Efren's face pale. While the others seemed to think the suggestion wasn't a bad one, the male student sitting next to Efren said, On second thought, he's pretty fair. He despises everyone equally, nobles and commoners alike." Across from them, the orange-haired girl continued excitedly, "You avoided punishment because of him. Doesn't that mean you caught his attention?" Hearing that, Efren began to reply with an embarrassed face, "That's not true. Do you think he's that kind?" As she said this, her face kept breaking into a sweat from anxiety. Why did the atmosphere shift so oddly? I don't want anything to do with Dekulin. Thinking that, and to avoid the task of relying on Dekulin falling to her, Efren immediately dashed off. "I can't do it anyway. Don't say that, keep thinking." Thinking that, and to avoid the task of relying on Dekulin falling to her, Efren immediately dashed off. "I can't do it anyway. Don't say that, keep thinking." So the two of them began chasing each other for a while. However, just as the orange-haired girl caught Efren's arm, her face suddenly went blank. This made Efren unable to help but ask in surprise, "What's wrong, Julia?" Before Julia could answer, a familiar voice sounded behind them. "Efren, step aside." Those words came from none other than our protagonist, Dekulin. Seeing Dekulin appear, Efren's face stiffened, unable to react. And when she turned around, she realized that her close friend Julia had silently slipped into the cafe sometime earlier and was giving her an encouraging look. "Good luck, Efren." "Julia, when did you sneak in there?" "Coward," Efren screamed inwardly. On our protagonist's side, he had no time to watch Efren and Julia exchange looks, so he simply walked away. Seeing that, although a little fearful, Efren had to force herself to calm down. She carefully extended the form and said, "Professor Dekulin, I want to start a club and I need your signature. I don't mean to bother you, I'm just worried you might not approve a club that includes commoners." Back from Dekulin's perspective, Efren's words caused him to pause briefly and consider the matter. I don't want to be involved with Efren, but she's right. The truth is that the other professors wouldn't cooperate with us. So rather than waste time on those pretenders, why not just try? With that thought, Dekulin reached out to take the form, and quickly signed it, adding, "Send the details to my office. Here, take it." Dekulin returned the form to Efren. While Efren herself still couldn't believe her eyes, he actually signed. He just agreed, Dekulin. Efren said this as she watched Dekulin's retreating figure with suspicion. Meanwhile, Julia rushed over and hugged her to celebrate. "Wow, you actually got his signature, I didn't expect that." Ignoring those words, Efren kept her gaze fixed on Dekulin. She truly couldn't understand why he acted that way. Why, like at the disciplinary council, why is he being nice to me? Time passed quickly, cut to Deculin's lecture hall. His class had begun. Today's lesson is understanding the pure elements. As you know, elements are the foundation of all magic. However, many mages still don't understand the difference between classified magic and pure elements. Blah blah. Below, Ephraim was still lost in a jumble of thoughts over Deculin's sudden kindness. She began to speculate inwardly. Is it because of guilt or sympathy? He led my father to his death. Even if he's nice to me, it feels fake. If he truly knows he's done wrong, he should reveal his true nature and repent. The more she thought, Ephraim's hands clenched and trembled. Julia beside her noticed this and worriedly asked, "Are you okay, Ephraim? Don't worry about those kids, they do nothing but gossip." Julia said this while glancing irritably to the side, which made Ephraim somewhat puzzled. What the hell is she talking about? Following both their gazes, a short distance away a few noble students were staring at them with looks full of disdain. This made Ephraim force a smile. Haha, I've made myself an enemy of the nobles after that incident, although I'm a noble too. Thinking that, accustomed to others' scorn, Ephraim sighed softly and said, "It's fine, Julia, they're always like that, focus on the lesson." After saying that, she paid attention to the lecture. She'd heard rumors that Deculin's class was unusual. Unaware of her thoughts, Deculin continued teaching. The magic circles you use have meaning in each stroke. At that point, Deculin immediately used his magic, creating a magic circle above his palm, and a small flame rose from it. Then Deculin continued, "This spell can change color by adding 2 strokes to the circle, because those 2 strokes determine the flame's color. This is what we'll learn today, the flame flow." As he spoke, he used his telekinesis to make the book hover above his hand. Next, 2 orbs of energy began to gather in Deculin's left and right hands. One was green and the other blue. Ephraim's assumption was wrong. In fact, Deculin's lesson wasn't mere showmanship. As a professor, Kim Woojin was demonstrating beautifully, using magic to explain with deep understanding. This was shocking to the new students in the lecture hall, and the same went for Sylvia, who had lost interest in study because of her talent. Paying no mind to the astonished looks below, Deculin continued to explain each point carefully. As you know, this magic circle summons water. However, if you combine this with glyph magic, it becomes like this. Saying that, he performed the demonstration for his students. At that moment, the magic circle turned a deep purple, and the flame produced by the circle wound and flowed like a river in midair. The students in the class were dumbstruck. It actually became a stream. The fire is flowing like water. Opposite them, the most astonished was none other than Sylvia. Impossible, I didn't expect his class to be so theoretical. Most so-called genius mages use intuition in their magic, so their theories act like molds. If every mage prioritized theory, all magic would conform to the same mold. If you focus too much on theory, you won't have time to practice magic. Trying to understand every spell purely through theory is inefficient and makes training difficult. This is the paradox of magic. To become a high-level mage, you must have strong intuition. But high-level mages cannot explain their intuition with theory. For someone whose genius is being questioned by others, dedicating a lesson to theory like this is unthinkable. The more she thought, the more curious Sylvia became. Time passed quickly, cut to the dormitories of the Magic Tower. Ephraim had just finished Deculin's class and returned to her room. As she walked, she sighed. It's really different from the rumors. I've never concentrated this much in a class." She spoke, her gaze troubled as she noticed the door covered in countless insulting graffiti. However, Ephraim wasn't angry, she just found it annoying. How long are these people going to keep playing this joke? It's gotten worse since my clash with Sylvia. As she said this, Ephraim paused when she noticed a paper bag wedged in the door crack. Reading what was written on it, confusion crossed Ephraim's face. A sponsorship certificate. Wow, I almost believed it was real. There's no way this is real. Who would sponsor me when both the Alade family and Deculin hate me? Actually, it's a good thing. I can report it and claim the reward. Ephraim chuckled and quickly went to the Magic Administration office to inquire. But after receiving confirmation from the staff, Ephraim's face went blank. It's real. Ephraim recalled the moment the staff member said, "It's not a joke, the seal is genuine." She couldn't help but shout, "What? Are you kidding?" Just the thought of suddenly having a sum of money fall into her lap made her face blossom with joy. She even doubted if this was a dream and pinched her cheek to check. "This will wake me up. Come on, wake up." Then suddenly Ephraim's expression turned anxious. "Wait, no one saw me, right? What if people find out I have 100,000 elni? I should pack my things in case something happens. I shouldn't go to the Magic Administration." That staff member had a strange look. She might be coveting my money. Oh no. I should have been more careful, Efren shouted. The moment she stood up, her small head collided hard with the front of the table, making her clutch her head and tremble in pain. Pausing for a beat, a wave of emotion began to spread through Efren's body. Tears welled at the corners of her eyes. I'm not dreaming yet. Someone noticed my talent. There are still kind people in this world. Keep going, just a little more, Efren urged herself. In another development, Uriel had just been told some bad news by the butler, prompting her to ask, "Are you serious?" The butler in front of her nodded in confirmation. Yes, he went to the Schatz and Jewel auction. He should have arrived by now. This made Uriel frantic with irritation. He lost 10 million Elni last year. What disaster is he going to cause this year? If he causes trouble again, I won't forgive him, she shouted. Then the scene cut to Luton City, Schatz and Jewel. At that moment, Deculin's carriage had just arrived at the auction house. Here, of course, Deculin wasn't someone idle doing frivolous things. He came with a purpose. Finally, I can buy what I want. Using psychokinesis as his primary magic for the first time, he realized he needed more metal to compensate for his limited talent. The items I always carry are made of steelwood, but that's only a temporary solution. What I really need will be at today's auction. With that thought, Deculin opened the door and stepped into the waiting room. However, upon entering, he immediately saw an unexpected figure, his fiancée. Yuli was also sitting inside. Ah, damn, why is she here? I didn't expect to run into Yuli in a place like this, Deculin complained inwardly. At the same time, Yuli noticed his presence. She frowned and stepped lightly toward Deculin with an unhappy expression. I hope you're well. I heard you handed 2 young mages over to the disciplinary council this time. Hearing that, Deculin calmly replied with a cold face, that news is old. Is there a problem? Are you going to blame me? Yuli was silent for a few seconds, then continued. They're all newcomers. Do you want to crush their dreams? Someday you'll feel remorse. Don't repeat the mistakes of the past. This is my final advice to you. Across from her, Deculin inwardly rejoiced at those words. Final advice? Those are Yuli's last words to me. Perhaps she's planning to cut ties. Fine, I think that's for the best. No matter how beautiful she is, I don't want to marry. There's no reason to bind myself in this world to something I've never experienced in real life. Besides, there are too many deadly variables around her, including herself. If I'm careless, I could die at my own wedding. But Yuli isn't the type to attend auctions, so why is she here? Deculin, curious, bluntly asked, did you come all the way to the auction just to tell me this? The suspicion in his voice made Yuli startle. Then she fluffed up like an angry cat and shouted, stop being delusional. I'm not here to find you. I'm here because there's something I need. I told you I'm really here to bid. Seeing her flustered, Deculin raised a hand to reassure her. All right, calm down. Say it once and I get it. Yuli pouted, still seeming annoyed, then turned and walked away decisively. Meanwhile, Deculin watched her retreating figure and gave a slight smile. She's truly adorable. It's the first time I've seen her like that. Then Deculin suddenly felt a jolt. Wait, what was that feeling? I just thought about how dangerous it would be to be with her. Could I have been influenced by Deculin's emotions? I was careful to keep my personality from merging. Some things off. This heart suddenly raced when I saw her. Right, I must be overthinking. He stroked his chin in thought. At the same time, an announcement sounded. Notice to all guests of Schatz and Jewel, the auction is about to begin. Time passed quickly. Cut to the auction hall. On stage sat a large table with an item covered by a cloth. The host signaled an attendant to pull the cloth away, revealing a porcelain vase. Seeing it, the host enthusiastically advertised, introducing the first item, the oriental vase. Behold these graceful curves. This is the work of an Eastern artisan. From Deculin's perspective, he began to see fierce streams of golden aura emanating from the vase. The radiance was so intense it nearly blinded him. This is the light I saw when I checked Yuli's documents. That light kept growing stronger. If that's the case, above, the host started calling out bidders. Number 993 bids 700,000. Number 1038 bids 750,000. Number 1413 bids 1,500,000. Oh. Guest number 777 bids 2,500,000. Congratulations to guest 777 on winning the item. Back into Deculin's view, thanks to his wealthy magnate instincts, he could easily gauge the value of the auctioned items and spared no expense buying them. This vase never lost its glow despite the rising price, meaning it could go even higher. I have enough in my account to invest the rest. Deculin's current balance is 205,238,039 Elni. Thus, Deculin began acquiring a series of items for his collection. Rulrin's ring was sold to guest 777 for 3 million. Luxu's scepter was sold for 2.1 million to guest 777. The NG Letter 1EF necklace was also sold for 4.3 million to guest 777. This time, guest 777 secured the item for 5.5 million. Around them, other guests, seeing how boldly number 777 was spending, looked on curiously. Wow, number 777 bought them all. Isn't that Professor Dekulin? Elsewhere, the knight Yuli sighed at Dekulin's lavish, wasteful spending and scoffed inwardly. That pathetic name. He wants attention even in a place like this. He's so different from me. Unbelievable. How can he spend a fortune for a fleeting vanity? I don't understand why he lacks modesty, but fine, whatever. I just need to win the winter flame. Yuli reminded herself and quickly refocused on the auction. Soon, the auction neared its end. Now, the final item of today's auction was officially revealed. Many desired it, but it was nearly impossible to find. It was a stone used to forge countless great swords in history. A naturally magical stone, the winter flame, snowstone. The host's voice rang out as the covering cloth was pulled aside. Before everyone's eyes lay a bluish mineral outcrop shimmering with light. The moment they saw this item, both Dekulin and Yuli widened their eyes. Because it was the very reason they had come today. It is one of the 10 rarest metals in the world, commonly used to forge swords or other weapons. As its name suggests, it is a rare, strange item that carries both cold and fire energies. Only items of legendary tier like dragon bones surpass it for sword making. Therefore, snowstone is undoubtedly the best material I could obtain. I absolutely must get it. This is what I need, both of them thought silently. But it wasn't just Dekulin and Yuli. Naturally, many attendees at the auction also had their sights set on this ultra-rare item. Bids quickly climbed at a dizzying pace. 10 million, 13 million, 20 million, 25 million, number 1089 bids 30 million, any more, if not, the item will belong to. At that point, Yuli's face lit up with joy because bidder number 1089 was her. Great, I'm about to get it, she thought. However, at that moment, Dekulin thwarted her by bidding higher. Number 777 bids 31 million. Hearing that number, her expression went blank. Then she turned angrily to look at Dekulin. Number 777. How many times have I heard that number today? I can't just let him have it. Why would you do that, Dekulin? Then the back and forth bidding escalated, driving the price up even faster. Elsewhere, the other bidders gave up contesting the snowstone. Meanwhile, a man who recognized Dekulin turned to him and said, "You want to buy snowstone to make a sword? Surely it's to gift your fiancée, right? But if you want to gift it, you could just let her buy it herself. You must love your fiancée very much." The man's words made Dekulin's gaze falter slightly. He looked toward Yuli ahead. Only then did he realize, am I competing with my fiancée? Am I bidding against Yuli? She must also be interested in snowstone. If I take it, she'll definitely hate me. But I need it too. This is its first appearance in 3 years. Who knows when there will be a second chance? I might be in danger, but for my item, I absolutely must win the snowstone. So it was obvious who would end up with the snowstone. Final, 42 million Elni, the owner of the snowstone, is bidder number 777. Hearing this, the surrounding guests applauded and congratulated Dekulin, marveling at his extravagance. How exciting. Professor Dekulin bought them, right? At that price, this might be the most dramatic auction I've ever seen. Oh, Yuli is going to be so pleased. Professor Dekulin worked hard to secure a gift for his beloved, and he obtained what he wanted. From Yuli's perspective, an intense anger swelled inside her with nowhere to vent. Once again, this is happening just like last year. I don't want this. Images of Dekulin laying out countless gems and jewelry on a table and proudly saying, "I can give you all of this, and if you want, I can buy more. I'll do anything for you," began to form in Yuli's mind. For her, that engagement day was the worst day of her life. This will win me her heart. Look how magnificent I am. That is what Yuli heard Dekulin say amid the wealth he flaunted. She felt only humiliation. "Do you know what I truly wanted from you? So I left. Destroyed my own engagement with my own hands." However, that was not all. After that day, countless rumors surfaced. She tried to act strong but ended up in Dekulin's arms anyway. I heard she only got promoted to captain of the knights because of that. They say she begged him. At such slanderous talk, Yuli's hand tightened. It was obvious who had spread the rumors that ruined her reputation back then. Does he expect me to take revenge, that man? is someone I can never love, no matter how hard I try, Yuli thought, clenching her hands until they trembled. Then, just as she stood up, preparing to leave the auction in fury, is someone I can never love, no matter how hard I try, Yuli thought, clenching her hands until they trembled. The protagonist's words angered Yuli, and her expression darkened. She asked herself silently, how long will Dekulin keep insulting me? Right now, please forgive me. After saying this, the protagonist turned and left immediately, leaving behind his fiancée standing there stunned. Yuli wasn't sure if she had misheard. What? Why is he apologizing? Is it because he bought the snowstone? With that question in her heart, Yuli slowly exited the auction hall. And just as she stepped outside, someone called out, "Hey, Yuli, get in the carriage." The voice belonged to a beautiful young woman. She was the eldest daughter of the Freyden family and Yuli's older sister. Time passed quickly into evening. By then, Dekulin's fancy carriage had escorted him back to his manor. Inside the carriage, Dekulin was still troubled, thinking about Yuli. It seemed Yuli planned to craft a weapon for herself with the snowstone, but I outbid her, so she must be angry. I'm a bit surprised the death variable hasn't occurred yet. After all, how dreadful would I have to be for her to kill me herself? Dekulin asked himself quietly and hurried into the manor. Seeing him return, the servants all bowed. However, their faces looked troubled. This caught Dekulin's attention and he asked, "Did something happen?" The butler awkwardly answered, "Miss Uriel has returned home." Without needing more words, Dekulin guessed he was about to be berated by his sister. What must happen will happen, so he calmly climbed to the second floor. There his sister Uriel was already waiting. As Dekulin passed by, as always, Uriel called out, "That's my money. You said you'd hold it for a while. And this is what you do." Hearing her, Dekulin understood why so much money was in his account. At the same time, he felt a pang of guilt. "I didn't realize she had that much. Have I always been so thoughtless?" He then reassured her, "Don't worry, I only buy things that yield profit." In response, Uriel's scream echoed through the manor. "You treat me like a garbage bin. Do you think I'm here to clean up your mess?" Dekulin felt a sinking dread. He slowly turned and saw the hatred-filled, tear-blurred look Uriel gave him. Uriel went on to recount the hardships she had endured caring for that wretched Dekulin. "Our family's finances are in trouble. The workers and I have worked non-stop to hold this house together, and you wasted all that money. How rotten must he be to gamble away the family's money like that?" From Dekulin's perspective, he now saw a black-red aura rising from Uriel, sending a chill down his spine. This signaled that his fated death was drawing near. Dekulin's face tightened in discomfort. Damn it, has the villain's fate been triggered? There's a golden glint in her red aura. The prosperity magnet has been activated too. Its meaning is simple: if I don't get through this, I'm done for. But if I survive it, I'll end up with a pile of money. I know how to handle this. Then, to save his miserable life, Dekulin lowered his voice and pleaded. "Don't worry, Uriel." Before he could finish, his sister shouted, "Shut up. Do I look like I'm worried? Have I worked hard for you just so you'd throw it out the window? You think I wanted this? Do you know I dropped out of college and can't find a lover because of you?" "I didn't have to do that," Dekulin said calmly. But his words only made Uriel angrier. Her hands clenched as if ready to teach her brother a lesson. "What the hell are you talking about? You do nothing but burn money. After our parents died, you blew 150 million elni in a single day. You..." Not letting her finish, our protagonist cut her off with an appealing offer. "I'll hand the headship back to you." The remark left Uriel stunned, forgetting her anger and dumbly asking, "What did you just say?" In response, Dekulin reiterated, "I'll give you the headship of the family." Hearing this, Uriel's face flushed. She let out an adorably loud shriek and cried, "Ridiculous." Dekulin across from her glanced at her with a judging look. "That's not how a noble or a head of a family speaks." "Don't try to fool me," Uriel said, turning aside. Dekulin insisted he wasn't lying and, if necessary, could swear an oath if Uriel didn't believe him. This immediately startled his sister, who asked, "What, swear? You mean a mage's oath? You'd die if you broke that oath. Are you serious?" "Yes," Dekulin answered calmly. From Uriel's point of view, she couldn't tell whether Dekulin had eaten spoiled food to make him say this. But it made no sense. Why would he suddenly say that? Did he hit his head? Dekulin nonchalantly, "You don't have to believe me." Hearing this, though astonished, Uriel provisionally believed him. Still, she warned Dekulin, "If you go back on your word, I'll kill you on the spot." Dekulin replied, "Will you leave the house?" "Of course I will. Someone spent all the family's money, so I have to do something." After saying that, Uriel left happily. As for Dekulin, thanks to his quick thinking, he survived this death variable and gained 2 shop coins. Once he saw Uriel go, Dekulin finally exhaled in relief. "Phew, the storm has passed. Luckily I'm unscathed." letting her take the position isn't so bad. If I change things bit by bit like this, I can avoid death. Just as he thought that, a familiar voice suddenly called from the window. Have you really changed? The sudden voice startled Dekulin. He glanced toward the sound and saw the person who was speaking was the adventurer Ganesha. An uninvited guest, Dekulin said coldly. Meanwhile, Ganesha swung herself into the room and explained, sorry, I was passing by and dropped in. I was quite surprised to see you like this. In response, Dekulin folded his arms and sighed. Why be surprised? She's the one who handles the work better than I do. Answering, Ganesha began to relay some deeply troubling news. But Uriel von Granhen Euclin does not carry the bloodline of the Euclin family. This made Dekulin, who normally wore a calm expression, startle and turn around. What is she saying? I don't remember that being in the game. From Dekulin's viewpoint, he hurriedly tried to recall all the information he knew about Uriel. Uriel was said to be a half-sister. I knew she wasn't Dekulin's biological sister. However, she has no blood relation to the Euclin family at all. I had no idea about that. For reasons Dekulin couldn't determine, Ganesha asked on, is this really okay? You're the one who asked us to do this, Professor, to determine whether you and your sister are blood related. We already agreed to this, remember? Hearing that, Dekulin quickly understood, so that's the context. Thinking it over, he shook his head slightly and replied, even so, Uriel is still Uriel. This answer made Ganesha so surprised she broke out in a sweat. Wow, you're astonishing me today. I didn't expect you to say something like that. Not only her, even Dekulin felt surprised at his own words. I'm surprised too. I didn't expect such a scenario to exist. Back in Ganesha's perspective, she had only intended to drop by and say a few words, so she now prepared to leave. All right, I'll keep your sister's secret. Oh, one more thing before I go. I heard the six-headed serpent has begun to move. Behind him, Dekulin's mind quickly ran through information about that organization. The six-headed serpent. They are the leaders of a notorious criminal syndicate on this continent. They're so infamous that the bounties on their heads are worth millions. At the window, the adventurer continued. They're targeting items at the auction house. Even though the auction house tries to transport them safely, you should be on high alert when any items are delivered to your home. It seems you've been neglecting your defensive magic lately, Professor. That's why I could get in so easily. I'm off now. After saying that, Ganesha flashed and immediately vanished. Before Dekulin and for Dekulin, our protagonist's head ached nonstop. He put a hand to his forehead and thought, that's something I don't need to know. Knowing won't change anything. From the start, I was never Dekulin. Whether Uriel is my biological sister or not, I'll still treat her the same. Uriel will always be Dekulin's sister, so it's better to hide the truth. Scene change. Elsewhere, Ganesha was recounting Dekulin's behavioral changes to her teammates. I told you so. Professor Dekulin has changed a lot. It's like someone else is inhabiting his body. Now he's completely different. That bastard speaking sweet words like that is really strange, Ganesha said with some amusement. However, a man across from her shook his head and scoffed. Captain, you're just into handsome men. Whatever he says, you like it. Hearing that, Ganesha immediately bristled and shouted, so should I punish you for being ugly? The teammate sneered in reply, my grandmother says I'm very handsome. It's just that there was a handsome guy standing behind you at the time, you idiot. Ganesha shouted loudly. Then the two of them lunged at each other and brawled, making Rayleigh next to them only sigh and ask, you say Dekulin really has good character. Hearing this, Ganesha temporarily stopped bullying her teammate, adjusted the tilted hat on her head and said, well, we don't need to keep following Dekulin. I wanted to ask whether he's still looking for magic slaves, but probably not. Shall we head back now? Saying that, Ganesha's expression grew serious as she warned. By the way, what everyone heard today is a secret. You should all keep this to yourselves. After saying that, the five of them clasped hands at the same time. Then a sphere of light enveloped the group and shot up into the sky. Time passed. The next day, scene shifts to the Magic Academy. Inside his office, Dekulin had finally saved enough to access the system shop. Yet he hesitated as he looked at the system screen. Level 1 System Shop. Enhance Magic Quality. Level 1. Your character's magic quality will be improved. Magic output and effectiveness increase slightly. Price 10 coins. Seeing that number, our protagonist could only groan miserably. Finally, I can use the system shop, but I still don't have enough to buy what I need. This system lets you spend shop coins to boost your character. You can enhance not only your player character but also notable characters. However, opportunities to use the system shop are scarce. You only have 6 uses before the end of the second half. That's because you can only use the shop once per level, and each time you level up the cost doubles. I can't rush and miss this precious opportunity. I continuously train my memory, condition my body, and practice controlling the sword with my mind by integrating them into daily life. But I'm still lacking combat power compared to those notorious criminals. To progress, what I need is to raise my magic quality. I must quickly collect the 4 more shop coins I need. Dekilin reminded himself just before a knock at the door outside pulled him from his reverie. Dekilin nodded and said, "Come in." Outside, his assistant Alan poked his head in and greeted, "Hello, Professor. Look, I just received this." Alan then grew serious. "I think you should be careful. This was just posted in today's Witch Gazette." Opposite him, Dekilin reached out and took the paper. On the front page, a long-haired criminal's photo appeared with a bold headline, "WANTED, LOCKHARK. Witnesses report the murderer of the witch Lockhart is in the outskirts. Be careful when going out." For someone like Dekilin who'd played this storyline thousands of times, he was all too familiar with this figure. The murderer of the witch Lockhart, he's the greatest threat to mage players in the early game, so he's shown up already. Of course, if I were a regular mage, he'd be a genuine threat, but now I don't need to worry. Maybe this will help me earn a few shop coins. Hopefully I'll encounter him. Thinking that, Dekilin reassured Alan, "Don't worry about the witch murderer. I'm heading to the library. You can go on back." Having said that, as if remembering something, Dekilin paused in his tracks. He turned and asked Alan, "Hey Alan, would you like to become the professor's assistant?" The sudden offer from the protagonist made Alan's eyes widen like a bull's. He shouted loudly, "You want me to be the professor's assistant? But you always say I'm incompetent. Now that I see you're serious, I'm asking." Dekilin shrugged in response, but honestly, he didn't come up with this out of nowhere. He'd been reminded earlier that he should choose an assistant, since every professor has one and Dekilin was the only one without a pick. He'd also been a senior professor for several years. Beside him, Alan stammered as if wanting to explain something. But our protagonist didn't want to waste time on it and cut him off. "That's enough, take this." After saying that, Dekilin produced a bracelet engraved with the Euclid family crest. "Keep working hard." Alan looked at the bracelet before him in astonishment. By this time, our friend Alan no longer foolishly refused. He hurriedly accepted the bracelet and bowed in thanks. "Thank you very much, Professor." "A bracelet engraved with the Euclid crest," he said, looking at the bracelet with teary eyes. Watching Alan so happy he might cry, Dekilin thought to himself, "Alan is excellent at managing documents and running errands. He's very useful. I can't let him leave." Everyone who was disgusted by Dekilin's cruelty had left because they couldn't stand it. But Alan still handled all those tasks alone. Who knows when he might go. Thinking that, Dekilin took out some money and gave it to Alan as a staff benefit, adding, "Take the rest of the day off. Use this money to buy dinner." From Alan's perspective, being handed money so suddenly made him a bit anxious as he said, "Professor, this is too much," ignoring Alan's words. Dekilin quickly headed to the library, leaving Alan standing there dazed, watching his retreating back. Scene changed to the staff library. As he walked, Dekilin thought, "The reason I'm coming to the library is because of Luna's papers. The papers I found in the lab were an invention about pure elements. However, it has many errors and gaps, so I need to fix it. If I can find any useful magical tomes related to manipulation, all the better." With that thought, Dekilin quickened his pace slightly. However, as he passed a bookshelf, his gaze was drawn to a small figure. "What are you doing in the staff library?" "New student Sylvia." Across from him, when Sylvia met Dekilin's gaze, she froze in surprise. To explain this, we must go back about 10 minutes. Sylvia had gone to the librarian to request access to this library. The librarian then contacted some professor. "Yes, Professor, Sylvia is looking for study materials, but this is a reading room exclusive to senior staff." In response, the plump Professor Ritland smiled and agreed, "It's fine. There's no need to ban the heir of the Alade family or this new student. Let her use it freely for her studies." Seeing that, the librarian didn't stop her and nodded, telling Sylvia, he said, "It's fine, Sylvia. Feel free to search." So Sylvia began wandering through the library to find the books she needed. Sylvia's hobby is literature and languages. She came to the exclusive library to find materials that meet her criteria. The novel she sought was ethanol, but with the disappearance of the Fae, its value rose and ethanol became rare. That's why Sylvia came to the exclusive reading room, a place she didn't usually visit. And of course, she didn't expect to run into Dekilin here. "Dekilin, why is he here? I was told he doesn't come near the library." Sylvia worriedly thought but quickly explained, "I'm here to look for materials. Professor Retlan allowed me." In front of her, Dekilin still wore a stern face as he said, So that means that professor ignored academy rules and the librarian let you in anyway. If that's the case, they deserve discipline. Deculine's words made Sylvia stammer at a loss for what to say. Then, before she could explain further, Deculine used his telekinesis to retrieve the book from Sylvia's hands. Let's check it out. This is the novel Ethanol. You broke the rules just to find a romantic novel written in Ethanol. Deculine's voice was teasing, causing Sylvia's face to flush. She hurriedly said, "Huh? How can you read Ethanol's language? Wait, that's not important. I just like literature and languages." Then, for some reason, Deculine tossed the book back to Sylvia and admonished, "I'll let this slide this time. However, if you come here again without proper permission, I'll discipline you. So if your purpose isn't to flaunt your family's influence, have someone else borrow the books for you." Having said that, Deculine left immediately, leaving Sylvia standing dazed. She hugged the book to her chest and thought, "Did he insult me? I just wanted to learn about the Fae through the novel Ethanol." But how could Professor Deculine possibly read Ethanol? The Ethanol language lacks consistency, which makes it hard to read. The more she thought about it, the more perplexed this prodigy became. Scene shifts to some pine forest. At this time, there was an outdoor lesson for new students. They chased small beasts, then gathered herbs. To ensure safety for this lesson, 3 professors, including Deculine, were supervising. On one side, the portly Professor Raitlan wiped the sweat from his face with a cloth and said, "This is their first field experience. They seem too calm. I expected them to be afraid of Black Mountain. Training must stop at dusk, but I'm proud of them." Deculine looked around and thought, "Black Mountain, it's far from the academy. Black Mountain holds great significance and is heavily guarded by the Magic Tower. Its forest is considered a training ground for students and also a rich repository of magical materials. Therefore, the risk of attacks by monsters and poisonous creatures is high. Thus, the Magic Tower must strengthen protective barriers and ensure patrols by on-duty professors." Returning to Ritlan, as if remembering something, he scratched his head and said to the protagonist, "Oh right, Professor Deculine. The appointment for this week's duty hasn't been decided. We need to assign someone new. Who do you think is suitable?" In response, Deculine volunteered himself. "Let me do it." Hearing that, the fat Ritland's eyes showed a flash of surprise. But he quickly agreed and didn't forget to praise Deculine, just as I expected from a professor. "The way you lead is a model example of an academy instructor." Back to Deculine, faced with such flattery, he kept a cold expression. And of course, he's not stupid enough to take on heavy work for noble reasons. I'm not doing this for any lofty cause. As he thought that, Deculine glanced at the mission screen that had been sent to him. Side quest, Darkness of the Magic Tower, reward, shop coin +1, additional title reward. Returning to Deculine, he began to sense something pulling at his mind. Something was drawing him over there. That's probably why I received the side quest. Something was about to happen on this mountain that could turn the game into a horror story at night. Deculine frowned in thought while the 2 other professors began to gather everyone and announced, "Now start packing up. Goodbye, Professor." One student called out, "All right, see you later." They nodded. Time passed quickly. 9 hours later, at a cafe near the Magic Tower, the mage Ephren, after receiving sponsorship funds, decided to treat her friends to sundaes. Seeing the sparkling treats before them, the group exclaimed, "Wow, they look amazing. Too pretty to eat. They look delicious too." "You really bought these for us, Ephren?" In return, Ephren gave a bright smile. "Of course, dig in because I now have 100,000 coins." Ephren murmured to herself and the friends stopped being polite. While eating, her close friend Ritland said, "I've submitted the club formation plan. It will be approved soon. This is our first gathering." Hearing that, the blue-haired guy opposite grew a little anxious about forming the club. "I just hope others won't hesitate too much. There aren't many sign-ups, don't worry. As long as we run the club well, people will join," Julia replied confidently. "By the way, I heard there's training at Black Mountain today." Ephren, still gazing at her sundae with sparkling eyes, answered, "That's right. 50 volunteers signed up, though there have been many accidents there." As soon as those words ended, a tremendous noise suddenly rang out, making the whole group jump. "Did you hear that?" "You heard it too. Where did it come from? We need to check it out." Saying that, the young friends hurriedly ran toward where the sound came from. From afar, an urgent voice rang out, "Help me." Hearing this, Ephren immediately grew anxious and sped up. However, at the same time, Julia seemed to sense something wrong and hurriedly tried to stop her. "Something's not right, Ephren. Stop," she cried, reaching forward as if to pull Ephren back. But it was already too late. From Ephren's point of view, when she heard the call, she turned and asked, "What did you just say, Julia?" No sooner had the words left her than Ephren realized something strange. She was no longer standing on the street. She was in a deeply unfamiliar forest. Where is this? I was just on the street. Before she could figure out why she was there, the cry for help sounded again. Help me. The voice startled Eferen. Right, someone's calling for help. Where are you? I'm coming to help. I'm here, the voice replied. Seeing that, Eferen immediately dashed toward the source. In front of her stood a young woman with long hair covering her face. Are you all right? Eferen asked anxiously. But at that moment, the strange woman suddenly began to spew blood incessantly, her anguished cries echoing in all directions. Seeing this, Eferen instantly became on guard. She quickly gathered mana into her fist, thinking, what the hell is this? Is someone attacking her? But before the girl could wonder long, a cold figure appeared in her sight, Dekulin. Around him, sharp wooden metal fragments hovered and spun. Immediately, Eferen guessed that Dekulin had attacked the woman and demanded, Professor, did you just attack that woman? How could you strike a civilian? Dekulin merely stared at the strange woman, then said coldly, open your eyes and look again. She's not human. What? Eferen cried out in astonishment. When she turned to look, everything was as Dekulin said. The strange woman had vanished. In her place stood a humanoid monster. Its skin and eyes were blood-red, white smoke poured constantly from its mouth, and it looked extremely ferocious. The sight made Eferen recoil a step in fear. She stammered, what is it? In response, Dekulin only glanced back and said coldly, it seems you've been charmed. This is the work of demons, don't interfere and leave. Having said that, Dekulin immediately used his manipulation magic, hurling Eferen's small body out of the area. After seeing Eferen vanish from view, he coldly turned to observe the demon before him and whispered, now, it's time to hunt. The red demon roared in fury at losing its prey. Without being told, both Dekulin and the demon lunged at each other at wind-ripping speed. Attacks came in a relentless barrage, clashing violently in the night. The red demon let out an enraged cry and shot forward like a bullet toward Dekulin. As it closed in on him, it swung an arm bristling with razor claws. But Dekulin swiftly manipulated the wood and metal fragments into a barrier across his chest, stopping the attack, while he himself retreated to maintain distance and analyze. Looking at the core on the demon's forehead, Dekulin thought, its trait must be illusion. But thanks to my resolve, my resistance to mental attacks, it has no effect on me. My blood is boiling, the Euclin bloodline makes me furious. Euclin attribute, unique rank. Description, a lineage with exceptional power in demon slaying. When facing demons or in areas heavy with dark mana, you can purify surrounding mana with your own and use it to enhance your strength. At full activation, combat ability rises to a new level, but in return you become more ferocious and gradually lose control of yourself. The heirs of the Euclin legacy were famed demon hunters since ancient times. Now that blood boils within Dekulin, he will never let the demon before him survive. Rage erupted, Dekulin clenched his fist, his gaze colder than ever. However, the red demon had no idea of the horror awaiting it. Like a crazed beast, it charged to attack. Die, Dekulin grunted. The sharp wooden metal fragments shot forward, slicing through the air. Time quickly passed. Now the massive body of the demon lay collapsed in a pool of blood. There was no life left in it. At the same time, Dekulin received a system notification. Side quest, Darkness of the Magic Tower, completed. Shop coin +1, additional title reward, first demon slain, Euclin attribute unlocked. Dekulin narrowed his eyes, looked at the corpse before him and sneered, filthy creature, even in death it only spews filth. He slightly frowned. A twinge of concern stirred in Dekulin. The appearance of this demon is not normal. This is a sign heralding the beginning. The start of a game more difficult than ever. Time quickly passed until morning. Scene shifts to the Academy Hospital, where the prodigy Eferen suddenly awoke from her stupor. Beside her, a nurse saw this and said, "You're awake, Luna." Hearing her name, Eferen blinked, looked around in confusion, and asked, "What happened?" "I was in the forest," and before she could finish, the nurse, understanding what she meant, answered immediately, "Yes. It seems you don't remember everything from last night. A demon appeared on Black Mountain. You were struck by its dark charm and lost consciousness. Afterwards you were found and brought to the infirmary. Black Mountain has been sealed off due to that demon's appearance, and the Magic Tower is investigating." Pausing, the nurse continued, "And Professor Dekulin was the one who saved you." Hearing that, Eferen's face turned sour as she muttered inwardly, "Damn it. Him again." Then, as if remembering something, she hurriedly asked the nurse, "Wait, what day is it today?" The nurse thought for a moment and replied, "Let's see. It's been 36 hours since you were brought here, so today is Wednesday." Back in Eferen's perspective. Hearing this, the girl widened her eyes and screamed in panic, "Wait, if today is Wednesday, then I'm going to be late." Next, she bolted out of the hospital in a mad dash toward the lecture hall. When she arrived, she was panting like an ox. Huff, huff. that was close. Inside the lecture hall, her friend Julia saw Efren and waved excitedly. Efren, over here, are you okay? I came to the infirmary to visit you, but you weren't awake then. Efren nodded in reply, I'm fine. Actually, I'm in the best shape right now because I overslept. After speaking, she glanced around and noticed some strange ingredients on the table. She frowned and asked, but what are these? Is there a new announcement for today's class that I missed? Julia looked too and shook her head. I don't know, it's been like this since I arrived. There must be a special class today. Not keeping them in suspense long, Dekulin entered the classroom shortly after, accompanied by his teaching assistant Alan. Dekulin's steady voice sounded, before we begin, I have an announcement. This is Alan, he is my teaching assistant. The class gasped and looked at each other in disbelief. What, I thought Professor Dekulin preferred to teach alone? That's right, I heard he never had an assistant before. But to become a teaching assistant, one must be evaluated and nominated by the professor. No way would Dekulin allow that to happen, right? Whispers and murmurs began to spread. Efren's face grew tense. She was one of the few who knew how difficult it was to become Dekulin's assistant. What does this mean? Many questions crowded her mind. That's also why her father, despite being a 30-year-old researcher, never had a chance to be an assistant. So why did Dekulin bring in a mage she'd never seen before? Thinking that, she glanced at Alan with a complicated look. However, Dekulin made no effort to explain. He simply declared, today's lesson will be based on practical experience. Try to solve this exercise within 3 hours. After he spoke, Alan quickly went to each desk and handed everyone a watch. This is your watch and this. Back in Efren's thoughts, Dekulin's sudden announcement of an assistant left her unsettled, making it hard for her to focus on the test. My father's legacy, this bracelet, I always ask myself. When will I become stronger? When will I prove myself? Instinctively, she looked down at her wrist, a habit she'd kept for a long time. To Dekulin, who is my father? Why won't he give my father a chance, and why is he doing these good deeds now? Efren shook her head and told herself, no, I can't lose focus, I must finish this task, I need to come up with a spell quickly. But her mind remained clouded with too many thoughts. At that moment, the clear voice of the prodigy Sylvia suddenly rang out, drawing everyone's attention. 25 minutes 50 seconds. I'm done. Hearing this, everyone turned to Sylvia in amazement. Flowers began to bloom before her, radiating a splendid aura. What? Not even 30 minutes. Of course, that's Sylvia. Turning to Dekulin, he stared intently at Sylvia, making the small girl feel pressured and break into a sweat. But then Dekulin simply nodded. Perfect, you may go. Hearing that, Sylvia's eyes lit up with joy. She unconsciously glanced at Efren beside her and noticed she was still struggling with the pile of ingredients. Sylvia sighed in relief. Efren noticed this too. She gritted her teeth in anger and thought, damn it, I have to finish this too. As time passed, the other students finished their tests one by one. Dekulin's voice continued across the classroom. Julia, you may go. Lehin, you may go as well. Potten, you may go. Kane, you may go. Ehan, you may go. Students left the room in turn. On this side, Efren still hadn't completed her task. Perhaps influenced by Dekulin, but even after all the students had left and night had fallen, she still hadn't accomplished anything. Efren's face went blank as she berated herself. I'm finished. Please come up with something. Please think of something. She muttered to herself, forcing her mind to think. Can't I do better than that damned Sylvia? I'm even the only one who couldn't accomplish anything the whole class. Why? Am I really so stupid that I can't finish a simple exercise like this? She clenched her fist in anger. Yes, I'm just ignorant. Revenge my ass. I haven't even studied properly. How can I compete with them? Thinking that, she ground her teeth in frustration. Still, sitting in the classroom wouldn't solve anything. Finally, Efren slowly stood up, intending to leave. However, at that moment, Dekulin's cold voice rang out. 5 hours and 47 minutes. How long do you intend to keep me waiting? Efren's eyes widened in surprise. Dekulin, he's still here. She was filled with astonishment. Dekulin looked at her, his tone icy. You had trouble with an easy exercise and failed to complete it on time, even though others finished before you. Even when someone you despise finished right in front of you. You must keep a cool, clear head at all times. With such a weak mindset, you'll never reach my level. I'm disappointed, Efren. I thought you would do better. With that, Dekulin quickly left the room, leaving Efren standing motionless there. No one knew what she was thinking. Time passed. Efren slowly sat back down at the desk, replaying Dekulin's disappointed words before he left. Her hand curled into a fist, shaking uncontrollably from agitation. She clenched her teeth, bit her lip, and ground out, so what? I can do it, even if someone like him is disappointed in me. I can still do it, no matter the consequences. Efren shouted, then began focusing her magic, determined to finish the exercise at all costs. Back at Dekulin's position, In truth, he hadn't left. He was standing just outside the door, quietly sensing the mana fluctuations inside the room and feeling a little relieved. This shouldn't be a problem. I've spent over 6 hours on Epheren, but it was necessary. I need Epheren to be stronger to prepare for future events. Because of the demon's appearance on Black Mountain, Dekulin knew the main quest was about to begin. When an era of evil runs rampant, those who follow the path of good will appear in the main quest. Among them will be a stronger Epheren. Right now, she still lacks the mental strength and sensitivity of a mage, but once Epheren overcomes this obstacle, she will progress very quickly. Of course, that power will threaten me, but I will not allow it to happen. Fate is just an idea for those unwilling to strive. I only trust myself. With Dekulin's personality, he would hardly allow anyone to catch up to him. As he thought this, he sensed the mana fluctuations in the room had ceased. Then the classroom door was flung open forcefully, and Epheren stormed out, scowling. She didn't even notice that Dekulin was standing there. After watching the young girl leave, Dekulin calmly entered the classroom to check Epheren's test results. As no surprise to him, the flowers had bloomed brilliantly. Seeing this, a smile unexpectedly appeared on the protagonist's cold face. He whispered, 6 hours and 25 minutes. The exercise is complete. After speaking, he took out a sheet of paper with Epheren's picture on it and wrote something down. As he wrote, he muttered, the girl has revealed the innate weakness of an academy student. Still, this result is worthy of contesting for first place. At the same time, the system issued a notification. Congratulations, side quest completed, your path, shop XP +1. After finishing everything, Dekulin dragged his tired body out of the room. However, while he was still walking across the campus, a cheerful voice called from ahead, oh, Professor Dekulin. Haha, long time no see. Hearing the call, Dekulin immediately looked toward the speaker. Then the protagonist's expression tensed and sweat began to run. It's Zeit. What is he doing here? A few pieces of information about the burly man flashed through Dekulin's mind. Zeit von Bruggen Freyden, currently the head of the Freyden family, and also Yuli's older brother. He was also the one who pushed for the engagement between Dekulin and Yuli. But more importantly, his early game combat power even surpasses Ganesha. In terms of strength, he ranks third at this stage, a figure notorious for terrifying combat ability. But why would someone like him seek me out? Could it be because of Yuli's snowstone? Thinking this, the biological alarm in Dekulin's head kept ringing. He swallowed hard, unsure what to do. Could this situation be a deadly variable? I have no strategy to deal with this monster. Ahead, Zeit didn't know the protagonist was so worried he was about to piss his pants, so he cheerfully called out, great to see you. I've heard you and Yuli haven't been getting along lately, so I've been worried. So I decided to arrange a dinner this week. Are you free? After hearing Zeit's upbeat tone, Dekulin breathed a small sigh of relief. Thank goodness, for now he still seems friendly. He was about to say something, but before he could open his mouth, Zeit's large hand slapped his shoulder. Haha, decisive, I like that. I've prepared the dishes you like, so come. I arranged it, so I'll take care of everything. Then see you later, Professor Dekulin. Zeit's tone sounded more like an order than an invitation. Watching his large back leave, Dekulin felt a bit uneasy. He hadn't been given a chance to refuse. No, rather Zeit made it impossible to refuse. Zeit always puts his family above all. Who knows what would happen if I broke his plans? It seems I can't cancel this appointment. Time quickly passed to the next day. Scene shifts to the Freyden family. At this time, Yuli had been informed about the meeting with Dekulin. Naturally, she would not agree easily. I don't want to meet him. Besides, I'm busy training the cavalry, so I don't have time to meet. In response to his sister's objection, Zeit's face showed some vexation. You're angry because someone stole a snowstone from you, right? Hearing that, Yuli immediately retorted, pouting, listen, no way. Zeit continued, why would he want a metal that's only useful for forging weapons, if not for you then? Before the burly brother could finish, Yuli shouted, if he plans to give me a sword, I'll break off the engagement immediately. She said it with a face full of anger. However, Zeit opposite her was equally irritated. Thick blue veins like worms began to bulge on his neck and face. The burly man even began to radiate a terrifying pressure and growled, Yuli, think carefully. The other day I told you that doing that was very foolish. I'm certain I warned you. In politics, there is no room for personal feelings. And as far as I know, there's no man who loves you. Or do you have someone who likes you? Opposite him, Yuli ground her teeth and replied, no. Seeing her somewhat resigned face, Zeit's tone softened a little as he asked, Are you that concerned about Deculin's past? Yuli answered immediately, it's none of my business. Then why? Zeit asked further. For that question, she stood silent and did not answer. Seeing that, the head of the Freydin family had no intention of pressing further. Instead, he turned and left, but not before admonishing, be on time. If there's a problem, handle it. Behind him, Yuli remained standing silently. A mix of anger and helplessness began to swell inside her, making her hand clench tight. Then, as if to vent that anger, she frantically threw herself into sword training. The sound of wind-splitting strikes rang out continuously, and the ground around her suffered from her techniques. At that moment, a man in black approached from behind and warned, your sword path is chaotic, my lady. This black-haired man was Veron, Yuli's subordinate. Seeing him appear, Yuli calmed down somewhat and replied, Veron, I'm sorry, you've seen my ugly side. Veron answered with a composed face, it's nothing, my lady. I still can't believe that scoundrel suits you so much that the family head forced you to marry him. Turning to Yuli's perspective, not allowing his subordinate to speak further, she immediately cut him off. Enough. As a knight, it's unbecoming to speak ill of others behind their backs. Don't dirty your hands for me, I'm fine. Yuli said with emotion, then quickly spun and left. I'm going home, prepare yourself. Yes, my lady, Veron replied from behind. Watching the small figure walking away step by step, the subordinate seemed to reach a decision. He thought, my lady, I have finally found the answer to this suffering. I have found a way to prove my loyalty. As her subordinate, this is something only I can do. I will make you happy, my lady. Thinking that, he unconsciously grabbed the sword at his hip. His voice carried a hint of killing intent. In another development, because a demon had appeared on Black Mountain, Elder Birch of the council was convening a meeting. Inside the room, an elderly man spoke. They say a demon has appeared on Black Mountain. At first, mages had to use secret arts to suppress its malice, but with the demon's reappearance, we must act immediately. Send letters to the 12 great families, tell them to gather, according to Birch's wishes. Time quickly passed to the next day. At this time, Deculin was checking the items he had won at auction. Finally, he finished sorting the items he'd won. I can use Ruparurin's ring. It will help me recover mana faster. This amulet can also store mana. I'll put the remaining items in the cellar as Ganesha suggested. No need to worry about anyone stealing them. However, there was still a problem. The most important item couldn't be used right now. Deculin's gaze turned to the precious snowstone he had arduously won at auction. It was currently locked away in a cabinet. I know I can't use this snowstone immediately, but it still remains unmoved. No matter how much spirit power I use, is it resisting my mana? In the game it's very expensive. I could only admire it, so I don't know how to use it. If I melt it down, could I control it with spirit power? Thinking that, Deculin suddenly had an idea. I can look up its properties in the library. A sword can be tamed through communication. So I have to communicate with and understand this stone. If that's the case, then don't hesitate another moment. He reached out and lightly touched the slab before him. Immediately, the snowstone erupted with a fierce light. Not long after, Deculin reluctantly withdrew his hand. A message appeared on the screen. Insight plus 0.1%, mana 1357, 3357 plus 300. Seeing how much mana he had spent to tame the stone, Deculin could only shake his head in dismay. 2,000 mana just to increase 0.1%? It'll take me a year to tame this. Could I do better? Well, I should get out for a bit. Thinking that, Deculin glanced at the calendar beside him and whispered, tonight I have a dinner with Zeit. And there's also some event. Before I occupied this body, the plan was made 3 days before the day I died. Time quickly passed until late afternoon. Scene shifts to the Von Meschel restaurant. This is where that burly Zeit held the meeting. Deculin was already there. As soon as he appeared, the Freydin head cheerfully said, thanks for coming. Yuli went ahead, she's waiting inside. Saying that, the two quickly stepped into the room, followed by murmurs of admiration from the guests. You look beautiful dressed like that, Yuli. From everyone's gaze, inside the room, Yuli wore an extremely alluring outfit, completely different from the armor she normally wore. Her radiant appearance even caused the cold young man Deculin to change expression slightly. He thought, she usually only wears armor. I didn't expect she'd look so beautiful dressed up. No wonder Deculin likes her. Beside her, Yuli complained in response, of course, do you know how much effort I put in? Not paying much attention to that remark, after Zeit sat down, he turned to speak with another person at the party. You came too? The woman replied that she came along to look after Yuli. Back to Deculin's perspective, the appearance of the unfamiliar woman at the party made him a bit uneasy. I didn't know she'd come. I was too focused on Yuli. But I don't want to meet her here, Josephine. Even if she came as my fiancé's sister, it can't be that simple. She is the person I must be wary of above all others. She is someone who would do anything to achieve her goals. She's like a madwoman. Josephine is the head of Black Shadow, a covert intelligence organization. She is also very powerful, comparable to Zeit. The only person she respects is Yuli. So if anyone harms Yuli, she will be furious. I don't know why Josephine hasn't dealt with Dekulin yet, but she's bound to do it. When I first stepped into this room, she radiated a huge murderous intent toward me. Perhaps it's the fate of the antagonist. I can clearly feel her killing intent. This variable will be very dangerous. In the end, I must show reverence to Yuli to survive this death. Dekulin quietly reminded himself. Beside him, the burly Zeit, unaware his future brother-in-law was nervous, enthusiastically said, "Let's get straight to the point, Professor Dekulin. When do you want to hold the celebration? It's been 3 years since you two got engaged, hasn't it?" Not giving Dekulin a chance to answer, Yuli, sitting to one side, fumbled as if to speak. However, Zeit didn't let her voice her thoughts and put up a hand to stop her. This is adult business. Hearing that, Yuli's gaze fell in sadness. Her lips pressed together tightly, speechless. Back to Dekulin before voicing his thoughts. He cast a glance to observe the dangerous figure. Josephine for a moment. From the protagonist's view, Josephine tilted her head slightly as if unconcerned. Yet her eyes, seemingly casual, were fixed on Dekulin, making the hairs on his arms stand on end. To keep his own life safe, Dekulin began to prepare the lines he'd rehearsed. "I'll let Yuli handle this. If she doesn't trust this marriage, I'm willing to give it up." Dekulin's seemingly caring words made Yuli so angry she ground her teeth. While the burly family head Zeit gently chided, "Good heavens, marriage is a serious matter. How can you take it lightly? Haven't you two been apart too long? If so, just rekindle the feelings. Marriage isn't something you can just drop. The elders of the family won't accept that either." Hearing this, Yuli could no longer hold back. She shouted, "Family head, please allow us to speak privately, please." From Yuli's tone, Zeit immediately guessed his sister was somewhat unset. After about 2 seconds thought, he nodded in agreement. "All right, let's go, Josephine." So the two of them stood and left the room. Before walking out, Josephine even waved cheerfully. "Have a nice chat, Tilda." Once the room door was closed, Yuli's cold voice rang out. "What are you planning to do this time? What do you want after all?" she asked, looking at Dekulin with eyes full of hatred. At the same time outside, Josephine stood silently in the corridor, secretly eavesdropping on the young couple's conversation inside the room. Back to Dekulin, he didn't dare to risk answering the question immediately and instead glanced toward the door. Worry clearly visible in his eyes. "She's eavesdropping behind that door. Josephine is listening." She acted as if she had left, but it was certainly only to hide her listening device. There's no way she actually left. However, this was also an opportunity. Josephine didn't know that she had been discovered. Dekulin truly loved Yuli. If he could make her believe that, he could avoid the deadly variable. With that thought, he switched on his superb acting skills to fool his little wife. He put on an emotional face and said, "Yuli, I'll tell you the truth. As you can see, I cannot cancel the betrothal as I wish. No, more precisely, there's nothing we can do. Things have gone too far." Hearing that, Yuli across from him clenched her hands and demanded, "So this time, what dirty method will you use to torment me? Before we were betrothed, you used your connections to force this marriage. You promised to compensate the elder of my family. Do you remember what you said to convince me? You said fighting is too dangerous. Because of that line, you forced me to give up pursuing the Empire's cause, then suggested I take over as captain of Haid Kine, the unit managed by the Euclid family. And when I refused, you spread all kinds of rumors about me. What are you trying to do?" As she spoke, tears welled in Yuli's eyes. She stared at Dekulin, waiting for an answer. But looking at her face now, Dekulin was also silenced. He told himself, "I know all of this." He had mistaken obsessive insistence on keeping her by his side for love, and he sabotaged everything around Yuli so she had no choice but to stay. Dekulin had committed unforgivable acts. Therefore, I understand Yuli's resentment better than anyone. Thinking this, Dekulin could only say, "I will not do that anymore." "I don't believe you," Yuli shouted, yet the protagonist's next words truly surprised her. "I know I pushed you too hard. I realized what I did was wrong, but I didn't do it alone. Your sister and brother also went too far. If it weren't for that, they would have no reason to oppose canceling the betrothal. Simply for family honor. Besides, shouldn't you leave your family behind to pursue your dream of becoming a guard? A guard is a knight not affiliated with any family, sworn to protect only the emperor. Yuli, I am neither honest nor loyal. I am completely the opposite of your ideal. I am not suitable for you. The only thing I can do for you is to maintain our betrothal but not to marry you. I truly want you to be free, but given this tangled web of interests, I cannot. You can use my name to protect yourself as long as you need until you can pursue your dream. I will wait, and I will keep our betrothal. Across from him, Yuli's face had lost all anger. Instead, she sounded skeptical. What are you planning? Why are you saying all this now? In response, Dekulin kept his tone. I'm not expecting anything by saying all this. However, if I could ask for one thing, I want to see your smile once a month. That's what I wish for, he said with a sorrowful look. When Yuli heard this, her face blushed like a ripe fruit. Her voice became stammering and inarticulate. What? Why would you suddenly want something like that? Not only her, even Josephine, eavesdropping outside, was startled and blushed, leaving Zeit beside her a bit puzzled. Back to Dekulin, he had been lost in thought. To avoid the deadly variable, I said what she wanted to hear. However, seeing how flustered Yuli was after his words, she looked truly adorable. I must admit, even the love Dekulin felt for Yuli is mine now. Opposite him, Yuli's face grew redder. She said, shamefully, are you trying to trick me with such embarrassing words? Anyway, I don't believe you. I'll never trust your plan. Seeing her reaction, Dekulin couldn't help but laugh out loud, but that made Yuli even more embarrassed. Why are you laughing? I told you I wouldn't believe it. Outside, at Dekulin's acting, even Josephine was completely convinced and felt reassured. Although slightly embarrassed, are his feelings real? If so, should I watch a little longer? In short, Dekulin avoided another deadly variable and earned 2 more shop coins. Time passed quickly. 3 days later, he was in his fancy car. Heading somewhere, inside the car, Dekulin glanced at the surroundings and thought, 3 days went by so fast. The Memorial Day has arrived. The protagonist's destination this time was a cemetery. After instructing the driver to wait outside, Dekulin entered the cemetery alone. As he walked, Dekulin's mood was full of emotion. Only the sound of footsteps in a graveyard can stir a person's feelings simply because of the atmosphere. Sunlight threaded through the blades of grass and the cracks on the tombstones. My heart dissolved into this place before my body had a chance to. This is where my memories are kept, not Dekulin's but Kim Woojin's. Thinking that, Dekulin looked toward a particular gravestone. Images of his ex-girlfriend, Yu Ah-ra, began to surface in his mind. Her beautiful smile was still imprinted in Dekulin's memory. To clarify this, let's go back to a time in the past. It happened late one night. While Dekulin was taking a short break, his girlfriend suddenly suggested, I'm going to hide an Easter egg inside. I was thinking it would be great if we added something to Dekulin's profile. He's the game's main boss, so I thought that would be enough. I also have the author's permission, she said excitedly. But faced with that attitude, Dekulin was only slightly annoyed. He tossed his empty coffee cup into the trash and shook his head in complaint. That will only add to our workload. We've been working all night. It doesn't directly affect revenue, so don't try to increase our workload, team leader. Hearing that, Ah-ra crossed her arms and protested, why not? This is important too. We have to put our hearts into the game. In response came the protagonist's sigh, you're babbling again. Fine, do whatever you want. You didn't bring this up to ask my opinion anyway. From Ah-ra's perspective, she looked at her boyfriend and said with delight, I think it's a pretty good idea. It won't be useless. Dekulin also has a deceased fiancé after all. At that time, Ah-ra always spoke cheerfully about the interesting ideas she came up with. I couldn't understand what she found amusing about those stories. I didn't know what her joke meant. After she placed an Easter egg in, what made her smile so happily? To recall Kim Woojin's memories, I must find those clues. Did I call the idea great or did I ruthlessly dismiss her? Thinking that, Dekulin studied the gravestone before him. Inscribed on it were the words, Yu Ah-ra von Fergus Mahanisht, always grateful to you. Reading that inscription, Dekulin seemed stunned. He stood there dazed, thinking, why did she carve my name on this gravestone? Dekulin was created based on Kim Woojin. Why did Ah-ra use her own name for the deceased fiancé of Dekulin? And why did she thank me? Thinking that, Dekulin reached out and lightly touched the cold gravestone. A wave of emotion began to flood Dekulin's body, causing him to be unable to hold back his tears. A single word could fill his entire being with feeling. It was as if he could hear Ah-ra's whispers. Memories of earlier days returned in succession. The way she gushed praise for his drawings. The way she put a coat on him whenever he shivered from the cold. The way she held his hand and told him she loved him. The way she always helped him up when he was tired. 7 years together, always by my side. Memories of her. The more he thought, the more Dekulin's tears flowed. However, there was one thing he did not know. Not far away, a strange man was watching him, grinding his teeth. He whispered, "I've found you, filthy mage." Time passed quickly. By now, Dekuling's tear-streaked face had gone, replaced by his usual cold expression. Done with what he came to do, he wanted to leave the cemetery. As he walked, he thought, "Now I'm calm like this, as if I never cried just now." Dekuling's personality is truly puzzling at times like this. With that in mind, the strange man stepped forward and blocked Dekuling's path. Looking at his silhouette, the protagonist murmured, "A familiar face. Lockhart, isn't it?" From Dekuling's view, the long-haired stranger held a sharp dagger. A murderous aura radiated from him, enough to make an ordinary person shudder in fear. He was Lockhart, the mage killer who had been wanted and publicized earlier. Seeing Dekuling recognize him, Lockhart grew furious, like a mad dog about to bite. "You know of me? Unbelievable. How dare an arrogant, trivial mage like you say that?" Not answering the taunt, Dekuling quickly reviewed what he knew about Lockhart. The mage killer Lockhart, this guy was a lieutenant villain who targeted only mages. What made him a natural enemy of mages was his ability to nullify magic. As in other games, nullification is often seen as cheating. Moreover, Lockhart's ability had no limits and wasn't even affected by physical force. Thinking that, as Lockhart lunged to get close to Dekuling to taste some blood, he quickly used his telekinesis, sending fragments of stone flying forward like bullets. However, when the stones were only a few centimeters from Lockhart, they suddenly stopped, as if blocked by an invisible barrier. This made Dekuling narrow his eyes. Although he had known beforehand, it still bothered him. Magic couldn't be used within his range. He muttered while on the other side Lockhart opened his mouth in a loud laugh. "Haha, stupid mage, magic doesn't work on me." After saying that, he swung the dagger toward Dekuling. Dekuling nimbly jumped back to dodge. Next, Lockhart kept charging. His arms swung like a machine, attacking frantically. But with his observational skills, Dekuling easily read his attack angles and gently evaded without difficulty. Most mages would tremble before Lockhart because of his special ability. However, Dekuling was different. At that moment, Lockhart leapt into the air, aiming the dagger at Dekuling and shouted, "Die." In response to his words, came a powerful punch from Dekuling, striking his face. The force of the blow immediately sent Lockhart's nose bleeding profusely. After all, Dekuling's daily physical training was not for nothing. Lockhart's body was flung away like a torn sack. Seeing his pathetic state, Dekuling said coldly, "It's meaningless to me." Lockhart roared in anger. "You bastard!" But before he could utter more, he took a full-force kick to the face from Dekuling. A few days earlier, I had managed to get 10 shop coins and buy mana quality enhancement. This helps improve my mana control efficiency. After enhancing mana quality, Dekuling tried using telekinesis to manipulate a chair. Immediately, the chair shot up onto the roof and got stuck there. It seems I need to recalibrate this entirely. I only wanted to lift it a little, but now I realize I can unleash more mana than before. It seems this ability applies over a wider range than I thought. Now let's just carry on with daily life as usual. Saying that, Dekuling quickly took off his shirt and tossed it aside. Then began his usual pull-up exercise. However, the moment he grabbed the bar, Dekuling suddenly noticed something strange. He hurriedly withdrew his hand and saw deep, distinct indentations where he'd gripped. This surprised Dekuling. "What is this? I thought it would be only a mild enhancement, but in reality, it significantly increased my bodily strength quality." Back in the present, Lockhart had been kicked flat on the ground like a dead dog by Dekuling. At the same time, the system announced, "Villain's fate surpassed uncertain death. Shop coins +2, not paying much attention to the notification. Dekuling simply stared at Lockhart, the man he had been beating like a dog, and thought, "I know that mana quality enhancement also applies as an attribute. I could beat Lockhart with the Iron Man attribute, but since that characteristic has become stronger, everything is easier than I expected." In front of him, Lockhart's body began to tremble uncontrollably as he tried to get up. He kept cursing under his breath, "Damn it, I could have wiped out those damn mages, traitorous mages, the ones who betrayed God, Vissam, the Brecks, the shameless brats. You're all madmen, you're just a useless insect without magic." Dekuling, with his noble dignity, did not get angry at Lockhart's meaningless curses. He began to consider this man's power, a skill so strong it could be considered cheating. A rage directed squarely at mages, and within that expression was betrayal. Dekuling suddenly thought of something and asked, "Lockhart, are you of the Scarlet Clan?" This unexpected question left Lockhart looking stunned. He stared at Dekuling, then hesitantly asked, "You, how did you know?" "The Scarlet Clan is named so because they are all born within a curtain of blood. Their bloodline descends from demons of ancient times. They conceal their identities and live scattered across the continent. the race opposed to mages. Just as magic was created to fight demons, the conflict between mages and the Scarlet Clan is a core element in shaping the world view. It is also one of the main storylines of the game. However, the Scarlet Clan constantly faces mortal danger, simply because of their ancestors. A purge is very likely happening somewhere right now. Thinking of that, Deculin's face showed some sympathy. He said, "Lockhart, I understand you very well. The oppression you've endured for so long has truly been harsh. But if you kill an innocent mage, you'll become a monster like them." In response to this, Lockhart's face twisted with extreme rage. He shouted as if he couldn't accept that such words could come from a mage. "Shut up, what do you know? Stop preaching and just kill me." But Deculin calmly explained, "I know that because the Scarlet Clan is innocent too." This statement left Lockhart momentarily stunned, but quickly he countered, "What, you little mage, what did you just say?" Deculin remained calm and replied, "I am Deculin of the Euclid family. It is a family of high nobility, one that has never lost its dignity." Hearing Deculin introduce himself, Lockhart truly could not understand. He shouted, "Are you going to preach to me before you kill me?" But Deculin continued, "The only time I lost my dignity was when facing a demon. The Euclid line has hunted demons since ancient times. We start to go mad as if we're just waiting to see a demon. It's an instinct I cannot overcome. But did I lose my dignity and composure when standing before you? Did I waver when you provoked me? Did I go mad as if I'd been waiting for it for a long time? You are human, you can trust me." Ahead, Lockhart's face truly became dazed. An unusual thought suddenly arose in his mind. Perhaps this is the dignity of a true noble. At that moment, a shout came from the distance. "Over here, hurry up." Hearing the call, Deculin quickly delivered a kick to Lockhart's chin, causing him to spit blood and faint on the spot. "So stay there and surrender," he murmured, though Lockhart could no longer hear him. Shortly after, one of two people who had run up stood at attention and introduced himself. "I am Inspector Robar. That was quite a kick. You must be Professor Deculin. As for this murderer, should I give him a few more kicks?" he said, turning to glare angrily at Lockhart. Fortunately, Deculin stepped in to stop him. "It's fine, leave him be." With that said, he began to use his telekinesis. A pile of sand not far away slowly changed, gradually forming a sturdy rope. Seeing this, Inspector Robar was stunned. "I didn't expect magic to be this wondrous." Deculin handed him the rope he had made and instructed, "This one can nullify magic so spells won't work on him. Instead, tie him with this rope." "So miraculous, no wonder he's so good at fleeing and why the magic radar didn't work," Robar said in amazement. Then Deculin asked, "Why did you arrive early? Weren't you on patrol?" Inspector Robar shook his head slightly and explained, "We came after receiving a report." "Didn't you report it, Professor?" "Not me. Someone must have heard the commotion and called it in." "Then I'll go ahead, you get to work." "Understood," Robar replied quickly. Back to Deculin, the encounter with Lockhart here was a minor matter for him. Luckily, he could resolve it without bloodshed. "There are still traces of that person here. I don't want to hurt anyone," Deculin thought to himself. Time passed quickly, scene change. The next day, at the Euclid Manor, Deculin's training room. At that time, his sister Uriel was also present to deliver a summons from the Berkt Council. She said, "It's the first meeting in 15 years at Berkt." Hearing that, Deculin paused his training. He took the letter and casually asked, "You came all the way here just to give me this scroll?" Uriel replied with a bored expression, "Because you don't care, so I had to come in person. Isn't it the head of the family's role to look after this household? And when will you put some clothes on?" Meanwhile, Deculin quickly opened the scroll and grasped the letter's contents. It read, "Recently, demons have appeared on Black Mountain. Therefore, the Berkt Council wishes to assemble the families to discuss this matter." At the same time, the system issued a main quest for him. Main quest, Berkt Summons. After reading it, Deculin said to Uriel, "It will take place in a week. I can bring someone with me, like a guard." Hearing this, Uriel was a bit surprised, then probed, "You need a guard? Then I'll ask Jeff. He used to be with the mercenary company." Deculin shook his head. "No need for that. Someone like Jeff is even less necessary. He's more used to holding a helm than a weapon." Opposite him, Uriel let out a soft snort. But then her expression grew worried as she warned, "You can't go without a guard. I've been there, the journey to Berkt can be life-threatening." "I've been there, the journey to Berkt can be life-threatening." Her words made Deculin pause slightly. He asked, "You're worried about me? Dream on, don't say such disgusting things. I just can't let you die before I officially take the headship from you." Uriel shouted. Before she awkwardly cleared her throat and added, "Leave the guard matter to me. I'll hire someone trustworthy." Xin change. Freydin military camp. At this time, Yuli was training a group of soldiers. Good, that's the attitude, keep your focus. Not far away, the deputy commander looked ahead with a face full of anxiety. "What should I do?" In response, someone behind spoke up. "What do you mean?" The sudden voice startled the deputy commander, who shouted, "At least walk so you make some noise, Veron. We just landed a big contract, but there's something that worries me. I'm not sure we should accept." Veron raised an eyebrow. "Don't speculate. Tell me your concern, deputy." Hearing that, the man could only bitterly speak his worry. "This matter is awkward to bring up with her. The mission is to protect Dekulin, more precisely to protect the entire convoy. But plainly, they know if they asked us to guard the whole convoy, we wouldn't agree. That's why they downplayed it," the deputy said calmly. What he didn't know was that when Veron heard the name Dekulin, his hand trembled with excitement. However, Veron quickly hid his earlier manner and advised, "Take that mission. Guarding an entire convoy isn't something just anyone can do. If we succeed, our army's reputation will rise immediately. Money worries will ease too. After all, we are a private army." The deputy still hesitated, but the commander about Dekulin, however, Veron cut in coldly. "It's fine. Our commander isn't the kind to let personal feelings interfere with a mission." Hearing this, the deputy nodded in agreement. "That's true. I'll report back to the commander then." With that said, the man quickly departed. Behind him, Veron stood there with a cold expression. Berkt is the name of a highland mountain range in the northern part of the continent, at an altitude of 3,500 meters. It is also the home of the mages known as the Elders of Berkt. This place is the center of all magical schools across the continent, where every thought and study of magic converge. Magic towers are expected, but even the floating isles of wizards cannot disobey orders from here. Berkt's influence is so great that it can be regarded as the pillar of the magical world. And because grand conclaves are rarely convened, only once every few decades, being summoned to Berkt for such an event is both an honor and a recognition of one's status within the magical community. However, a summons from Berkt is also known as a grave for mages. Scene change, Berkt Station. Currently, Yuli's group is at the station. She speaks up to instruct her deputy captain. "Have you prepared thoroughly?" "Of course, don't worry." The deputy replies, then adds, "He's coming." Hearing that, the knight Yuli also turns to look back and sees Dekulin approaching with his assistant Alan. On the other side, Alan scans the surroundings with interest, then exclaims in surprise, "Wow, it's April and the snow is falling so thick, Professor." "Indeed, we are way up in the north." Returning to Yuli, upon seeing them, she steps forward to greet. "Thank you for making the journey here. From this transfer station, the Freydin Guild will be responsible for protecting half the train. We will do our utmost to protect you and ensure you have a comfortable trip," she says with a flushed face. It seems the meeting party from before still lingers in her mind. Thinking of Dekulin's words from before, "I hope you'll show me your smile once a month." Yuli begins to tremble again. She keeps asking herself, "What should I do now? Should I smile? If I do, how should I smile? A radiant smile, or just a small one? Why do I have to endure this?" Behind her, the deputy captain, seeing Yuli's trembling, silently weeps inside. Even though she hates him to her core, she still gives her all for him. She truly deserves respect, Captain. Thinking so, he speaks up. "Captain, I'll take care of," but before he can finish, the subordinate Veron steps forward and introduces himself. "My name is Veron. This time I have been assigned as a guard. They only came here to show their respect after entrusting me with this duty." In response, the deputy captain smiles, pats Veron on the back a few times, and introduces, "This kid is truly capable, recognized by our guild. So you needn't worry, Professor." Protagonist's perspective of Dekulin. Seeing the deputy captain praise Veron like that before him, Dekulin quietly narrows his eyes and observes, "Capable, huh? To be sure, I should check with keen sight. But I can't sense any special energy from him. Am I overthinking this?" Across from him, Veron is unaware that Dekulin is secretly checking him. He casually says, "Most mages travel with guards, so each train carriage is assigned one. I'll be in charge of the carriage you're in, Professor." Dekulin nods, "Then I'll be relying on you." On this side, after finishing the greetings, Yuli prepares to leave. "All right, I'm done here. Have a safe journey." After saying this, she quickly departs together with the deputy captain. However, as if remembering something, she suddenly turns back. She forces a strained smile, her face flushed. Across from her, Dequeline chuckles, so she kept her word, he murmurs. Time passes quickly, a few hours later inside the train carriage. Dequeline notices his assistant Alan looking tired, so he advises, if you're tired, just sleep. We still have a few hours to go. In response, Alan's eyes are heavy, so he doesn't refuse. Yes, I'll take a quick nap then. Saying that, he leans back slightly in his seat and dozes off. While Dequeline remains lost in thought about the meeting called by Berkt. The summons from Berkt is also called the Mage's Grave for a particular reason. Berkt is regarded as the pillar of the magical world, but it also bears a second, completely opposite face. That's because unexpected events always occur whenever a grand conclave at Berkt is held. One of the greatest dangers is attacks on the trains. Surviving such an event is not easy. One of the reasons for the original Dequeline's death was a mind game that required guessing which train route would be safe among those heading to Berkt. If you want to choose a less risky option, you can buy information from the underworld about which train will be attacked. If it were the original Dequeline, he would certainly have done that. However, that's not possible now. After I inhabited Dequeline, I cut off all ties with the underworld. Therefore, before coming here, I prepared many measures to protect myself. For example, that's why I used insight to learn the legendary martial art Estran combat. And indeed, Alan is sleeping deeply. Just a while ago, he was making a fuss from excitement, yet now he can sleep soundly. Rewinding to a few days earlier when Dequeline made his offer to his assistant, Alan, do you want to go to Berkt with me? Be my assistant. Of course, this trip is very dangerous, so you can refuse if you want. On the other side, Alan became so emotional he nearly cried. Thank you so much, Professor. For someone like me to be given this chance is such an honor, he said, sniffling and with tears streaming, which made the cleanliness-obsessed Dequeline angry. If your nose starts to run, I won't bring you along. Back in the present, honestly, Alan's agreement surprised Dequeline a little. Really surprising. I didn't think he'd agree to come, knowing how dangerous it is. Could he be more ambitious than I thought? Time passed quickly. The train makes a brief stop to drop off passengers at some station. Dequeline looks out and thinks, now there's only one stop left, Berkt. Nothing has happened so far. Could I have chosen the right train? I prepared extremely thoroughly, but it seems it was all in vain. Before leaving, I used the Midas hand on a masterful outfit to enhance its defense. I also reinforced various wooden and steel pieces and installed them inside the carriage. I even cast spells on Alan's clothes. Thinking this, Dequeline's expression turned somewhat subdued. Lately, I've used the Midas hand so much that my mana is nearly gone. Should I use it on something else? What a waste. Preparation is preparation, but it's best if nothing happens. Hopefully everything will remain peaceful like this, Dequeline murmurs to himself. But things never go the way he expects. Just as the train crossed a large stone bridge, suddenly one of the carriages exploded with a tremendous bang. Rewinding to a few days earlier, before Dequeline boarded the train to Berkt, Gilthian and Sylvia, father and child, had already begun their journey. Inside the carriage, Uncle Gilthian complains to his daughter. Aren't you even going to put your book down on the train? Opposite him, Sylvia keeps her head bent over the exercise book in front of her. The professor assigned a lot of exercises. Hearing this, Gilthian chuckles and advises, haha, you'll be a great mage in the future, and yet you work harder than anyone. In reply, Sylvia says calmly, if I can't even do this, how could I become a great mage? Saying that, her face shows slight irritation, her eyes thoughtful as she thinks, honestly, I'm not worried about Ephraim at all. But I still want to hear more of Dequeline's lectures. Thinking this, Sylvia grows curious and asks her father, Father, why did we leave early to attend the Berkt conclave? Couldn't we have gone in a few days? Opposite them, hearing the question, Gilthian suddenly falls silent. He is silent for a long moment, then his steady voice sounds, have you ever heard that the trip to Berkt is a mage's grave? Sylvia, surprised, asks, I thought that was just a ghost story. Her father shakes his head and slowly explains, it's no joke. Whenever there's a summons to Berkt, a few mages always lose their lives. 15 years ago, as many as 11 people were killed. For a long time, being summoned to Berkt has been a mark of a prestigious family. If you are chosen among the 20 families and attend, your family's name will be engraved in history. However, families summoned but unable to attend the conclave are permanently removed from the list. And there is an important rule, a new family will take the vacant spot. So what do you think is the easiest way to bring down a prestigious family? Hearing this, Sylvia understands the issue. Certainly, families not on the honored 20 have sought to kill participants to take their places. Yet, she still finds it hard to believe. No, this. Before she can finish, Gilthian admits that's exactly it. The trip to Berkt is like thin ice. Those who yearn to become prestigious mages will die for what they strive to achieve. That's why we had to hurry. We received word that a group is plotting to attack the train departing after us. I brought you along to be as careful as possible. However, if this leaks out, there will certainly be trouble. Saying this, Gilthian pauses, then thinks, should I explain this to Sylvia? After all, she'll have to face the harshness of this world. Having thought it through, he continues, among the 12 traditional families, do you think any family always keeps its position? If someone must be punished for this, it would be all the mages. The deaths on the way to this conclave are essentially like magical natural deaths. Back to the present, the explosion from the carriage immediately puts Deucalion and Veron on alert. Deucalion narrows his eyes and begins to use his mental energy. The nearby window instantly shatters. Because of the blast, Alan slowly awakens. Seeing the scene before him, he is astonished. Wow, what is this? Alan panics. Professor, look. The entire train is floating in midair. Back with Deucalion, at that moment he breathes a sigh of relief inwardly. What a relief. Estran's martial art was part of it, but remembering the primary kinetic incantation before departure helped us survive. At the same time, on the roof of the carriage, the attacking assassins are also stunned. This is absurd. The whole train is floating in midair. Are the senior professors really this different? In response to the assassin who spoke, another in the group growls, this is a bit unexpected, but we're just getting started. Everyone focus. If we succeed, we'll get a worthy reward. Having said that, they drop a rope down and use it to descend into the carriage, where Deucalion is sitting. They kick out the window glass and climb in, sending shards of glass flying everywhere. However, Deucalion had long prepared for this attack. Seeing them appear, he coolly says, what a bunch of fools. Too bad for you that I anticipated this already. No sooner had he finished speaking than he used his mental force to hurl the broken steel and splintered wood at the assassins like bullets. They had barely flown into the carriage and hadn't had time to steady themselves before being riddled like honeycombs. Beside him, his assistant Alan, witnessing the scene, cries out in shock, Professor, this is an attack. What's happening? Hearing this, Deucalion glances at him, then strikes Alan sharply at the nape, causing him to faint on the spot. Rest for a bit, Alan. Deucalion whispers, then turns to Veron. Veron, right. Take this boy to safety. If there are any other passengers in other cars, evacuate them. Following Deucalion's request, Veron quickly carries Alan out of the carriage. Watching their backs recede, Deucalion feels a moment of thoughtfulness. Alan's nape feels too soft. I can sense the difference thanks to the steel body trait that enhanced my 5 senses. Could it be? It seems he has a suspicion, but very quickly. Deucalion pushes that thought aside. He turns inward to face the remaining assassins. I'll handle this first, then think. Staring at them, he says coldly, you started this, so you should know what's right, shouldn't you? Your deaths here will be natural deaths. As the words ring out, Deucalion's body erupts with fierce mana. That makes the hair on the assassins' bodies stand on end. An overwhelming sense of danger begins to engulf them. Back with Veron, after arranging for Alan to sit safely leaning against a rock below, Veron looks up at the carriage suspended in the air. He frowns slightly. No one knows what he's thinking. Time passes quickly. Back to Deucalion, inside the carriage, the bodies of the assassins lie everywhere. Pools of blood spread, none remain breathing. Deucalion sits wearily against the seat, trying to steady his breathing. More tiring than I thought, reducing damage from the explosion and fighting at the same time drained my mana. As he thinks this, he looks at his hand, trembling non-stop. His mana now is down to exactly 10 points. Next, the swordsman Veron returns to the carriage and reports, I have taken all the remaining passengers to safety. Hearing this, Deucalion nods in approval. Well done. Then we should, before he finishes, Deucalion's eyes flash with surprise. He studies Veron's expression closely and thinks, this guy, his gaze is different than before. Well, I was also shocked by the attack, so he must be surprised too, right? That's what Deucalion thinks. But immediately after, he sees red auras continuously rising from Veron. This is the sign of death, a sign stemming from the fate of a villain. Sweat breaks out on Deucalion's face instantly. He's been moving alongside me all this time while hiding his true nature. I let my guard down. Ahead, the swordsman Veron no longer hides his intentions. He draws his sword, points it at Deucalion, and says coldly, it's fortunate you survived. I must kill you with my own hands. Deucalion, already exhausted, speaks to buy time. Let me ask you one last question. Are you doing this on someone's orders? Is it Yuli? No sooner had he spoken than Veron across from him screams like a mad dog. Stop. If you mention my master's name one more time, I won't forgive you. She is a valiant warrior. She would never think of such things. Erase that notion at once. You will die by my hand for my master. From Deculin's perspective, seeing Veron's resolute expression, he quickly pieces things together. It seems this has nothing to do with Yuli, judging by his expression. But the problem now is, I only have 10 mana points left. Can I defeat someone talented enough to be rated an outstanding warrior of Team Freydin in my current state? Deculin wonders. However, Veron gives him no time to think. He suddenly launches an attack. Then my guarding duty ends here. With that, he rushes at Deculin, swinging his sword down at lightning speed. Seeing this, Deculin forces himself to manipulate a shard of metal and wood, quickly blocking the strike. At the same time, he cancels the incantation that had kept the train suspended in the air. So the train begins to plummet straight downward. Cut to Sylvia's private room. Outside, a knight carrying 2 cups of ice cream cheerfully offers. Would you like to try some, milady? This is a Berked specialty, eternal snow ice cream. Genius Sylvia only sighs and declines. I'm fine, you can have more, Sirio. I'm sick of them. I've eaten plenty. Is everyone here? Hearing this, Sirio asks, who do you mean, milady? Except for Euclid and Rewind, everyone is here. Milady, are you waiting for someone? Ah, no. Sylvia shakes her head. Her expression is pensive. This seems to make Sirio realize something. He quickly leaves the room, saying then, I'll take my leave. If anything happens, call for me, milady. Back to Sylvia's viewpoint. Sitting alone in the room, she begins to recall an old memory. One day at a cemetery. It was just an ordinary day, a day she visited her mother and spoke to her. She gently placed a bouquet on the cold gravestone and said, how have you been, mother? Professor Deculin is terrible. He gives too much homework, as if I only attend his class. Today, but at that moment, she suddenly hears a sobbing sound coming from somewhere. Unable to contain her curiosity, Sylvia quietly follows the sound. And then she witnesses an unexpected scene. Ahead, a figure is kneeling before a grave. It is Deculin. Even from behind, she can immediately recognize her professor. Even seeing only his hunched back, one glance was enough for her to know it was Deculin. Why is he in a place like this? I don't think he's the type to be sorrowful over someone else's loss. Sylvia wonders inwardly. At that moment ahead, Deculin stands up. At the corners of his eyes, 2 lines of tears still remain. This leaves Sylvia stunned. Is he crying? Deculin, the man always cold and stern, was in tears. That was wonderful. I always thought he was an annoying, high-minded professor. But he himself once lost someone he loved. Those tears, like shooting stars, they threaded through my mind. Thinking that, her heart seemed to beat a little faster. She remembered her father's words from before. I received word that a group is plotting to attack the train. Gilthian's remark made Sylvia somewhat uneasy. How troublesome. After hearing Deculin's lecture that day, I felt there was something I wanted to try. If I try using this mana stone, could I make it work? Among the 3 attributes of primal magic, they are all created by using the root spell and its variations. Sylvia's magic is a combination of the 3 basic attributes. She uses the mana stone as an intermediary and transforms it into the desired form. Now, Sylvia begins to channel the mana within her body, causing the stone in her hand to glow with a sparkling radiance. Then streams of energy flowed from the stone, beginning to converge. Finally, a small dove gradually materialized. I did it, Sylvia said excitedly, then began to name the bird. From now on, your name will be Swift. As she spoke, she gently touched her forehead to the little bird's head as if conveying something to it. When finished, Sylvia softly flicked the dove into the air, then whispered, fly, fly, and show me what you see. Back at Deculin's position, the train was not completely plunged into the abyss. Instead, part of its body remained lodged on the mountain. Inside the carriage, Deculin's face contorted in pain. The train had luckily held on and not fallen. But I think I've broken a few bones. I'll recover soon, thanks to the Iron Man trait. Just as he thought. Before Deculin could do much, a sword lunged straight at him. Fortunately, with his enhanced senses, Deculin noticed in time and tilted his head to dodge. Next, he swung his arm to manipulate a shard of metal and wood, striking Veron in the head. But the blow was repelled by a pale red aura. A protective force, Deculin wondered inwardly. Across from him, Veron couldn't help but praise Deculin's persistence. You're really tenacious, Deculin. Saying that, he cloaked his sword in aura and rushed forward to deliver a horizontal slash. Deculin struggled to control the floating shards of metal and wood around him to block the attack. Veron's strikes were incredibly fast and powerful. Sweat began to drip from Deculin's face. He's strong. Veron is far stronger than me. Even at my best, I couldn't defeat him. But Deculin would never fall in situations like this. Veron's strikes were incredibly fast and powerful. Sweat began to drip from Deculin's face. He's strong, Veron is far stronger than me. Even at my best, I couldn't defeat him, but Dekulin would never fall in situations like this. Opposite him, Veron kept charging, attacking relentlessly, but Dekulin's metal and wood shards had their limits. After taking countless blows, they began to splinter. Seeing this, Dekulin gave a faint smile. Damn, if this sword cuts me, will the game be over, or will nothing have happened? Will I open my eyes back in the office? If not, then what will happen? A spray of fresh blood spattered into the air. Looking at the sword that had nearly reached his face, Dekulin told himself, it's over. But suddenly an anomaly occurred. The space inside the carriage began to distort, as if being warped. Dekulin's eyes went blank. What is this? Is the space fluctuating? Next, a streak of blood suddenly appeared on Veron's wrist. Just like that, for reasons unknown, his hand was severed and fell backward. The pain caused even a knight like Veron to clutch his arm and scream aloud. Seeing that, Dekulin immediately recognized his opportunity. I don't know what happened, but this is my chance. With that, he used his remaining mana to thrust a rusted shard of steel into Veron's right ankle, startling him. But that was not all. Immediately after that attack, Dekulin kicked straight into his left leg. The powerful kick made Veron's body stagger, lose momentum, and fall backward. He crashed into several seats and tumbled out of the large hole in the carriage's side. However, Veron reacted very quickly. At that moment, he managed to draw a dagger and drive it hard into the floor, keeping himself from falling below. Seeing this, Dekulin calmly stepped in front of him and looked at him with cold eyes. This made Veron furious, his face contorted as he asked, "What did you just do?" Dekulin shook his head slightly in response. "I don't know either. More importantly, why are you trying to kill me? I don't recall anything between us." "What? I remember clearly the crimes you committed against my master," Veron replied. By now, Dekulin could see Veron's true nature. He was blindly loyal. "Are you really saying this is for Yuli's benefit, even though Yuli didn't ask you to do this? What is Yuli to you that you do such a thing?" To this, Veron replied coldly, "You will never understand, Dekulin." Then Veron began to recall the past. The scene showed Knight Yuli speaking with a group of people. The woman opposite said, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, things would have been awful." Yuli bowed in response. "Of course, I was only doing my duty as a knight." Elsewhere, the boy Veron struggled and protested. "Let me go, I didn't do anything wrong, that guy started it." Hearing that, the woman immediately turned to him and sneered cruelly. "Do you know how good my Jason is? You must have done something wrong." Behind her, a kid with a black eye snickered smugly. Hee, that's right." His expression made Veron even angrier. "You want to die?" Veron shouted. To that, the woman only curled her lip and threatened, "Haven't you learned your lesson? I'm about to hand you over to the authorities. Let's see what happens to you. You should kneel and beg for forgiveness. You hit my child, you'll be charged with assault and trespassing." Back in Yuli's viewpoint, she stood to the side, seemingly realizing something. She hurriedly interrupted, "Wait a moment, you say that boy trespassed?" "Yes, that's right. His behavior matches his social status," the woman said coldly, admitting it. This surprised Yuli. She turned to study Veron closely once more. Did that boy really climb those high walls? He looked so scrawny. Deciding that, as if having made up her mind, the knight spoke. "I will take the child to the police station myself. Please rest here, ma'am." And so, Yuli began to take Veron and lead him away. Along the way, the brat Veron kept shouting, "Let me go. I said let me go. I didn't do anything wrong. Why take me to the police?" Hearing that, Yuli's steps in front halted. She said softly, "The Phrygia family is notorious for their behavior. I'm certain you're telling the truth, at least partially." This seemed to give the boy Veron a glimmer of hope, and he continued to explain, "Not just partially, I really didn't do anything wrong." But before Veron could finish, Yuli loudly cut him off. "You still shouldn't hit people. If you come with me, I'll teach you how to control yourself. What will you choose to do?" Yuli's words brought an unmistakable surprise to Veron. Then he asked, "Will you feed me?" For Veron, that's how I first met my master. Afterwards, I joined the Knights. However, because of my childhood and my personality, I couldn't get along with others. The only one who took care of me was Yuli. Yes, everything was really fine, as long as I could stay by the captain's side. My master was always ahead of me. She always helped others, and she never compromised with injustice. My respect and admiration for her grew ever stronger, and so did my love for her. I know my feelings only hinder her. I know my feelings are a burden to her. However, I must kill him. One day he will bring destruction to my master," Veron said with eyes full of hatred. And in the face of those words, even Dekulin had to admit inwardly, he was right. All the bad things in this world are the butterfly effects of what Dekulin did. However, I will change what Dekulin did. I'm certain Deculin's outcome isn't destruction. Thinking that, Deculin reached out toward Veron. Take my hand, Veron. Whatever happens, I will not harm Yuli. Trust me. His words made Veron's face fall into thought, yet, sadly for the protagonist, his words were like water off a duck's back to this one. He didn't heed a single word. Moreover, the red aura on him flared up even more violently. This caused even a patient man like Deculin to lose his composure. He said angrily, "You really have no intention of changing your mind." Below, Veron replied with an expressionless face, "Yes, I will not change my decision. No matter what, I will kill you." Back to Deculin, for someone this stupid, he had no intention of keeping him alive anymore. "Idiot, your stupid choice today will torment Yuli forever." Then, Deculin clenched the rusted shard of steel in his hand and struck straight at Veron. At the same time, elsewhere, the knight Yuli suddenly flinched. This made the vice-captain slightly worried and asked, "Captain, do you feel unwell? Are you worrying about Veron again? He can take care of himself." "Haha, indeed." Yuli smiled in response, unaware that far away her loyal subordinate was falling through the air. "Master, I hope you find happiness." He silently whispered a final line. At the same time, the pigeon created by the genius, Sylvia, was circling just above the carriage. Through its eyes, Sylvia witnessed the whole scene. Deculin had fought with her master's guard, and the guard had fallen off the cliff. No, more precisely, that knight had tried to kill Master Deculin first, and Deculin killed him in self-defense, Sylvia quickly concluded. But at that moment, the voice of the knight Sirio sounded behind her. "Miss Sylvia, there you are. Let's head back. The break is about to start." "Yes, all right." Sylvia answered and quickly followed her knight. However, she remained somewhat uneasy, wondering whether Deculin would arrive on time. Time passed quickly. A team of officers had received reports of the explosion on the train and rushed to the scene. The investigator in charge was Deputy Director of Security, Lilia Fremian. Seeing her arrive, a few men ran over to greet her. "What an honor, Deputy Director." Lilia, not wanting to waste time, asked directly. "There was an explosion and an attack." "Yes, that's right," the experienced-looking man replied. "However, incidents like this happen often whenever the Berkt conference is near, so it's not a major issue." As he spoke, he handed Lilia a report book. While reviewing the documents, Lilia asked, "I see. Any casualties?" The man nodded, explaining, "Yes. Although no one is injured, 2 people are missing, one guard named Veron and Professor Deculin. You can hear the details from that survivor over there." As he spoke, he pointed to the assistant Alan, who was still unconscious, leaning against a rock. Lilia continued to question those around to confirm the situation. While speaking with a photographer, she received an intriguing account. "A knight saved me. The train hovered in midair for a while, and when I came to, the train had fallen. I think the assassin tried to strike again." Hearing this, Lilia was puzzled and asked. The train stopped in midair. The photographer, understanding her confusion, produced a photo and explained, "Here's the picture. I was so shocked I had to take it immediately. In it, Deculin is holding the train fixed in midair with his mental power." This was hard for Lilia to believe, despite the clear evidence before her. He lifted the entire train by magic. Ridiculous. Suddenly, a voice rang directly in her head. "Knight Veron is dead. I don't know why, but Veron attempted to murder Deculin and ultimately failed. Senior Professor Deculin survived." The sudden message startled Lilia. She hurriedly turned to find who had transmitted it, but saw no suspicious person. Where is this signal coming from? Lilia squinted and scanned everyone around, but still couldn't identify who had contacted her. Suddenly, someone in the crowd pointed ahead and shouted, "Someone's coming from that side. Is that Professor Deculin?" All eyes turned to a figure approaching. Deculin looked a bit disheveled, but his gaze remained cold. He was lost in thought about the earlier fight. If that strange phenomenon hadn't occurred then, by sheer luck, I would have been killed by an unknown knight if not for someone's help. I can't believe I was so helpless. But in the end, who helped me? Deculin wondered silently. Meanwhile, seeing Deculin appear, Lilia introduced herself. "Senior Professor Deculin, I'm glad to see you're safe. I'm Lilia Fremian from the Security Bureau. I have a few questions regarding the incident." Deculin did not answer, but instead asked, "What time is it?" His question surprised Lilia a little, but she replied, "It's 3:30 p.m. Hearing that, Deculin immediately calculated. He had 6 hours left to get to the Berkt conference quickly. Meanwhile, Lilia continued questioning. "These questions are official. I hope you can." Before she could finish, Deculin bluntly cut in. "Is this train the only way to get to Berkt?" Deculin's refusal to answer annoyed Lilia, but she kept her composure and gritted out, "No. There's also a land route and a sea route on the other side." "Let me ask again, please hear me out. "Professor, the knight who was with you," Lilia hadn't finished when she suddenly realized Dekuling's figure had vanished. She couldn't help but wonder, turning to the two men nearby, wasn't Professor Dekuling just here? Maybe he used acceleration magic. Even after stopping the derailed train with mental power, then fighting the assassin and Veron, he still had enough strength to use such high-level magic. Exactly how much mana does he have? So he is the Dekuling Lockhart mentioned. Cut to the Berkt Council. Representatives from the powerful houses were now safely seated around a large round table. On one side, Uncle Gilthian murmured, "It's nearly 9:30, the moment the stars align." Beside him, the prodigy Sylvia was a little worried. She glanced toward the two empty seats, thinking, he still hasn't arrived. Cut to another corner of the council. Behind a curtain sat a robed mage. He spoke, "Before the assembly begins, I wish to express my deep gratitude to those who answered the summons." When his voice echoed, a terrifying aura of magic radiated out, making Sylvia wince under its pressure. This magic is extraordinary. He must be Dezekin, the great elder of Berkt. He is the leading candidate to become an archmage, a living legend who has withdrawn from the mundane world. So, at least I must reach that level to challenge for archmage. No one knew these thoughts were passing through the young girl's mind. Dezekin's voice continued, "After roll call, we will begin the assembly." He paused, then began reading each house name. Gilthian of Alade, present, Uncle Adeline promptly replied. One by one, names were called and people answered when their houses were named. However, when Dezekin called the Euclid house, no one responded. "The Euclid house hasn't arrived," Dezekin's voice deepened. "If they do not answer before I call their name 3 times, I will consider them non-responsive to the summons, and the Euclid house will be disqualified from the mage ranks." Those words immediately caused an uproar in the hall. Disqualified from the mage house? This is a major matter. They were summoned for the first time 200 years ago. Someone sneered from the meeting, "Wasn't this predictable? Dekuling's abilities are far below his ancestors." Indeed, there are many stories saying his talent is negligible. Ha ha ha, mocking laughter filled the room. Hearing this, Sylvia inexplicably felt a sting of indignation. How has he lived until now? Doesn't anyone worry about him? It's pathetic. It makes me so upset, despite the murmurs and gossip among the mages. Dezekin continued calling, the current head of the Euclid house, Dekuling, still no answer. The current head of the Euclid house, Dekuling, the atmosphere grew heavier. The current head of before Dezekin could call a third time. The door suddenly burst open. All eyes turned to it. Dekuling's silhouette appeared, walking slowly into the hall. Before he fully entered, he brushed the snow off his coat. He smoothed his slightly disheveled hair and spoke in a steady, deep voice. "Dekuling von Grahen Euclid present." The entire room fell into a hush. The current head of the Euclid house has finally arrived. Seeing Dekuling appear, everyone in the meeting room froze for a moment, their gazes flicking across one another. Yet no one spoke, as if they all tacitly understood. The silence carried an indescribable tension. Thus the meeting began in quiet and proceeded swiftly, without unnecessary noise. The first issue raised for discussion was the monster that had appeared at Black Mountain. Essential of the Brand House spoke calmly, her tone composed but sharp. "A dark mage appearing on the map is an extremely serious matter. Therefore, we must issue directives to each magical faction or cooperate with the Holy Church. At the same time, we should dispatch mages to the suspected areas to inspect and monitor." The discussion flowed smoothly, without a ripple. The first agenda item passed effortlessly, like water flowing through a crevice. The head of the Brand House spoke with authority. "Since no house objects, the proposal is approved without obstacle." Not long after, a female guard entered and announced in a measured voice, "We will take a short recess." Only then did Dekuling exhale, thinking with a mix of fatigue and irritation, "I'm exhausted. I've been running like a madman, not resting for a single minute, just to make it to this damned meeting. Now both my physical strength and mana are depleted." Yet his face remained coldly composed, as if nothing could unseat him. Dekuling's disposition and character were astonishingly steadfast, like a rock standing firm amid a storm. Soon after, people began to stand, the scrape of chairs sounding sporadically as figures moved toward the doors to leave. At that moment, a hurried voice called out, "Professor Dekuling." Turning, he saw Alan running over, panic on his face, sweat streaming down his brow. He stammered, "Professor, are you all right? I'm sorry for being late, so I wasn't allowed to attend this important meeting." In contrast, Dekuling only replied in a calm, mirror-still tone, "I'm fine, don't worry." But inwardly he thought, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. "From now on, I can no longer look at this child with the same pure gaze as before, because now I know he is hiding his identity." But why is he doing this? For what purpose? Dekuling pondered, his gaze cold as a blade. He recalled a line from a famous film in his previous world. Then said aloud, "Alan, from now on stand by my side, do you hear?" Hearing that, Alan couldn't help but be surprised. His eyes wide, only able to reply with a startled yes. The line Deculin had in mind was, "Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer." Keeping him close and watching is the safest choice for now. Someday, he will learn who Alan truly is. Seen shortly after the recess, everyone returned to the table, footsteps echoing through the vast space. The chair's voice rose again, deep and firm. The next issue we must discuss is how to deal with the Bloodwy mages who have recently appeared. As soon as the statement ended, the room's atmosphere changed instantly, more tense, heavier, like a storm approaching. Deculin quickly realized this, thinking, such a sensitive issue certainly won't end easily. Immediately after, a thud of a fist on the table rang out, bam, making the whole room tremble as if the ground had cracked. Bedin of the Bayorad house shouted angrily, his voice growling like a beast. "Those Bloodwy are nothing but a vile swarm of roaches. They breed by infiltrating our society, then slowly corrupt this land in the filthiest way." In response, Essensal's face tightened and she retorted just as sharply, "On what evidence do you base such claims? We have no way to distinguish Bloodwy from other races." Before she could finish, Bedin bellowed, drowning out every sound, "Then we just need to find a way. There must be some clue, some distinguishing trait of their kind. We must annihilate them as soon as possible by using royal magic at the magic tower." Essensal shouted angrily, her eyes burning like flames. "Old Bedin, watch your words. Annihilate them all. What the hell are you talking about?" Sitting aside and watching, Deculin was not surprised, only thinking quietly, "I knew in advance that their viewpoints would definitely clash like this." Unaware of his thoughts, Fat Bedin continued to shout, his tone growing more ferocious. "I don't know the reason, but the Bloodwy are recognizing one another and gradually gathering into groups. They must have a leader guiding them. Moreover, we have no idea what they're plotting by acting this way." At this point, Essensal could no longer hold back. She slammed the table angrily with a thunderous bang, the sound echoing like thunder. "That's just your one-sided speculation." Bedin refused to back down, his voice rough. "Speculation? That the leader of the Bloodwy is hiding and secretly recruiting more followers while we have no clue what they're plotting. Doesn't that appall you?" Hearing that, the other representatives nodded in agreement. Old Bedin continued loudly, triumph in his voice, "Yes, 60 years ago, countless mages died because of your hesitation." After that remark, the atmosphere fell into a deadlock. No one spoke, as if the space had frozen. After a moment of silence, Gilthian suddenly turned his gaze to Deculin and spoke. In a low, suggestive tone, "Then Deculin of the Euclid house, what do you think? Everyone knows your house is the great demon-hunting lineage, long at the forefront of the fight against these fiends." Hearing that, Deculin fell silent for a moment, thinking, "As someone of this era, I understand situations like this. Hatred born from abandoning reason over matters like these always leads to unnecessary misfortune. However, putting all that aside, repressing the Bloodwy is a mistake. Even if I cannot stop them, I must delay this as long as possible to complete my main mission in the future. Because the common enemy of this world is not the Bloodwy." Then he spoke, calm but weighty. "For a long time, the Bloodwy have indeed been our common enemy. However, if one examines each record, it all stems from some mistake." Old Bedin asked irritably, "A mistake?" He replied without wavering, "Yes, exactly. 237 years ago, during the Radra witch incident, Radra was falsely accused of witchcraft and burned alive unjustly. Since that incident, a large-scale purge erupted, causing countless Bloodwy people to be slaughtered. As a result, they resisted and the cycle of slaughter continued. However, things have now calmed, and the event you mentioned 60 years ago was actually a political matter because a monostone mine was discovered on Bloodwy land." Bedin remained agitated, growling, "Politics? I believe a Euclid, one who seized that mine 60 years ago and slaughtered many Bloodwy people, has no right to speak like that. I'm certain they are a blood tribe born with mana. Their nature is brutal and warlike. The Euclid house, those who specialize in slaying demons like you, should know that better than anyone, right?" Hearing that, Deculin remained calm, his gaze icy. "The tradition of our house is to hunt evil demons, not to massacre the Bloodwy." He shouted loudly, "The Bloodwy are demons." The atmosphere became tenser than ever, like a rope about to snap. Deculin continued, his voice low but forceful, "Will you take responsibility for your words?" Beside him, Alan remained silent, anxiously listening to the exchange, his hands clenched. Immediately, Deculin's expression turned extremely serious as he emphasized, "Do not casually call humans demons. Their veins run the same red blood as ours, and those who utter such words may, in fact, be the far crueler demons." Old Bedin fumed, his face flushed, but he could offer no rebuttal. And so the first meeting ended without any conclusion. The topic was deferred to the next day. Elsewhere, Gilthian was talking with his daughter, his tone full of regret. "It's a pity I must leave you until the next meeting, my beloved daughter." Hearing this, Sylvia replied nonchalantly, "It's only until tomorrow. We'll see each other again anyway." He continued, "By rule, every Burke family member must stay in a separate room. So will you be okay being alone?" She answered, a bit annoyed. "What are you talking about? Kids my age already have separate rooms. Don't treat me like a child." Hearing that, Gilthian's face showed a hint of sadness as he mumbled, "My daughter no longer loves this old father." Seeing that, Sylvia was left speechless, not knowing what to say, and just stood looking at him. After a few seconds of silence, he smiled cheerfully and added, "Then I'll see you tomorrow, my daughter. The Burke area has a very high concentration of mana, so at night all kinds of magical phenomena can occur. Read the hotel's rules carefully." She sighed and replied, "Yes, I'll behave. So you don't need to worry." Cut to Sylvia's lodging. At that moment, she held a piece of paper in her hand. Muttering, "It seems these rules only serve to instill fear in the children, so I just need to sleep normally." Night fell, and while she rested, a small yellow bird appeared, perched nearby, its eyes glittering like two gems in the dark. Not long after, Sylvia woke, standing up as a sudden thirst hit her. Her throat dry as a desert. She dragged herself to the table, took a glass of water and drank. Each cool sip felt like salvation. Suddenly her gaze shifted. A sense of danger spread through the space, cold as a wind from an abyss. From behind, a stream of deathly chi slowly advanced, like a pitch-black curtain, gradually covering everything it passed and carrying the breath of death. Sylvia was startled and immediately took a ready stance, her whole body taut like a drawn string. She suddenly recalled the instruction sheet. Thinking, the space suddenly turned into a corridor. Could I have done something wrong? Her heart pounded as her eyes scanned the room, now grotesquely distorted, as if reality were being squeezed by an invisible hand. She hurriedly reread the lines on the instruction paper, her eyes skimming each sentence. One passage read, "Once you lie down and rest on the bed, you must not leave it before sunrise. If you violate this, you may be transported to an unpredictable place." At that moment, she broke out in sweat, drops rolling down her forehead, icy cold. Sylvia realized, "So if you get into bed, you must wait until morning to leave. That's why I'm in this situation." A few days ago, in the second corridor, she experienced none of this. But now she thought, it seems this happens because the family leaders and those with great power are nearby. Therefore, the surrounding energy became denser and more susceptible to distortion. "I've been arrogant and careless. I thought that staying in my room would keep me safe." Trying to stay calm, Sylvia told herself in a trembling voice, "Calm down, I must stay calm." But at that moment, from the rear corridor came horrific sounds, the low growl mixed with heavy footsteps like a stalking beast. Along with it, a veil of deathly chi moved closer, thick and cold as the breath of doom. Sylvia perceived this, her pupils instantly contracted, fear kindling in her chest like a small flame about to erupt. She spun around, thinking something is coming. Immediately, she ran down the corridor in the opposite direction, her small legs pushing with all their strength. Very quickly, she saw a stairway glowing deathly ahead, the strange light glittering like a tempting invitation. But she suddenly remembered, the Rosary Hotel is a single-story building. Also, the instructions warned, never follow stairways leading up or down when they appear. Her heart pounded, she gritted her teeth and kept running. She passed through a door left ajar, the light inside mingling with a hazy stream of deathly chi spilling out. Another warning flashed through her mind. If you encounter doors already open in the corridor, never enter those rooms. Sylvia closed her eyes, clenched her teeth, and sprinted through the doorway, silently reassuring herself. "Don't panic. I remember there's a door ahead, and it will definitely help me escape this." She reached it, immediately knocked, and shouted, her voice hoarse with fear, "Is anyone in there? Please help me." But her mind was flooded with fear as another warning rang out. If someone suddenly knocks on your door at night, do not respond or make any noise. Sylvia was terrified that whoever was inside would see her as a threat and not help. She could only keep knocking in desperation. "Is anyone in there? Please, please help me." After a few seconds with no response, the girl was trembling with tears, her hands shaking as if about to collapse. Suddenly, the door burst open, warm light from within shining on Sylvia's still unready face. Along with it came a familiar, gentle voice, "Out late and lost, Sylvia." It was Deculin standing there, calm as a windless lake. Seeing him, Sylvia calmed down a little, though her eyes still shimmered and her tears hadn't yet dried. Deculin said, "All right, come inside quickly." Sylvia hurriedly obeyed, softly replying, "Thank you." Before long, the fireplace was lit, bringing warmth to the girl. Sylvia regained her composure and whispered, "Sorry to bother you. I carelessly left my bed at midnight and was randomly displaced into the corridor." Deculin showed no anger, replying calmly, "Chaotic magical incidents happen often in Burkt. Along with that, souls rendered unconscious by magic wander everywhere and cause many troubles. He paused briefly, then added, "You should have read the rules carefully and you wouldn't have gotten into this trouble." Sylvia sat behind him, listening and watching, thinking, he always has a composed, calm expression and a steady gaze. Has he endured so much loss and pain that he could ignore the rules to open his door and help me? Just as she was lost in thought, a cold growl suddenly came from behind. From the door crack, things like purple slime oozed through every gap, slick and terrifying. It then transformed into a horrific skull that shrieked and lunged at her, its sharp teeth flashing in the dark. Sylvia froze in fear, but at that moment Deculine's calm voice rang out. "Calm down, you don't need to be afraid." Immediately, two flying blades streaked past the girl at incredible speed. Racing straight for that dark soul, in no time it was struck and began to disintegrate, turning to ash before Sylvia's astonished eyes. It turned out those two streaks of light were two shards of crystallized ice, hovering like razor-sharp blades. Sylvia exclaimed, "Amazing, that wandering soul really was destroyed." Deculine replied softly, "No need to be surprised, it's just a specific killing spell, but never mind, it's nothing worth dwelling on." He paused a moment, then continued, "Magic shouldn't be created for the purpose of killing." Those words made Sylvia blush slightly, unsure how to respond. She looked at the flames before her and wondered, "Isn't that the flowing flame?" At that moment Deculine looked up from his book and replied softly, "That's right." Then Sylvia began performing a series of spells of various elements to attract his attention. Brilliant lightning, sturdy metal transmutation, soft wood, and fiery fey flames. But Deculine paid no heed, eyes fixed on the book as if she were nothing more than a passing breeze. That made Sylvia slightly angry, she thought. He didn't even bother to glance at the light in my hand. Should I do something more spectacular? But at that moment Deculine's voice rose, "You're doing very well." Sylvia blinked in surprise, then he continued. "However, there's a slight instability in the wind magic circle you linked when casting the fire spell." Those words surprised Sylvia. She hurriedly asked, "Professor, where is that instability?" But Deculine coldly replied, "You should find that out yourself." That made Sylvia a bit annoyed, and she retorted, "But you gave Evelyn detailed guidance on those things." Deculine remained absorbed in his book and said casually, "Evelyn discovered them on his own, I didn't just teach him." Sylvia bit her lip. While she was still a little upset, Deculine's voice sounded again. "Try to rid yourself of impatience and haste, Sylvia." He paused briefly, then continued, "You are still young and have plenty of time to grow. As long as you keep striving, you'll soon achieve what you want." Deculine tilted his head slightly, his voice carrying confident steadiness. "So, you can advance slowly but surely." He closed the book and looked toward the girl. "After all, you are one of the 3 most promising and talented young mages in the world." Those words surprised Sylvia. Is this Deculine's assessment of me? She recalled the things people had always labeled her with since childhood. Oh my, what a genius. This girl will surely become an archmage. A child with such power, her future must be bright. Sylvia remembered that these were the phrases she'd heard since she was little, and they continued to the present, tired social niceties she was sick of hearing. But why did Deculine's words feel different, like a sharp blade piercing her heart? Cut to a later scene. Sylvia, exhausted, was given the bed to sleep, her even breaths filling the quiet room. Meanwhile, Deculine continued reading, his eyes scanning each line under the flickering firelight. Suddenly, a faint but strange surge of power caught his attention. He looked toward it outside, thinking, this power, could it be? Not long after, Deculine entered a forest, walking and thinking, I've received a warning. Besides the Berkt meeting, this remote mountain road must also be a restricted area. It seems I might find a rarer item here than expected. At the same time, a ghost appeared behind him, vague in shape but ferocious. It lunged with aggressive gestures and terrifying howls to intimidate him. But Deculine showed no reaction and kept moving as if he didn't see it. His steps regular like a machine. Seeing this, the ghost broke into a sweat, puzzled. It continued to follow, repeating intimidation, growling, flailing, wailing, but to no effect, like water on stone. After searching for a while without finding anything, Deculine suddenly stopped. The unexpected move startled the ghost, causing it to step back. He turned and asked casually, Hey, have you seen any item nearby that contains a lot of magical power? But instead, the ghost, startled by the question, babbled and emitted meaningless groans, then fled as if it had encountered something more terrifying than itself. That left Deculine puzzled as well. What on earth is wrong with it? He continued searching, and not long after finally found what he wanted. Here it is. Before him was a piece of wood radiating a metallic golden power, brilliant like a sun trapped in prison. As soon as he lifted it, the system immediately displayed information. Pure mana wood fragment. Details: a fragment of a mana tree struck by lightning. This wood inherently contains a large amount of mana and has been refined by the lightning, becoming an excellent material. Category: Special Wood. Dekulin read the info and couldn't help exclaiming, "Just as I thought, this is quality stuff." He gripped the wood tightly, calculation flashing in his eyes. "Since arriving in this world, I've trained and researched without stop. But this body's capabilities weren't as I wished, and I failed many times. With this wood I can certainly craft a high-quality wand, and my power will surely increase accordingly." He stared at the piece of wood in his hand, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. "With these properties, it's even better than I expected." Time quickly passed until the next morning. After a night's rest, the clans returned to the conference table to resume the unfinished meeting. However, the atmosphere this time had become markedly tense, like a string pulled nearly to breaking. Fat old Bidin growled, his voice full of rage. "In their veins flows the blood of demons, right? Then aren't they demons themselves?" Hearing that, Dekulin did not flinch and immediately retorted, his tone as cold as a blade. "An absurd viewpoint. If you add salt to water, would you call the water salt?" The fierce debate between Dekulin and Bidin left many in the conference surprised, eyes exchanging doubtful glances. The room buzzed with chatter like a disturbed beehive. "Is Dekulin siding with the enemy? It seems so, but I thought he was deliberately acting to lure the opponent out." Elsewhere, Uncle Gilthian, thinking deeply, narrowed his eyes like a keen blade and snorted coldly. "What picture is Dekulin trying to paint? What is he scheming?" On the other side, Sylvia looked at her father, pondering inwardly. She was sure that not only her father but everyone here thought the same. They believed Professor Dekulin must have some deep reason for siding with the enemy, but she felt differently. His words from last night still echoed in her mind like an indelible melody. "They are all wrong. He's merely stating an obvious truth." While the argument remained extremely heated, an authoritative voice rang out, cutting through everything like a decisive slash. "Enough." It was the venerable elder, he declared in a deep voice. "An official conclusion cannot be reached under such a lack of consensus. The matter concerning the HUY letter 1 EBFTY clan will be added to tomorrow's agenda. Now focus on discussing other issues." Unlike the HUY letter 1 EBFTY topic, the remaining items were approved quickly, like wind sweeping across an empty field. After a few days, the meeting formally closed and people filed out of the chamber, footsteps echoing in the silent space. Host Bidin, unable to claim the upper hand in the debate, angrily barreled into Dekulin to vent, his shoulder colliding with him like a petulant child. Dekulin frowned, watching that childish display with irritation. He only wanted to secure this victory for important future tasks. Yet that has inadvertently made many more enemies. Cut to the next day at the Berkt marketplace. Dekulin and his assistant were strolling through a shop specializing in magical instruments, the air tinged with the scent of old wood and strong mana. He held glittering gems in his hand, the light reflecting like tiny stars in his palm. Thoughts crowded his mind. "I need to create a wand before returning to the academy. But which material is best? Having never tried this before, it's hard to choose." Suddenly, Alan's gaze turned to the entrance as if someone had just walked in. He immediately called out, "Professor." Dekulin turned his head and raised an eyebrow, asking, "What's the matter?" Alan excitedly pointed at the newcomer. "That's my hero. Thanks to that person, I could get here safely." Dekulin was briefly surprised, but quickly regained his composure. The one who had arrived was Lilia Premen, Deputy Director of the Security Bureau. She smiled and said softly, "What a coincidence, you're here too, Professor Dekulin." Soon after, the two decided to go to a town eatery to talk. Dekulin thought it would also be a way to express his gratitude to her for helping Alan arrive safely. Seated in the restaurant, Lilia smiled warmly. "Thank you for inviting me to this meal, Professor Dekulin. I know bringing this up over dinner may be inappropriate, but the investigation is nearing its end." "So what happened to my escort, Veron?" Dekulin answered calmly. "He was killed in an ambush by the enemy. They either perished or fled, so there was nothing more we could do." Lilia nodded, "I see." While the servers continued bringing out dishes, only Alan seemed delighted, his eyes bright as he looked at the fragrant plates. Seeing Dekulin's calm expression, Lilia couldn't help but be suspicious, thinking, "What I'm seeing is completely different from what I was told, isn't it?" She suddenly recalled her recent conversation with Lockhart. By direct royal order, the Imperial Security Bureau had decided to escort Lockhart to Low Kodak, the most notorious prison. It was the inevitable sentence for him after murdering innocent mages. In the interrogation room, Lilia crossed her arms, sounding somewhat bored. "Do you have anything else to say? Lockhart remained silent, his gaze lost in thought as if trying to piece together his chaotic thoughts. Lilia continued, "So you intend to stay silent throughout the interrogation?" Suddenly she said something that surprised Lockhart. "Activate your power." Her eyes grew cold, her voice low and full of pressure. Immediately a smile appeared on his face. Energy pulsed throughout the room. Disabling all recording devices, the place became a private space for the two of them. Lilia slammed her hand down on the table, her eyes blazing with rage. "You fool, how many times have I told you not to go out and cause trouble? Why do you keep making things worse? It's because of people like you that our race is regarded as demons." Lockhart merely smiled, saying nothing. Lilia gritted her teeth, full of fury. "If you didn't carry that blood, I'd have killed you long ago. If this truth is exposed, not only you but I will suffer pressure from the other clans." Lockhart laughed. "You think you can escape this empire?" Lilia replied, "Completely, as long as we don't reveal our race's secret." Lockhart's voice grew somber and serious. "No, we were born with the power of demons. The only thing they fear is that power." Lilia shouted, "Shut up. The HUY-1EBFTY clan aren't the only ones with special abilities." Lockhart continued, "Also, why did you provoke Dekulin? We've been watching the Euclid family for a long time, haven't we?" Lilia replied softly, "You mean you want to kill him?" Lockhart was momentarily stunned. Lilia simply said, "We're only observing. But if he keeps causing trouble, we will have no choice but to eliminate him." Upon hearing that, Lockhart's expression suddenly changed. "Don't do that. He's a true noble. We don't need to kill Dekulin." His answer shocked Lilia. "A true noble? What nonsense are you talking about? Are you insane? I have stacks of documents proving the crimes he's committed." Lockhart replied, "Remember the conversation at the cemetery? Dekulin once asserted that the blessing he received proved the HUY-1EBFTY clan are not monsters but humans." His eyes then held no trace of deceit. In that look there was only one thing: righteousness. If more people in this world were like Dekulin, everything would change. The HUY-1EBFTY clan could live alongside others without being stigmatized. Lockhart declared decisively, "He didn't kill me, even though Dekulin knew I belonged to the HUY-1EBFTY. Lilia was briefly surprised but quickly composed herself and laughed. "Ha, didn't you realize the ancestors of Euclid were the ones who led the oppression and slaughter of the HUY-1EBFTY? Lockhart answered, "Of course I know. But if we treat their descendants the way they treated us, aren't we admitting that we are the demons?" Lilia frowned. "What are you saying? That family never stopped intending to exterminate the HUY-1EBFTY. "I already said that myself," Lockhart countered. "How long do you think you can sit in that position of power before being exposed?" Lilia shrugged calmly. "This is my life. There's no way for them to distinguish a HUY-1EBFTY person from an ordinary one by appearance or bloodline alone." Lockhart smirked. "But isn't there one thing we can't touch?" Lilia replied, "Are you stupid? I have no need to meddle with that." She absent-mindedly changed the subject. "Anyway, the current emperor's health is failing. Sooner or later someone will replace him. We only need to observe how his successor will treat the HUY-1EBFTY, then decide our next move. Until then, it's best to remain silent and wait." She looked at Lockhart and smiled faintly. "As for you, stay put and behave in prison." Back in the present, Lilia continued to watch Dekulin intently, eyes fixed on him. How could someone like him be a true noble? He looks no different from the others. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps caught her attention. SSSSD. The strong smell of alcohol hit her. Lilia hurriedly covered her nose, feeling sickened by the heavy booze from across the room. A voice spoke up, "What's going on? I have nothing to say to you." It was the blonde man whom Dekulin had scolded to his face at the previous banquet. He had been furious then, but powerless. Perhaps now he's returned for revenge. His tone was arrogant and smug. "Oh, really? I have a few things I'd like to hear from you. It seems there's something in the dark depths of your soul." At the same time, at the Freyden family mansion, Julia also fell silent, unable to believe what she had just heard. Her voice faltering, "What? Say that again." The captain standing before her looked momentarily stunned. He realized this was a truth too hard to accept. Veron had fallen in the recent mission. Each word struck Julie like a thunderclap. She was shocked by a reality she had never dared imagine. Immediately, Julie ordered, voice trembling but resolute, "Prepare yourselves. I demand a satisfactory explanation from Dekulin the moment he returns." Back with Dekulin's group, at that moment Ihelm entered with a swagger that made Lilia internally judge him. This man must be the head of the Rewind family. She wondered what on earth was happening here. Unaware of her inner thoughts, Ihelm's voice dragged on, sounding like someone who had drunk too much. "You really surprised me with what happened at the meeting. I keep asking myself, why did you act like that? Did you truly intend to provoke another family? That question clings to me and won't go away. What is the real reason? Don't tell me you're siding with the HUY letter 1 EBFTY. You come from a demon-slaying lineage. Faced with such provocative questioning, Deculin's face remained calm, betraying no emotion. By contrast, Julia, sitting opposite, widened her eyes in astonishment. "What the?" she cried silently inwardly. Meanwhile, Ihelm continued speaking in his drunken manner. "Didn't you once want to wipe them out? What made you change your mind? Back then you declared those low, filthy creatures unworthy of existence. Even your essays criticizing the HUY letter 1 EBFTY clan are still archived at that university." Ihelm stepped closer to Deculin, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Or did you find a HUY letter 1 EBFTY to enslave for your research and now you're defending them?" Hearing those insults, Alan couldn't contain his anger and slammed his hand on the table. "How dare you stop insulting the professor?" But without letting his subordinate speak further, Deculin slowly wiped his mouth, his tone still calm. "Calm down, Alan, it's all right. His brain has rotted into a pile of stinking cheese, which is why he stands there spouting nonsense. I understand." On hearing that, the blond man ground his teeth in fury, but forced a smile to save face. "All right, let's see how long you can keep acting arrogant. I heard the deadline for your research presentation is only 6 months, maybe 3. I'm really looking forward to watching you fail spectacularly. It should be entertaining." Having said that, he turned his back and left, leaving Julia heavy-hearted, her hands trembling slightly. Deculin is standing against everyone to side with the HUY letter 1 EBFTY. Is that really Deculin? Unbelievable, she suddenly recalled the earlier conversation with Lockhart. Was what he said true? A few days later, at a magic supplies shop, before leaving the city of Berk, Deculin visited one of the most renowned wandsmiths and commissioned the crafting of a staff, a task to create a wand for himself. He inadvertently completed a side quest while crafting Loclock's wand with the following requirements: gain sufficient fame or infamy, become benevolent or cruel, use high-quality materials to draw Loclock's attention, and visit the shop at least twice. Because the smith was so famous, it seems Deculin had previously visited this place, and thus an unknown side quest was completed without his knowledge. After finishing everything at the high-level conference, Deculin and his assistant boarded the ship back to the academy. On the ship back to the Empire, Deculin and Alan were forced to share a cabin with Vethan. He made no effort to hide his murderous intent and hostile attitude. Fortunately, no serious conflicts occurred during the voyage. Deculin brooded over everything that had happened. Finally, this long trip came to an end. At the station, people bustled back and forth. Alan stretched tiredly after the long journey and turned to ask Deculin, "Professor, there's only one train left. Will we soon see anything other than falling snow?" Before he could finish, a group of swordsmen led by Julia approached. They came to speak with Deculin about something. He gave a small greeting. "Is that you?" Julia answered, but her face had darkened, gloomier than ever. It seemed she still could not accept Veron's death. Her voice dropped, choked a little. "I heard you were ambushed on the trip. Thankfully, you're safe." Deculin nodded slightly and replied quickly, "Thank you. You probably already know about Veron." For someone who always cares for her subordinates like Julia, this must be hard. Deculin glanced at the soldiers behind her, wondering what they'd heard, though they hardly looked pleased that he was the sole survivor. Julia suppressed her emotions, clenched her hands, her voice trembling with pain. "I've read the reports. I heard you worked with him to rescue the other passengers. Is that right? I just want to ask one thing." She gritted her teeth, her voice shaking. "How did he sacrifice himself?" The space suddenly fell silent. Everyone expected reproach, but it turned out to be lamentation for the deceased, whom Julia had once loved and cherished. Her eyes looked straight at Deculin, filled with a pain and loss that could not be repaired. Deculin met that gaze, confused and unsure what to do. Some truths, if spoken, only inflict more pain on the listener. They both remained silent, letting the heavy atmosphere hang between them. Deculin agonized over whether to tell Julia the truth, that Veron had intentionally killed him, that it had all been a premeditated plan. The confrontation ended in an unexpected way. At first he had intended to speak, but now, standing before her, he could not find the words. Should I tell Julia the truth about what happened that day? But if I do, it would be too cruel to her. Julia's resolve was not easily shaken, but her heart was not hardened enough to bear such a brutal truth. If she knew, she would certainly blame herself, carrying guilt and torment forever. Julia was that kind of person, always taking responsibility for her subordinates' mistakes and tormenting herself. Some things are perhaps better left unknown. Deculin was willing to accept others' anger for hiding the truth. While he hesitated, the conductor's voice rang out, breaking the silence. "Train number 4 is preparing to depart for the Empire. Ticket holders please board immediately." Around them, passengers began to move hurriedly. Dekulin could not prolong the conversation any longer and spoke slowly. It's hard to explain, he was really too emotional. Hearing Dekulin's answer, Julia's face fell and she sighed sadly. More than anyone, she knew what kind of person Veron was. Her worry seemed somewhat eased. Julia bowed her head in thanks. I understand. We will set out to search for him now. Please rest. The swordsmen's group quickly departed, leaving Dekulin standing with 1,000 thoughts and questions. He recalled the moment when Veron hung outside the train. Ironically, he was no different from him. Intense emotions can make people lose reason, but after all, what is truly right? After the swordsmen left, Alan immediately voiced his indignation. They were rude, Professor. We were victims of that attack too, yet they looked at us with such disdain. Dekulin replied calmly, it's fine, they're just fools. Suddenly, a familiar voice called from behind, why did you hide that? It was Sylvia. She was also returning to the school on the same train as Dekulin. He turned, puzzled. Hide what? Sylvia quickly reached into her bag, pulled out a book, and handed it to Dekulin. She said softly, this is a gift for you. After saying that, she immediately turned away and hurried off. Seeing this, Alan could not hide his surprise. Professor, what is that? Dekulin sighed, his voice showing fatigue. I don't know either. This journey had been truly long, and even though it was over, he still felt exhausted. The only thing he wanted now was to go home and rest as soon as possible. Dekulin signaled to Alan, let's return quickly. Yes, Professor. While on the train back to the academy, Julia and her knights arrived at the crime scene, a short distance from the fourth stop, less than an hour's travel from Berkt. A security officer there began to explain the situation. When the first attack occurred, Professor Dekulin had worked to keep the train safe and helped rescue survivors alongside Knight Veron. He said, then produced the photographs taken by the photographer for them to review. Look here, the train was attacked a second time, causing the entire train to plunge off the cliff. During that, Knight Veron apparently fell with the train. But strangely, the VIP carriage where Professor Dekulin had stayed the whole trip was mysteriously suspended in midair. Sadly, the area is so remote that only eyewitness accounts from those on the train exist. You've all read the article, I presume? We have, Julia replied. I read it before coming and saw the photo of Professor Dekulin calmly sitting in the carriage suspended in midair. The officer smiled smugly and added, perhaps the head professor repelled the attackers. No exaggeration, he was like a one-man army, ha ha ha. However, the knights could not laugh. The man they respected was gone, while the one they disliked survived. Feeling the tense atmosphere, the officer quickly concluded in summary from what we gathered. Both survived the first attack, but Knight Veron did not survive the second and fell off the cliff. After hearing this, Julia bowed politely in thanks. Another knight asked, did you find anything left by Knight Veron? None, the officer replied. What about who was behind the ambush? Sorry, we couldn't investigate that. There's an unspoken rule forbidding inquiries into crimes that occurred en route to Berkt. While the knights tried to press for more details about the attack, Julia quietly stepped to the cliff's edge and looked down where Veron had fallen with the train. Below was the mist-shrouded bottom of a gorge, a white expanse stretching endlessly to the horizon. Seeing that scene, Julia recalled a distant memory. I have lost my right arm, she thought. I never imagined you would be gone like this. Julia thought she had grown used to losing comrades, but memories of Veron's hard life surged back. He was a nobody, raised in the lowest class, who had pursued his dream persistently from childhood. Through hardship and relentless effort, Veron finally achieved what he sought, yet now he lay here. What on earth happened then? Scene shifts to the Euclid family manor. Dekulin had just returned from the long journey. He was greeted by the shrill screams of his sister, Uriel Vondelin Euclid. Having learned he'd spent money on frivolous items, she erupted in anger, shouting, I've put up with you for far too long. I thought you changed, but you bought those things with the family's check, didn't you? Seeing their mistress furious, Steward Roy hurried over to calm her. Mistress, please calm down. Uriel shoved Roy aside and continued berating him. You've already forgotten what I told you, haven't you? Our family isn't overflowing with wealth. At this rate, the Euclid family won't last 2 months, you idiot. Hearing that the finances were near rock bottom, Dekulin worried, recalling that the cost of making wands had far exceeded his estimate. So this is the consequence of overspending, he thought. The family's funds will only hold out for 2 more months. It seems I need to do something. Dekulin spoke to reassure them, calm down, I have a way to earn more money. Uriel asked in surprise how. Dekulin did not rush to explain. He led Uriel and Steward Roy to the storage room, holding the items he'd purchased at the auction. Uriel, suspicious, asked, why did you bring me here? Are all these things just items you bought to flaunt your wealth? Seeing himself as a ruinous figure in his sister's eyes. Dekulin said helplessly, wait and you'll understand. Besides, you should speak more like a lady. You will be the next head of our demon-slaying family. What the? You like to nitpick my choice of words? I'm this angry because you're the one driving the Euclid family to the brink of ruin. Steward Roy hurried to intervene. Mistress, please calm down. At first, Deculin did not understand why the auction items emitted an air of affluence. He had only thought of them as an investment like art in the real world, but recently, while preparing for the trip to Berkt, he realized how to use them to generate profit. With that in mind, Deculin activated the Midas hand skill. A light emanated from the porcelain vase, seeing him stand motionless. Uriel, disappointed, said, "You brought me here and then reached out. What are you doing? Are you crazy?" "Mistress, please," Roy began, but had not finished speaking. Deculin interrupted, "I'll put these items up for auction again. Go fetch someone who can appraise them." Uriel, shocked, shouted, "What? You just bought them not long ago and now you want to sell them? Antiques should be kept. These will sell for less than half what you paid." "Silence," Deculin replied. Not wanting to argue with Uriel further, he ordered Roy, "Go summon an appraiser at once and move these items." Although puzzled, Steward Roy had no choice but to comply. Deculin turned back to the porcelain vase he'd used his skill on. Information appeared before his eyes, a flower vase by a master Eastern craftsman. The master's heart and soul, along with his talent, created this vase. Touched by the Midas King's hand, it awakened. Special effect. The flowers in the vase will never wither, and each petal grants a healing effect ranging from intermediate to advanced. Deculin smiled proudly. A vase once worth 2.5 million LNE had become a treasure he didn't want to sell. Seeing two servants trembling as they carried the vase, Deculin warned, "Be careful, it's very valuable." Uriel gaped, speechless. Regaining her composure, she asked, "Are you really going to sell all of that? Are you trying to bankrupt our family?" Deculin replied confidently, "We'll make the money, don't worry." Uriel snapped, "Don't tell me to worry." Seeing she didn't believe him, Deculin changed the subject. "Oh, it's time for work, I'm off." Uriel yelled helplessly, "Hey." Scene shifts to the Mage Tower University, to the Magic Exploration Club room. Ephraim was playing cards with classmates. She laid her cards down, 3 high cards and a pair of 8s. Sylvia gasped, "No." "How can you be that lucky?" another exclaimed. "Indeed, Ephraim already won 3 rounds. Ha ha, I'm exempt from cleaning for a week." Hearing Ephraim's triumphant laugh, another complained, "I almost had it. If only I had one more card." Ephraim smirked proudly, "If you lost, don't make excuses, heh heh heh." Watching the lively scene, Ephraim felt as if she were living a dream. "I come from a baronial family," she thought. "I never dared dream of attending the academy. Since stepping into the Mage Tower, people have disliked me for no reason. Not just students, even professors have not treated me kindly. So much has happened, but now I'm here in this club with friends. I'm really starting to love this humble magic exploration club." Sylvia, surprised, looked at Ephraim and said, "We're just a regular magic exploration club. Ephraim, watch your words." Ephraim nodded, "Sorry, I was wrong." Just then the door flew open. A voice roared, "You foolish kids. What is this? What the hell is this club doing?" Another man appeared looking pleased. "I told you, Professor. These lowborn commoners just take up space in the Mage Tower and do worthless things." Ephraim fell silent. It was Professor Raitlan and Lovelock. Whenever matters involved commoners, they made a fuss. Seeing the club's name, Professor Raitlan angrily barked, "The Ordinary Magic Exploration Club? Ridiculous. I'm asking what you are doing." "Are you all mute?" Ephraim didn't know how to respond. Thoughts ran through her mind. Though this wasn't a friendly visit, she had anticipated it. "I must handle this properly. We submitted an application to form the club and it was approved. We're an official club," she replied. Professor Raitlan accused her of lying, angrily pointed at Ephraim's face and barked, "Speak up. Who authorized the formation of this ridiculous club?" "Wait, are you the same lowborn who was punished last time and you again?" Hearing him repeatedly call her a lowborn, Ephraim's eyes turned icy, and a surge of urge to lash out and kill him rose within her. "Ha ha, look at this insolent brat. How dare you glare at a professor? Look away now," Raitlan shouted. Sylvia quickly advised, "Ephraim, stay calm. We don't need to be afraid." Lovelock snickered as Ephraim's group was cornered. Professor Raitlan continued his interrogation. "All right, if you are so confident, then tell me who allowed you to set up this foolish club." "I can't believe any professor at this academy would permit a club like this to exist." Hearing familiar footsteps, Ephraim turned toward that direction. Thinking she was stunned and couldn't explain, Raitlan grew more smug. "See, I knew it. No professor here would ever allow such a club." Suddenly a cold voice rang out, "I did." Professor Raitlan startled and turned to see Deculin standing there. He stared at the old man with a steely gaze and asked, "I was the one who authorized it. Do you have any complaints?" Feeling the immense magical force in his words, Raitlan's spine chilled and his legs trembled with fear. Efren wondered. Why is Professor Dekulin here? At that moment, Dekulin stood towering before the two professors who were sneaking around, trying to intimidate and bully the common student pupils. His face was cold, eyes flashing undisguised annoyance. His sharp voice rang out, cutting through the tense air. I was the one who agreed to establish this club. Do you have a problem with my decision, Professor Ritlan? I heard you calling me all the way down the hallway. If there's something, say it straight out. Do I have to get your approval to authorize this club, or do I need to ask permission? The atmosphere in the corridor grew suffocating. Dekulin's questioning made the nearby students uneasy. Their faces showed clear anxiety, their eyes nervously tracking every development. The protagonist, heavy-hearted, recalled the chain of events from the morning until now. Exhaustion piled up, he was nearly spent. Since early morning, Jiriel had been pestering him over petty money matters. By the time the lesson began, these two professors deliberately stirred trouble, and Ritlan even loudly insulted him in front of the students. That made his blood boil, yet he maintained a calm exterior, not letting emotion overpower reason. Old Ritlan's face went pale when he saw Dekulin. Sweat poured down as he stammered, trying to put out the fire. Prof, senior professor. He pointed toward the room, voice trembling, inventing a ridiculous excuse. Isn't this place already too rundown? I just think that the mages of the Royal University's demonic magic tower deserve better equipment and furnishings, ha ha. I find it infuriating to see things like this. I'll take full responsibility and replace everything with better items. Hearing that, Dekulin sneered inwardly. This old man was truly crafty, no different from the con artists in the market. However, those words did him no harm, so he paid them no mind. With a calm tone laced with irony, he replied, You always think that way, Professor Ritlan. This room does look shabby and rundown, ha. I'll make a special note of it. Having said that, he turned his knife-sharp gaze to the other man, the one who had lit the fuse for all this trouble. Dekulin's voice deepened, full of disdain. Low, despicable types will always behave like that since they can do nothing but destroy. After finishing, Dekulin turned and walked away, appearing unhurried, leaving the two miserable men frozen like statues, eyes dazed. Beck, his face flushed with anger, ground his teeth at the protagonist's insults. But he could do nothing except swallow his rage. Though the two men looked like twins, the cowardly expression on one was obvious. Anyone could spot that difference at first glance. The scene shifted to the classroom, where the protagonist prepared to begin today's lesson. The class buzzed with excitement. Students' whispers rose and fell like waves. It's been a while since Professor Dekulin's class. Yeah, he's been so busy he's practically smoking. I wonder what happened there. Who knows, but that train attack was in the Wizard magazine last month. Right, I read it. A whole train floating in midair. That's insane. Despite the lively chatter, Sylvia sat quietly in the corner, eyes fixed on Dekulin's every move as if trying to predict what he would do. She softly asked the student next to her, Do you think he will tell us what happened there? The protagonist placed his hand on the lectern, signaled with a light tap, and his steady voice rang out. Silence, everyone. It's time to begin class. I will start the lecture now, so pay close attention. Today's topic will be pure elements and magical intervention. Magical intervention, simply put, is a spell cast by one mage that is obstructed by another mage and replaced with a different magic. So before we dive into the core of the lesson, let's warm up. Alan, moving deliberately, carried a container full of magic stones forward. Immediately, the protagonist snapped his fingers and performed the spell skillfully. Each magic stone was enveloped in a field of magnetic mana, floating in midair and radiating bright light like tiny stars. The entire classroom seemed illuminated by a mystical beauty, prompting the students to gasp in awe. The stones drifted one by one to the front of each student. Sylvia received one, and Efren was no exception. The protagonist spoke, his tone both serious and encouraging. Each magic stone before you is worth 3,000 LN. I'll leave it floating like that, so try to seize it by intervening in my spiritual force. If you can take it, it will be yours. Before he finished, Efren slammed the table and sprang up, eyes bright with excitement. Yes, Professor. For a poor S-rank noble like me, 3,000 LN is a fortune. The red-headed girl beside her quickly covered Efren's mouth, whispering a scolding, Hey, Efren, don't shout while the professor is speaking. Slightly annoyed at being interrupted, the protagonist stayed composed and continued the lecture. For a spellcaster, preventing an opponent's intervention is as important as casting a powerful spell. If your magic is intervened with and cancelled midway, you've already lost. Therefore, those who master strong magical defenses will gain the upper hand. But in this lesson, just give it your all. Without another second's hesitation, the students immediately plunged into the challenge, pouring all their effort into intervening in the protagonist's spiritual force. Hong, an agile student, was the first to touch the stone before him. The huge room fell silent, every eye was focused, no one wanted to miss their chance. While the students struggled, Dekyuling quietly recalled what had happened before. It was true he had stopped an entire train and lifted it into the air, but that was only thanks to the basic spiritual force he had recently acquired. He needed more practice to get used to it, and deep down, he was curious. Even though all the students here were freshmen, how long could he maintain his spiritual force against 150 talented young mages? And how would he perform before the brightest minds of the new generation? Both Sylvia and Ephraim gave their all to break Dekyuling's magic, but clearly this challenge was not simple. Ephraim, smiling brightly, thought to herself, those mage tools are insanely expensive. My sponsorship funds are almost gone, but Professor Dekyuling is generously handing out magic stones for free. Thanks, I'll take one, Professor. Beside her, Sylvia quietly glanced at Ephraim, deep in thought. She recalled Dekyuling's words. Ephraim had overcome every difficulty by her own abilities. That was like a flame spurring Sylvia to be more determined than ever. I absolutely cannot lose, especially not to someone like Ephraim. The competition between the two natural talents was intense, neither would yield. The other students were nearly powerless against the protagonist's steady spiritual force. Some pushed themselves until their noses bled, others trembled all over from exhaustion. From below, Alan couldn't hide his admiration and spoke up. Professor, you're incredible. Even facing 150 opponents, you show no flaw. The students can't intervene at all. Alan's praise surprised Dekyuling himself. He hadn't expected the freshmen to exhaust themselves to the point of nosebleeds and still fail to overcome him. Suddenly, one magic stone trembled, the sign that his spiritual force was being intervened with. Dekyuling immediately turned his gaze in that direction. As expected, the first to succeed was Sylvia. She panted, sweat beading on her forehead. Clearly, the challenge had not been easy. After finishing, Sylvia glanced at Ephraim, who was still struggling with her stone. Sylvia exhaled in relief, telling herself she was the only one who had succeeded so far. The protagonist stepped forward, his voice encouraging. Well done, Sylvia. You are the first to complete this exercise. Seeing Dekyuling approach, Sylvia looked briefly surprised, but she only gave a slight nod and said nothing. From the start, Dekyuling had predicted Sylvia would clear this challenge easily, but he hadn't expected her to exert herself so much. He cast his eyes around the class and said, "Is there no one else?" The other students were still struggling, with no sign that a miracle was about to happen. If no one else succeeds, then. Before he finished, Dekyuling felt another intervention. He smiled slightly. Another person has just succeeded. Sylvia's face immediately changed, her eyes wide with astonishment. What a girl, and as expected, Ephraim's talent was by no means inferior. She broke into a radiant smile, though her body was nearly collapsing from exhaustion. I did it. 3,000 elni will be mine. Sylvia's face tightened, her brows knitting slightly. It seemed the rivalry between the two girls would only grow fiercer. The students were pouring all their effort and concentration into breaking the protagonist's defensive spell to seize the floating magic stone. Each of them was in a deplorable state, drenched in sweat, noses bleeding, yet none could reach the goal. The classroom air was stifling, thick with sweat and extreme tension. Sensing the situation was becoming dangerous, the protagonist hurriedly signaled them to stop, not wanting things to get out of control. No sooner had he finished speaking than a student vomited violently onto the desk from dizziness. Some even collapsed from exhaustion, unconscious. The protagonist covered his face, sighed wearily, his voice tinged with dismay. You lot are pitiful. We'll take a short break. Remember to clean up your battlefield. One by one, the students staggered to their feet and left their seats, looking as if they might collapse. Julia, her face pale with exhaustion, spoke weakly, turning to Ephraim. Ephraim, how did you do that? I tried everything, even nearly died, and I couldn't. Ephraim, resting her head on the desk, panted and replied in a tired but somewhat proud tone. I almost croaked. I can't even feel my tongue anymore. But now I understand everything. Julia's eyes widened in surprise. Understand everything? Ephraim nodded slightly, her gaze dreamy. Yes. I don't know much about psychic ability, but when I tried to pierce through Master Dekyuling's spell, I felt like I'd broken through something. Julia exclaimed, unable to hide her admiration. Wow, I'm really jealous of you, Ephraim. Across the room, Sylvia, having witnessed the whole scene, felt a surge of discomfort. She frowned and thought to herself, this is absurd. How could someone who always ranks last in exams suddenly come in second? She was certain there was no favoritism toward Ephraim here, but then a thought flashed through her mind. Could the rumor that Professor Dekulin tutored Eferen privately be true? Is he hiding something from me? Sylvia glanced at Eferen with cold eyes, no longer looking condescending but highly alert. After all, Eferen had been prophesied to become one of the 3 great mages of this era. She really was arrogant. Sylvia thought, but inside her the rivalry had now become a smoldering flame, ready to ignite at any moment. Returning to the lesson after the tense and tearful warm-up, the protagonist began to explain in detail the magic he had used. His voice was steady and compelling, drawing the class's full attention. In that warm-up exercise, you all did your best to interrupt my spell and my spiritual magic. However, there is a simpler way to neutralize my psychic ability without expending so much effort. Those who succeeded may have grasped a bit of it already. It's not some advanced secret at all, it's actually very simple. That method is, in fact, mana disruption. But it's not like the widely known way of blocking the caster's spell. This technique revolves around understanding the other's spell and interrupting it before it completes. However, the reason it's not widely used is because it has a major limitation. He paused briefly, observing the students' reactions, then continued. Mana disruption, you say? Only those with many magic circles can do that. The truth is you can only use mana disruption on spells you know, and it's not encouraged. In most real combat situations, people use shields for defense or another counterspell. Still, practice makes perfect. I want you to take this opportunity to fully understand what mana disruption is. The main difficulty of mana disruption is finding the center of the magic circle. Each spell has a different central conduit depending on whether it's offensive, supportive, or elemental. In other words, you need to locate the central conduit the opponent is using and interrupt it. Once you get used to mana disruption, performing it becomes much easier. The protagonist stepped to the board and began drawing illustrative magic circles. Now, I'll teach you how to find the central conduit of most common magic circles. First, look at this magic circle called Thunder Maul. Offensive spells always have a burning conduit that runs from the inside outward, like this. Next, supportive and healing spells look like this. The students took diligent notes, but Dekulin's pace was a bit fast, forcing some to struggle to keep up. The lecture lasted 2 hours, and the classroom atmosphere grew heavy under the dense amount of information. The protagonist glanced at the wall clock, sighed softly, and stopped. Although there was still a bit more lesson content, time was up. You've taken too much of my time, so I'm sure no one will complain. Study on your own, think for yourselves, and understand the rest of the lesson. The midterm exam is coming up. Before that, you'll have an open practical test. So remember what you learned today. It will be very important. All right, class is dismissed. Goodbye, everyone. With that, Dekulin hurried away, leaving the class bewildered and astonished. Why did he leave before finishing the lesson? What's up with that professor? It felt like he stopped in the middle of a lesson. Julia stretched and complained tiredly. What is this? The professor expects us to think for ourselves. I'm exhausted. Her friend laughed wryly. Haha, you're right. But Eferen, on the other hand, beamed. Today felt like I unlocked something. It's hard to put into words, but it was truly wonderful. Suddenly, a sharp voice sounded from behind, cutting through her thoughts. Hey, Eferen, representative of the commoners. Eferen turned quickly and recognized Beck, the tattletale who had caused trouble before. His face bore the typical arrogant expression of the nobility. The red-haired girl beside Eferen immediately spoke up, her tone full of irritation. Beck, what trouble are you trying to start this time? Last time you brought Master Ritlan to ruin our gathering. What are you itching for now? Beck merely smirked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh, it's because you commoners like to show off. Eferen, how did you go from the bottom of the class to second place? Eferen replied calmly, a mocking smile on her lips. HMPH, even if I told you, it would be useless. Before she could finish, Beck cut in, insulting. A commoner with no house or wealth, so how did you bribe him? Eferen spun around, eyes blazing with anger. What did you just say? Beck tossed his chin up arrogantly. It's true. Everyone knows you receive private lessons from Professor Dekulin, don't they? Eferen immediately shouted, her voice trembling with anger. What nonsense are you talking about? I've never done such a thing. The argument drew Sylvia's attention, who was standing nearby. Beck continued to provoke her, his tone growing more poisonous. It's obvious and you still deny it. You're just an idiot, not from the academy. How could you possibly improve so quickly? So Professor Dekulin favored you before, right? He probably wanted to give you the mana stone, so he acted that way. If that's true, everything becomes easier to understand. Because you're just an orphan and homeless, so. Before he could finish, surges of magic flared up, filling the room. Eferen gritted her teeth, fists clenched as if ready to punch Beck. She was easily driven by emotion, and now her anger pushed her to the edge of losing control. Say one more word and see what happens. But Beck, as a noble, wouldn't let his honor be trampled by a commoner. He growled, "You think I won't say more, you filthy commoner?" Efren roared, "That's right, if you've got the guts, say more." The situation became tenser than ever. Sylvia, standing not far away, frowned slightly, her expression showing concern. Suddenly Julia's arm shot out, pulling Efren back. "Leave it. Efren, you shouldn't lose your temper like that. What will you do if you get punished again?" Those words made Efren pause. She suddenly remembered what Dekulin had taught. As a mage, you must always keep a cool head. If she hit Beck now, all her efforts would be for nothing. Efren pulled her hand from Julia. Her face remained dark. But she quickly forced a smile. "Thank you, Julia. You're right. I got a bit carried away. For a moment, I felt like I was losing my mind dealing with those brainless idiots." Hearing that, Beck's hackles rose and he trembled with rage. "What did you just say?" Efren ignored him and turned to Julia cheerfully. "Julia, let's go find something delicious to eat on the way home." Julia nodded. "All right." The two left quickly, leaving Beck standing there, red with anger. "Hey, I'm not finished yet." Sylvia, having watched everything from start to finish, narrowed her eyes slightly, following Efren with her own calculations. "Looks like there will be some interesting things to watch soon," she thought to herself, the corner of her mouth lifting slightly. The scene shifted to a while later, outside the academy building. Efren walked with heavy steps, her heart still boiling with anger. She gritted her teeth and muttered, "Thanks to Julia, I managed to restrain myself, but I should do something about that damn Beck. I'm so angry I can't hold it in anymore." She continued walking, her mind in turmoil, until she happened to see a familiar figure waiting ahead. What should I do with that elitist bastard? Before she finished the thought, Efren froze, stunned. It was Sylvia. She stood there, calm but with a cold gaze. Efren thought, why is she here? What's going on? Sylvia slowly stepped closer, her voice gentle but carrying an invisible pressure. "Can we talk for a moment?" At that moment, Sylvia's and Efren's eyes met. Hearing that, Efren frowned in confusion. What's wrong with Sylvia today? If she wants to pick a fight with me, she chose the wrong time. Please leave me alone. Seeing Efren stay silent for too long, Sylvia got straight to the point. "Efren, do you take private lessons with Master Dekulin?" Hearing that, Efren boiled with anger and couldn't help but shout, "I knew it. Come at me if you want. And why are you asking me that? Do you know the past between me and Master Dekulin? Why would I let him tutor me privately? You don't know anything. Moreover, she seriously stopped me here just to spout that nonsense. Why is everyone bothering me today?" Sylvia stared at Efren, realizing she wasn't lying, and her attitude softened. Sylvia said arrogantly, "Ah, I see. Well, suit yourself. You have no right." But before Efren could reply, Sylvia said something that froze her. "But did you know? After her father died, Professor Dekulin didn't enter the laboratory for 3 years, not even once." It's obvious. Dekulin couldn't do a damn thing without my father. Let me tell you, my father was a genius when he was alive. So you should also know that Dekulin started coming to the lab every day 3 months ago." The statement hit Efren like a thunderbolt, leaving her stunned for a long time before she recovered. Sylvia continued, "He cleaned the lab, hired an assistant professor, and bought a bunch of magical equipment. What do you think that means?" Efren did not answer immediately because she was shocked by the news. Images of Dekulin continuing the magical research her father had left unfinished flashed through her mind. But this was strange, because Dekulin wasn't smart or talented enough to finish it on his own, was he? Otherwise, why would he have chosen my father? Thinking of those unpleasant memories, Efren clenched her fists. She tried to act indifferent, as if it didn't concern her. Who knows, maybe he's just running some experiments. After all, he's a senior professor, but what does that have to do with me? Sylvia smiled, not exposing the lie. "It's nothing, I just said it so you'd be aware." Having said that, Sylvia turned and walked away, leaving Efren in a tangle of confused thoughts. Cut to Wednesday, the final lecture before the midterm exam. At this time, Dekulin's class was gathered on the 5th floor, an area suitable for practical combat training. The professor hadn't arrived yet, and Julia quietly asked, "Efren, what kind of practical training is Professor Dekulin planning? Why drag the whole class all the way up here?" Efren shook her head and replied, "Who knows, it seems he's plotting something again." Suddenly, Beck rushed over, shoved Julia aside, and didn't offer a word of apology, behaving like one of those unruly brats. Julia angrily scolded, "That arrogant noble is at it again." Efren stepped forward to advise her, "Leave it, why bother dwelling on that brat?" Exactly at 3 o'clock, Dekulin appeared at the gate and stepped to the center of the stage, where he continued speaking while looking down at everyone. "Silence, class, it's time for the lesson." As soon as he finished, the noisy chatter immediately died down. As I mentioned before, today is the final practical training day before the final exam, and today we will conduct an open test. Having said that, he snapped his thumb. The curtains at the edge of the stands were drawn back, revealing to all the students an area so vast they couldn't see its end. It had a domed ceiling, a rectangular stage, and the stands were packed full. This left all the students, including Efren, wide-eyed with astonishment. They wondered how many people were up there. The mages above were no less surprised, but they immediately fell silent when Dekulin announced this was a magic sparring session. Participating in a magic spar is unavoidable for a mage even if they try to avoid it. But since such things are inevitable in the future, calling everyone here to put pressure on the students isn't without reason. Next, Dekulin began explaining the rule. You may use any spells to fight each other, but you must use at least 3 pure elements. Don't focus too much on winning or losing. Just concentrate on the match. I will supervise you and record your strengths and weaknesses while observing from outside. I hope you'll develop further after today's evaluation. Professor Rillin, please come up here. Rillin hurried over at once. He awkwardly scratched his head as the mages and audience turned their attention to him. Professor Rillin will be the spectator for the matches to prevent life-threatening situations or unnecessary damage. So strip away your weaknesses and fight with all your strength for him. Haha, leave the rest to me. With that, the two of them descended to the stands. Dekulin's voice rang out again. We will begin the class now. Who goes first? At first he hesitated, but then chose one of his friends as his opponent. Seeing both sides take their positions, Dekulin announced loudly, "You two have 3 minutes, begin." The matches took place vigorously. Students gradually grew accustomed to the pressure, and skills improved dramatically. Under the stands, Dekulin took notes intently while Rillin struggled to keep up. And the quality of the matches clearly increased as students focused on their spells instead of the audience's gaze. But for some, the pressure was insignificant. Sylvia won overwhelmingly, defeating her opponent as effortlessly as a breeze, without expending any energy. Watching Beck and the nobles laugh with delight, another commoner crushed. They should have just made them servants at my house or sent them to the magic tower instead of this humiliation. Efren gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing. Those bastards, if they fought Sylvia, they'd get their asses kicked like the losers they are. She turned to her friend, her voice warm and cheerful. Ferret, you did very well. Dekulin called. Beck stepped up to choose an opponent. Beck sneered and pointed, choosing Efren, indicating he wanted her as his opponent. Beck sneered and pointed, choosing Efren. He wanted her as his opponent. Efren scoffed, her spirit igniting. Fine, want a beating? I'll give you one this afternoon. On the vast arena, the two stared at each other like stalking tigers, eyes sparking. Beck mocked, you sure about this? No one here gives you private lessons. Efren retorted, her voice sharp as a blade. Is your mouth just for barking? I bet your parents only taught you empty bragging, right? Looking at the way you dress trying to imitate the professor and acting cheap, aren't you ashamed? Beck snarled in bitterness. What did you say? Efren raised her hand, magic bursting forth. I'll make you see your magic is as useless as you are. They rushed at each other, anger flaring. Beck shouted, you lowly vermin, as he gathered his magic. It unleashed a powerful counterspell. I'll send you to the underworld to meet your parents. The spell shot at Efren, forcing her to fall back. An explosive blast filling the air with dust and smoke. Beck laughed triumphantly, haha, you idiot. But before his smile could form, the magic in his hands was altered. Efren had intervened. Seizing the casting scroll, her eyes flashed, her voice icy. There's an old saying in the magic tower that nobles deserve to be beaten to pulp. She returned the stolen spell, aiming it straight at Beck. He panicked and stumbled away, but how could a noble run? One strike knocked him to the floor, humiliated. Julia cheered from the stands, great job, Efren, though there's no such proverb. Beck crawled away in disgrace. Efren stepped forward, hands on her hips in proud triumph, savoring what it's like to trample a worm. Beck gritted his teeth, just lucky, you bastard. Someone from afar shouted, shaking their head in disappointment. This whole lot are idiots. It's over so quickly after we invited all these spectators and there's nothing exciting. Efren quickly cut in, if the professor finds it boring, why not give me another chance? I needed to cast 3 pure element spells but could only use one because the opponent was too weak. The match ended before I completed the task. Dekulian nodded, I understand it's not your fault. Fine, choose anyone as the next opponent. Without hesitation, Efren pointed at Dekulian, her tone decisive. I want to choose Professor Dekulian as my opponent. Is that all right? The arena erupted. The audience gasped, anticipating a sensational showdown. Hearing Farron's bold declaration, the arena burst into astonishment and frantic whispers. Is she insane? Professor Rillin turned purple with anger and snarled, "What? Look at that crazy brat. Do you even know what you're saying?" Sylvia in the stand squinted, her gaze full of suspicion and confused agitation. Criticism rang out everywhere, sharp as knives, but Ephraim stood tall and unmoved. She thought, eyes blazing, "Of course, people are shocked by what I said, but I'm not a fool who acts without calculation. This is a golden chance to challenge Professor de Kulin." She curled her lip, telling herself that despite the insults, if she played it well, it would all be worth it. De Kulin beside her smirked enigmatically. This was getting more interesting. Rillin, still ashamed from last time, yelled, "Did you see that? That girl doesn't know what she's doing. Cut her off cold." "That's enough, Professor Rillin. Calm down." Rillin stammered, but that brat." De Kulin turned to Ephraim, his voice deep and resonant. "Very well, I accept your challenge. I said you could choose anyone, no exceptions. I will be your opponent." He raised his hand, eyes sharp, but warned that it wouldn't be fair for an unrestricted professor to fight a novice. "I won't make the first move. If you can make me move from this spot, even a single step, you win." Ephraim broke into a bright smile, though a flicker of worry crossed her face. "I understand." The two stood facing each other on the silent arena, with only the wind whistling and dust swirling. Ephraim's heart pounded as if it would burst. The dream of finally facing him had come true. He spoke in a thunderous, low voice, "If you're ready, begin." Without hesitation, Ephraim launched razor-sharp wind arrows from all directions aimed straight at De Kulin. She clearly knew the gap in power between them was like heaven and earth. She couldn't really harm him. But Ephraim did not retreat. Her eyes burned. This was the enemy she would one day defeat with her own hands to avenge. This match would show her how vast that gap was. She poured her strength into a combined wind and fire spell that blazed like fireworks. It was impressive. De Kulin stood still watching, a smile of intrigued approval on his lips. The spell rushed forward and detonated right in front of him, but it couldn't penetrate his solid defensive layer. Ephraim gritted her teeth and threw everything she had into a desperate effort to add earth as an element and perfect the combined strike. The arena was drowned in a sea of brilliant flames and choking smoke. No one could see De Kulin's condition clearly. Rillin on the floor gaped in shock. "The commoner I belittled just launched magic that could threaten even me." The audience fell silent, eyes glued to the spectacular display. Although the effect was unclear, the structure and execution of Ephraim's magic far surpassed that of a typical novice. De Kulin was trapped in a layer of molten earth almost like lava, but for a senior professor, escaping was not difficult. He stood there without a scratch, his eyes sparkling with expectation as he looked at Ephraim. She roared in anger, still not done. A barrage of wind spells kept striking even though De Kulin rendered them ineffective. Seeing the entertainment was enough, he spoke, "Your magic has a critical weakness." The larger the incantation gestures, the more that flaw showed. Immediately, Ephraim's magic was disrupted as De Kulin interfered with its operation. She froze. "What? The magic isn't working. Did you see through it, master?" De Kulin said in a low voice, "Now you cannot cast spells in front of me anymore. What are you going to do?" Ephraim gritted her teeth. "Damn it, he's blocked everything. But I have one final move." She lunged forward, switching to close combat. Fists clenched tight, she threw a powerful punch. But De Kulin merely snapped his fingers. An invisible force blasted Ephraim backward dozens of meters, sending her to the ground like a pathetic lump of rock. The match ended and De Kulin pondered, having combined fire, wind, and earth elements to deceive the eye. Ephraim's ability to sense mana was impressive, but even good perception is meaningless without elemental control. Her talent and mana sensing made her stand out. If she wore that bracelet, her ability to wield every element would explode. Everyone would want that bracelet. He exhaled with satisfaction. Ephraim was on the right path. A virtuous person like her would achieve much. De Kulin stepped forward in a warm tone. "The result is clear. Honestly, you didn't fight badly." Ephraim was stunned, her expression strange. Professor De Kulin praised her. He turned away, leaving a reminder, "The public practice is over. Focus on the midterm exams." Students in the stands buzzed. What was that? Is this the first time Professor De Kulin has said that? Indeed, Ephraim did well. The match with Beck was boring, but this one was top tier. Beck, humiliated, could only grit his teeth with no more swagger. Ephraim beamed radiantly. "I've been recognized." Her friends rushed over cheering. "Wow, you're amazing. Ephraim, you're killing it. You're our pride." Cut to the Redstone Adventurer group in a coastal city owned by a Western Imperial clan. Gaines' group waited for a ship at Lucan Port. She pointed at the approaching vessel and excitedly said, "They're here." The ship docked and two children quickly disembarked. Gainessa laughed and said, Leo Carlos, long time no see, how have you been? At that moment, a girl's voice rang out. Gainessa, long time no see. Hearing that voice, Gainessa waved and greeted Ria, welcome to La Harbor. Do you remember me? Maybe a little heh. The girl ruffling her hair was Yuria, a girl from the islands whom Yuara, Kim Woo-jin's former lover, had been possessed by. At the bustling dock where Ganesha's mercenary squad waited anxiously, the people they had been watching finally arrived, bringing the salty sea breeze with them. Ganesha rushed over and hugged Yuria tightly, her face radiant like sunshine. Oh darling, I missed you so much. Her loving embrace made Yuria blush. The teammates hurried up, alarmed and trying to pull them apart. Captain, calm down, you're squeezing her too hard, that's clearly bullying a child. Ganesha laughed loudly, let go, scratched her head and apologized. All right, my bad. Yuria lowered her eyes, her expression pensive as if drifting into distant memories. She recalled the fateful moment she was transported into this world. That day, the blinding light that once appeared in Deculin's office swallowed her, as if erasing her from reality. The light flared brilliantly, engulfing her until everything around vanished. No sound, no image, only void. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a completely unfamiliar world, splendid and mysterious. First voice she heard was Ganesha's, full of indignation. Deculin dared to use a child like this. I'm not doing that mission. A teammate argued, what do you mean? You agreed at first you were just bewitched by how handsome he is, right? Do you know how much a mission cancellation costs? Looking at the familiar faces, Yuria suddenly realized they were the characters she and her team had stayed up all night designing and pouring their hearts into. Now they stood before her alive like flesh and blood people. Ganesha stepped up to where Yuria sat, her voice warm. You're her, right? Yuria glanced around the windswept dock bathed in sunset light, feeling nostalgic. She remembered setting up the game. The figures before her were Ganesha and the Red Mercenary Squad, legendary characters. If this were the game world, based on her memory. She quietly spoke with a hint of worry, yes, I'm Yuria. And so everything led to this fateful meeting. In the game she had created, Yuria became the protagonist embarking on a stormy journey. Back in reality, Ganesha's voice rang sharp across the dock. Leo, Carlos, stop running around or you'll fall right now. Watching Ganesha take her hand, Yuria thought to herself that this was Ganesha, the strongest adventurer in the world. Her primary goal now was survival. The best way was to stay close to Ganesha, who guaranteed absolute safety. In the meantime, she had to find a way back to her old world, however slim the hope. Cut to Deculin Manor. He had just received a package from the Magic City, his heart pounding. It had finally arrived. He opened the box, his eyes lighting up. Inside was the custom-made magic staff he'd ordered. The Euclid staff by Lockalok, a masterpiece crafted by Master Lockalok made especially for Deculin, the exclusive Deculin von Grahan Euclid. Classified as a magic staff with special effects, it stores up to 500 mana. The staff functions like a regeneration ring, smoothly elevating spells. Deculin couldn't help but exclaim at the exquisite craftsmanship and supreme aesthetic detail as he held the staff. The staff was not only stunningly beautiful but also intuitively optimized for the user's magic. Moreover, it adapted flexibly to attire like a fashionable masterpiece. The item's special features were even more astonishing. The staff possessed extraordinary power in exorcism and purification. Deculin muttered that although he initially thought 9 million LN expensive, it now seemed worth every coin. A creation both beautiful and powerful, his path ahead would be much easier with it. Suddenly, the butler Roy's voice called from beyond the door, Master, dinner is ready. Deculin turned gently and replied, I know, bring it down now. He sat at the table, faced with the high-quality dishes. He was astonished. What is going on? Isn't the family's finances in trouble? This meal is even more lavish than on holidays. Uriel, sitting across, replied shyly, Of course it should be lavish. This is a celebratory meal. Roy smiled and explained, You remember the artifact we sold at your request. The response exceeded expectations. When the listing went up, bidders flooded in, turning the auction into a frenzy. Miss Uriel and I felt dazed. The sum not only covered the deficit but would comfortably fund the family's operations for years. Uriel blushed. Roy continued, This is how the lady wishes to express her gratitude. Please accept it. Deculin smiled broadly, said nothing, and simply nodded. The meal is delicious. Uriel still retorted sharply, HMPH. It seems you know what you're doing. The two ate in silence, a rare harmony like a warm family portrait. But upstairs suddenly spoke up teasingly, Holding the serving that way is incorrect, Uriel. Cut to upstairs office at the academy. He sighed in exasperation, clutching a stack of documents. It really was a mess of the old DECULEIN files, pure chaos. With midterms approaching, Deculin was diligently drafting the exam questions. To find inspiration, he reviewed the old Deculin's questions, but only grew irritated. They were all questions meant to torment students. The man only wanted to show off. I am noble Deculin, the supreme mage, taste my exam in despair. These entries revealed only his petty arrogance. Deculin shook his head. He thought difficulty proved superiority. But I am different. I want meaningful questions, challenging yet inspiring. The solving process may be arduous, but when successful, students will admire and be enlightened like true mages. He glanced at the last box of papers, hoping for something useful. Deculin picked up a question, his eyes widening in astonishment. This one was completely different, exquisite and profound, as if written by someone else. The image of Ephraim flashed through his mind. He murmured, "Perhaps this is material the old Deculin copied from him. Though the difficulty is comparable, this question sparks intense interest. If a student grasps it and channels mana correctly, a miracle will occur." Suddenly, from the sheet of paper in Deculin's hand, a brilliant, multicolored mana stream erupted and spread throughout the room, coalescing into the form of a vivid mana girl. Deculin looked up, eyes shining. Indeed, solving it correctly and transmitting mana would create this image. Each color represented an element, and their blending created an exhilarating sensation. This was the perfect tool for teaching pure element magic he had been seeking. Deculin's body trembled as a surge of envy rose. The old Deculin must have recognized how elegant this question was. But he couldn't have created it himself. Wait, who is this woman? If the question was written by Ephraim's father, this figure could be her mother. Cut to the headmaster's office. She held the Magic Council meeting document and said softly, "Interesting. The matter of the Y bloodline was postponed to the next meeting. Signed by Grand Elder Berkt Drezichten." The headmaster murmured that the discussion outcome must have been influenced by Professor Deculin's strong opposition to imposing such a strange directional change. She looked at those behind her, her voice low. "Not only Deculin, but everyone here is full of surprise, isn't that so?" The head of the Magic Tower at the Royal Academy, Adrian, was a mage of extraordinary power and was considered the leading candidate for the title of Grand Mage. Her personality was completely the opposite, exceedingly gentle. She was always curious about the world and loved hearing rumors. What? Professor Deculin and Knight Yuli dueling? Professor Relin failed at dieting again? Oh my gods. Her curiosity about the world and love of gossip were actually closely tied to the secret of her origins. The truth was she was a half-fairy. That explained her temperament. Of course, it was also the source of her nearly limitless mana. Even someone like her had to wait reluctantly on a day like this. Today she sat composedly in the Tower Master's chair. Magic spoke softly. Deculin defended those of the bloodline. How interesting. Once a month the professors gathered to praise the Tower Master. As always, if anyone was absent, it was Deculin. "What? A noble like me has to curry favor with others," Deculin had said. However, this time was different. An impromptu suggestion had been raised in Deculin's absence. "I heard Lord Luina will attend the Mages' Conference this time." Luina, the one who once fought Professor Deculin, is coming to vie for the senior professorship. You were willing to give up your post for Deculin's plan. I thought that person had returned to the kingdom. Sounds interesting. Why would Lord Luina do that all of a sudden? Has he come to the Empire? Ha ha ha. If there's a secure position, he'll return here in a blink. If that happens, our magic tower would gain great benefits. After all, Lord Luina is highly respected in the kingdom. And compared to Professor Deculin, did you protect the bloodline? I'm not trying to disparage the current senior professor or anything. All right then, if Luina truly returns, I'll consider it later. As the Tower Master finished, the professors' faces relaxed somewhat. It seems Deculin is quite disliked. That's enough for today. I have business to attend to. Professors who haven't submitted their test papers, hurry up now. Yes, sir. Sitting alone in the Tower Master's room, she thought to herself that Deculin's recent behavior had seemed a bit strange. To think the exam Deculin submitted might not have been his own work. Could someone else have done it for him? Should I rock the boat a little? If the two arch-rivals Luina and Deculin were to meet, haha. That would be such fun. This would become very interesting. A few days later, the midterm exam on pure elemental magic knowledge began. Murmurs echoed throughout the lecture hall. Is this info correct? This is the exam. What the hell is this test about? I heard Deculin's papers are weird, but this is ridiculous. I give up. To calm everyone, Professor Deculin's teaching assistant quickly spoke up. All right, everyone, calm down. The exam structure is unconventional, so I understand your confusion, but this is indeed the test. The midterm on pure elemental magic knowledge will run for 10 days. The deadline is midnight Sunday, when the Magic Tower officially ends its teaching schedule. Each student will take the exam in an assigned private room. Of course, you're allowed to take other tests during the period and may eat or sleep as you wish then. However, removing the exam from the room is strictly forbidden. As I mentioned before, this exam will be an open-ended one. Efren and her friends were exhausted hearing the rules. An open-ended exam, 10 days, how difficult must this test be? Even the final is this troublesome. Typical Dekulin, he even delegated the odd announcement to the assistant. The professor himself didn't bother to show up. There was one more important issue the professor mentioned. If any of you achieve a perfect score on this exam, I will personally write a letter of recommendation for you in my capacity as a senior professor. Upon hearing this, the entire hall fell silent in surprise. Having a senior professor personally write a recommendation is an enormous honor. Mage ranks are divided as follows. Rank 1 is the Undying Mage, also called the Grand Mage. And the lowest is rank 11, the newcomers. Advancement is by no means easy. It's not enough to simply attend classes and pass the time to be promoted. To reach each rank, one must pass a separate promotion exam, and passing is difficult. But what if you had a recommendation from Dekulin, a rank 4 Sovereign Mage? It's a prestigious promotion endorsement, a powerful card. Efren squinted, thinking, what? Dekulin's recommendation? Yes, that mortal enemy would endorse me. Just hearing that saps my motivation. I don't want anything to do with him. But wait, what if I truly get a perfect score and receive Dekulin's nomination? Ha, if only you hadn't written that letter for me before, you wouldn't be kneeling at my feet now. You fool, spare me. The wicked brat was already daydreaming. She smiled in satisfaction at her fantasy. How delightful. Dekulin, just wait and see, I'll get a perfect score for you. Sitting beside Efren, her red-haired friend couldn't understand why she was grinning like a villain. Cut to the 4th day of the exam. Inside her exam room, Efren was pulling at her hair, unable to solve a problem. It's too hard. Glancing at the other questions, she mentally calculated elapsed time. 1 hour, 4 hours, 10 hours. Do the questions just keep getting harder? Look at this page of calculations. The questions on this exam are truly excellent. The solving process is indeed grueling, but once solved it brings an enlightenment the solver has never felt before. Did Dekulin really set these questions? The joy of discovery is unstoppable, no matter the suffering. Just wait, Dekulin, I will surely obtain your letter of recommendation. But this question, I've been thinking about it forever and still don't know how to solve it. Enough, I'd better go breathe some fresh air to clear my head. Pushing too hard might be counterproductive. Outside in the green garden, Sylvia sat under the cool shade, breathing the fresh air. She stretched wearily and said, phew, finally finished. One problem took me 30 hours to solve. I need a little rest. She recalled the teaching assistant's words that day. If anyone achieved a perfect score on this exam, Professor Dekulin would personally write a recommendation. Sylvia smiled to herself. Such things are meaningless favors. Someone who can get a perfect score on this exam on their first try certainly wouldn't fail a promotion exam. Put simply, that letter is useless. Yet still, I want to achieve a perfect score on this exam, not for the grade or the recommendation, but for myself. Every question is so subtle, each a key opening a new horizon of understanding. If I can solve the final question, I'll surely reach the level of a true mate. While she was still pondering, a voice suddenly spoke. Oh, Sylvia. It was Efren, who had also come here to rest. Seeing this, Sylvia's curiosity flared up. How many problems has she solved so far? Hey, how many problems have you done? The two asked simultaneously, both seeming eager to know what their rival was up to. That simultaneous question made them both a little shy. After all, they were rivals, not close friends who would naturally be in sync. Sylvia spoke first. I'm on question 8. Hearing that, Efren shouted, what? You've solved question 8 already? No, I'm still working on it, but that's still pretty fast. I'm stuck on question 7 and can't get past it. Even though she's still ahead, Sylvia isn't letting up. Efren is only one question behind. Is she lying? Whatever. This isn't the time to relax. I have to go finish it. Wait, you only got up because I came here. Oh, I just wanted a short break, that's all. While the exam raged fiercely at the Magic Tower, Dekulin sensed a major upheaval approaching very soon. In his hand was a report of information he'd recently gathered. It seemed everything was beginning. Emperor Krebame was currently in critical condition. In his office, Dekulin tried to recall the narrative he had constructed. Emperor Krebame was in grave danger. He was famed for his gentleness and mild manners. That's why he always sought balance between divine authority and royal power. He did not implement hostile policies against the bloodline. The problem lay with the new emperor, the one who took the throne after his death. The emperor is always the most significant and problematic factor in this world, which means resolving it is also the most difficult task. If I remember correctly, his name is Sophian Yekatera August von Gibrin. Soon, this world will undergo an unprecedented change. Time passed quickly, reaching the final day of the midterm exam. By that point, a large number of students had abandoned Deculin's marathon exam. However, the gap between the top and bottom ranks had become clearly defined. Regardless of scores, all the students boasted about completing the exam as if it were a great achievement. After the exam ended, the students didn't celebrate. Instead, they reviewed what they'd learned. This was unusual and attracted others' attention. Even the Magic Tower's professors wanted to see the exam rumored about. It was so good it left them speechless. In the end, only 2 students reached question 8, the formidable pair Epheren and Sylvia. Sitting at the desk, Epheren muttered in frustration, "Damn question 8, this is the final obstacle I must overcome. I have to solve it." After drinking so much coffee, she couldn't give up now. Her face had grown hollow. It seemed she'd been up several nights working on the problems. If I focus a bit more on this question, I can definitely do it. Outside in the corridor, Min and his assistant watched the two closely. Suddenly, a light from one of the rooms flashed, signaling success. Alan quickly spoke, "Professor, one of the two has solved the final question." His face remained calm, but a thought rose in his mind. "I knew she'd do it." Deculin hurried to that room and opened the door. Inside the room, shimmering lights enveloped everything. Deculin approached and spoke softly. "I knew you could solve it. Sylvia, congratulations on your success." Hearing those words, Sylvia quickly turned around, her eyes brimming with tears of happiness. Was the final question really this beautiful? Magical lights enveloped the space and painted a stunning picture. The Starry Night painting by Van Gogh was elevated into a magic made real. Bright colors were filled with elemental magic. Even the blues seemed to give off warmth beneath stars that shone with hope in the darkness. It was a masterful, artful blend of hot and cold tones. Not only visually striking, it also conveyed a genuine, warming sensation. This truly was a human masterpiece. Deculin reached out to catch the sparkling stars and smiled gently with delight. Although Deculin had devised the question, he himself could not fully realize it, for his talent had certain limits. Somewhere deep within, Kim Woo-jin could be found at the heart of the question. He had always dreamed of becoming a painter, despite lacking some of the necessary talent. He always wanted people to be moved when standing before his works. He wanted to continue pursuing painting. That was Kim Woo-jin's true dream. Now, Deculin's aesthetic sense had also harmonized with his. As a result, Deculin, a lover of beauty, and Kim Woo-jin, who dreamed of studying at an art school, were both satisfied and content with what was unfolding. After admiring that beauty, Deculin turned and left. "Well done, Sylvia. And also, thank you for that." Upon hearing this, Sylvia's face registered astonishment. She didn't understand why Deculin was thanking her. Before she could say anything, Deculin had gone, leaving her standing alone with swirling thoughts. "Me too, I also want to thank him." Sylvia stepped forward and touched her own work. The remarks and expectations of those around her weighed on her like an inescapable burden. She must become a grand mage. Sylvia truly was a rare natural talent. Who could guess what she might achieve? Indeed, she was the descendant of a great mage lineage. Gazing at the magic's beauty before her, it seemed Sylvia had chosen her path. No, the magic itself was truly beautiful and perfect. At the same time, Alan had arrived at Ephren's room to deliver the news. Student Ephren's time for the exam had ended. Despite trying her best, she still couldn't solve the final question. "Ah, I see, how embarrassing." Alan stepped forward and said, "You did very well, Ephren. Even until the last second, only 2 people attempted this question." Hearing that, Epheren yelled, "Sylvia, how is it? Did she solve it?" Alan nodded gently in agreement. "Ah, she really is a monster. I'm so green with envy." Before she could realize it, her thoughts of the recommendation letter and Deculin had nearly vanished. The only thing left was Epheren's thirst for learning as a mage and a pure craving for knowledge. She herself wanted to answer everything, every question in this exam. Epheren stood up and said, "Well, although the test is over, the question still remains, doesn't it? I will definitely solve that question." After saying this, Epheren broke into a radiant smile. "I'll try harder next time." Alan sympathized and understood her feelings. Good luck, I will cheer for you. Efren, thank you. After finishing the exam, Efren trudged tiredly along the academy road. Completely drained, that damned marathon test, if I'd answered every question, maybe I'd feel better from the sense of victory. But the only things awaiting me after a brutal exam were a doodle-dawn door and a cold bed. Honestly, I was so down, and then a voice rang out from somewhere. Efren. It was her closest friends. They'd been waiting there for quite a while. Seeing her kindred spirits there, Efren couldn't hold back her happiness. Julie, what's wrong with you? Someone teased Efren. You look like a dried-up corpse. Was the test that brutal? They looked at her with pity. All right, everyone. She worked so hard, so let's go grab something to eat to celebrate. Of course, Efren will pay, right? When did I ever say that? A few days after the term ended, Efren finally solved the final question she had missed. Looking at the shimmering light before her, Efren smiled gently with joy. Her eyes sparkled at her achievement. Choked with emotion, she whispered, "It's beautiful." Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded from behind the door. Efren, are you ready? It was Julie, her close friend. Efren wiped a tear from her eye and replied with a smile, "Julia, I'm coming out now." The two went to a cafe near the academy where they poured out their post-exam stories. Feels great to be done, right? Yes, but we'll be busy again soon. These days are precious. I can't wait for the upcoming meeting. Julia nodded in agreement. Me too. Efren's expression fell. Fortunately, I didn't give up this time and pushed through to the end. This was definitely the best magical experience I've had. Suddenly, Julie cut into Efren's thoughts, eyes sparkling. Have you heard? Efren startled. Heard what? Julie pointed skyward, speaking mysteriously. About the professor being summoned up there. They say this exam caused quite a commotion. Efren was surprised. What do you mean? Julie continued. The rumor was that the professor was summoned to the Celestial Isle, the floating island. Efren's face showed astonishment. The floating island. It's an island that permanently floats at an altitude of 1,500 meters, the crystallization of genius minds in arcane studies, where mages from around the world gather. This place holds the world's accumulated knowledge and magic, independent from the mainland systems, and a neutral zone that honors mages' individualism. Naturally, it became a hub for eccentrics truly passionate about studying knowledge and magic. Professor de Culin's exam was praised enthusiastically for its creativity and difficulty. It quickly became a hot topic on the floating island, leading to an invitation for the professor to come explain his exam in a special lecture. Cut to the floating island, de Culin appeared, surprised that his exam was more beloved than he'd expected. Teaching here not only brought prestige but also increased his mana by 30 points. Lucky indeed, and the pay was generous, equivalent to 1 billion Korean won. Maybe I should consider developing in this direction. Not bad at all. De Culin set the exam down and began his lecture. In the hall, familiar faces like Professor Rilin and mages from the Royal University had gathered in full. De Culin stepped to the podium and spoke. I'm honored to meet you all. The speaker today was the head professor of the Imperial Magic Tower University, the royal-ranked mage and elemental master de Culin. The topic of today's lecture is the midterm exam of the Mage Tower University, scheduled to last 2 hours. Before moving on to the questions, I'll begin with a brief explanation of pure elements. As he began, Headmistress Adrienne tittered and chatted with the person beside her. Have you seen the exam? A cold voice replied, yes, it's plagiarism. How could de Culin have come up with such a brilliant topic on his own? The speaker was Lunia von Solnrat McQueen, the mage who lost the bid for head professor to de Culin. Despite the whispers, the lecture proceeded smoothly. De Culin sought to help listeners grasp the material by drawing on knowledge he had taught in previous Mage Tower classes. Even the attendees were captivated by the fresh, systematic presentation and listened intently. Now then, let's take a look at question 6. As he prepared to analyze the question, Adrian's clear voice rang out. Professor, I have a question. De Culin turned his gaze toward the headmistress, who was eagerly signaling. She drew a magic circle in the air and asked, as you taught, if we distinguish pure elements from magical properties, how should one optimally combine this sixth magic with the destructive system to use it effectively? De Culin pondered, using his understanding trait to analyze. He smiled lightly, thinking to himself, the headmistress came to attend as well. Well, her reason for coming is obvious. The headmistress was known for her cunning. Given de Culin's past, her suspicion of the exam was understandable. Then, should we coordinate it properly? De Culin drew a straight line into the magic the headmistress had created and transformed it into his own. Just adding a core channel in a straight form like this is sufficient. De Culin's answer left the headmistress stunned. She stammered, oh yes, that's right, thank you, Professor. However, Adrian did not stop. With childlike curiosity, she kept posing tricky questions to him. But Dekulin remained calm, using his understanding trait to smoothly handle every challenge. Gradually, the mage's gazes in the room shifted from attentive to irritated, feeling Adrian was interrupting the lecture. Realizing this, she fell silent. With 10 minutes left in the lecture, Dekulin gathered his materials and said in a low voice, "I've spent too much time on Q&A, so I will not explain the final questions separately." All eyes immediately turned to Adrian. Her cheeks flushed with dissatisfaction, but she bit her lip and remained silent. Suddenly, another voice called out, "Professor, may I ask a question?" "Did you really compose question 8 yourself?" The asker was Lunia. Her eyes were full of hatred. Dekulin frowned, recognizing that she had once been expelled from the Mage Tower by him, and asked her to clarify the specific meaning of her question. Unfazed, Lunia remained resolute. "I only want to know whether question 8 was truly composed by you. That's all I want to know." At this, the hall buzzed with murmurs. What do you mean by that? Could it be plagiarism?" Dekulin replied coldly, "Taking inspiration from others is commonplace." Then he unleashed across the room and painted a magnificent picture. "This entire question was created by me. This is a work I just made on the spot. It is completely different from question 8 in the recent exam." Having said this, Dekulin turned to look at Lunia and replied, "Was that answer enough to satisfy you, Professor Luina?" Luina's face twisted with bitterness. She ground her teeth in anger, but things had slipped beyond her control. The lecture ended, the task completed, and his mana increased by 30 points. On the way home, Dekulin thought to himself according to the storyline. The relationship between him and Luina was certainly not good. Although things went smoothly today, troubles were likely to arise soon. All in all, surprises surrounded Dekulin. He froze at the sight of a mysterious person walking toward him. Who is that? The face looks familiar." The woman turned to look at Dekulin with a cold, murderous glare, as if she had hated him for a long time. Dekulin worried, thinking, "What the hell? Her expression looks like she's about to hit me." The two stood staring at each other for a while with annoyed faces, saying nothing. He rummaged through his memory and finally recalled she was a fellow student of Dekulin's back at university. He stepped forward and reached out amicably. "Long time no see, Charlotte." Confusion crossed her face. "Oh my, Dekulin, I don't think we're close enough to call each other by name." He replied calmly, "Then shall I call you Princess Maho?" "Don't you care whether Dekulin and Charlotte are close? The most important thing is Princess Maho, whom Charlotte protects. Given the current situation, Emperor Krebame will soon pass away. When that time comes, it will be a major turning point in the game. Many named characters will face life-or-death situations, and new incidents will occur. This time, the person he must save is named Maho. She is one of the characters he created himself. She will become an important factor positively affecting the main quest in the latter half of the game. Because of her complicated bloodline, Maho's life is always under threat. Secondly, she is in the line of succession to the throne of the Third Republic within the succession of the Kingdom of Liek. She is a princess with royal blood running through her veins. She is currently staying in the Empire for her studies. But when the Emperor dies and she leaves the Empire, she will be in danger." Charlotte's face pinched in discomfort. He was still good at forcing others to say cruel things even after so long apart. Dekulin. Suddenly, he produced a crystal orb and handed it to her, leaving Charlotte stunned. He continued, "Don't get too agitated. I'll be the lifeline for the teammate who chose the path of death." Charlotte couldn't comprehend what he was saying. She returned to her room holding Dekulin's crystal orb. Charlotte pondered their earlier conversation. This was a communication crystal. Once she decided what to do, contact me. Charlotte shouted angrily at him, "You want me to ask a favor of someone like you? No way." Hearing that, he simply replied calmly, "There isn't much time left, I'm sure you know that. But if you still don't want the help, then so be it, it's up to your decision." Having said that, he coldly turned and walked away, leaving Charlotte alone to contemplate. She sighed tiredly, unsure of what the right course of action was. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind, "Charlotte, you don't look well." It was Princess Maho, the one he was about to protect. Charlotte hurriedly stood up and answered, "I'm fine, it's just that I know what's happening. Don't put pressure on yourself." Maho's eyes looked sadly into the distance. "My brother's henchmen will arrive soon. They'll try to use me or remove the thorn in their side. Who cares about the succession anyway?" She turned to Charlotte and whispered, "I'm so worried. I escaped to the Empire under the pretense of studying. But the truth is this place is livable, and more importantly, it's safe. However, the heir to the throne won't leave me alone, so we must leave here immediately." Charlotte held her head and thought, "Yes, I understand." The princess seemed to notice Charlotte's fatigue and worry. She picked up a suitcase and stepped forward. "This is the money I've saved until now." "Huh? But why are you giving this money to me?" The princess replied calmly, I know you don't have enough to hire mercenaries to escort us home, Charlotte. No, princess, I'll handle that money myself. Maho turned away and said, don't carry everything by yourself like that. This money belongs to everyone, so it's not wasted at all. Hearing that, Charlotte made no further argument. I understand, princess. It may not be ideal to say this, but I'll use the money to hire more mercenaries. Outside the window, a figure lurked in the distance as if watching something. No matter how dangerous, we'll get through it together. Charlotte's eyes seemed to notice something unusual. She ran to fling the door open and shouted, "Who the hell are you?" Immediately, he fled without answering a word. Charlotte's face filled with worry. This is bad, things are getting more dangerous. If we don't get help, the situation will only worsen. At the same time, at the Duquilin estate in his study, Duquilin was intently reading. Uriel entered with a mischievous tone. You read so much, I didn't know you liked books that much. At least answer me, big brother. She walked around him and continued, I heard you were invited to lecture on the floating island, right? And it seems they paid a good sum. He replied calmly, I'm not giving you a single coin. Uriel, what do you mean by that? I didn't even consider it. She moved on to another point. Anyway, an official letter just arrived. The new students of the Mage Tower want to visit our lands on their trip. But before she could finish, he flatly refused. No, at least you should consider it. He imagined those students getting drunk and vomiting all over the manor and thought it was unacceptable. We can't clean up after trips like that. I won't allow it. Uriel looked puzzled. What are you talking about? She put her hand in her pocket, about to take something out. Don't joke, look at this document. We don't do things for free, and it's an opportunity to showcase our magic to the newcomers. But he immediately raised his hand to refuse. Get out, Uriel, just look it over once. His face turned strangely serious. Hurry right now. Although confused, she agreed. All right, all right. Uriel turned and left with annoyance. He really was stubborn. He watched her silhouette to make sure no one else was in the room. He slowly took the communication crystal orb in his hand and spoke in a low voice, Go teammate, the other side is Charlotte. Although I don't want to, I think we must leave immediately. There's no time left, help me please, Duquilin. He turned and used magic to retrieve the map from the corner. Very well, will you follow every order I give? What do you mean? He looked at the map on the table and continued. Princess Maho has only one escape route. It's an extremely dangerous path, but for that reason it's also the safest. What is it? He replied calmly, the Crevice Gorge. His answer made Charlotte start. What? That place is severely contaminated by mana energy. Someone like you should know that, Duquilin. He spoke irritably. Do you think you can avoid a death route just by taking the normal road? Why? Trust me, Charlotte, we'll get through the Crevice Gorge safely. The treacherous mountains are extremely dangerous. The evil aura there is so thick it's like a demon's lair. Some even say demons occasionally appear there. It belongs to no nation, so it's not bound by principles or laws. That is Princess Maho's only route of escape. Once you cross the Crevice Gorge, the Duchy of Urin will be within sight. Charlotte's voice rang with skepticism. It's not that we haven't considered geographic advantages like that, but when I factored it in, I didn't think a member of House Urin would be involved. He spoke to reassure her, don't worry, I'll personally lead the way for you. You yourself will guide us. Did I hear that right? Charlotte froze and asked in surprise. Why go so far out of your way? Duquilin, what's in it for you on this trip? He leaned back in his chair and answered calmly, I am a person who values politics greatly. Charlotte, in terms of intellect and discernment, I always surpass you. What? Are you trying to boast about your achievements? Duquilin narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low voice. I only hope Princess Maho survives because that will benefit my house and domain. This is business and mutual interest, not charity, so don't read too much into it. Charlotte was silent for a moment, then asked, so where's the meeting point? Duquilin answered decisively, in 3 days at the entrance of Gravis Gorge. If you can't make it there, you're not worth saving. Charlotte replied sharply, understood. I hope your skills are as reliable as your big mouth. A system panel appeared, solo quest, liberation, shop reward. 4. Additional achievement reward. 3 days later in the Uclan family's domain, cheers rang everywhere. Wow, is this Heidkane? Seems like it. Feels like a completely different country. Yeah, it really is beautiful here. Heidkane is the capital of the Duquilin territory, a tourist city full of entertainment and excellent cuisine. It's modeled after famous livable cities in the real world. Even so, despite numerous requests to hold gatherings here, Duquilin had always refused until now. Uriel beside him teased, why the sudden change of heart? You used to say gatherings shouldn't be held here. Didn't you always complain about how filthy they are? He pondered, the reason is Heidkane lies near the Crevasse Gorge. The meeting spot is only 3 to 4 hours ride away. When the time comes, he'll quietly withdraw. Dekulin turned to Uriel and asked where the newcomers would be staying. She answered quickly, I've booked an entire floor of the Hydekane Romance Hotel for the incoming students and professors. Standard rooms default to 4 people, but if they pay for their own room, they can choose to stay separately. Good, haha, of course. Then, as the Academy's instructor and the Lord of Hydekane, he gave the guests minimal guidelines. A gathering should always be free and enjoyable. I won't interfere with how you have fun. However, I do have a few mandatory rules of my own. Dekulin's face turned lethal, his voice cold and threatening. If anyone dares soil my hotel or domain, forget ever enjoying yourself in the Mage Tower for the rest of your life. After that, he took time to prepare the foundations and turn the 2 channels into a field strategic base. Everything was arranged satisfactorily. Uriel went to the city's mages and proudly boasted, HMPH, how are the mages of our Hydekane Tower? Clearly the best among the regional towers, right? He said nothing, only watched quietly. With his combination of clairvoyance and divine intuition for talent, he could see a golden aura around the talented mages. He pointed at the mages and said, raise this mage's pay and that mage's too, and fire the one with glasses. Huh, what? Why is that? He kept such meticulous time that before he knew it, dusk had fallen. The group gathered around a huge campfire. The professors sat neatly as if in a supplementary exam. The first to step up was Sylvia. She fired something into the sky. A series of explosions followed. Sparkling flowers were painted across the dark sky. The brilliant light seemed to illuminate the space. The old professor heaped praise as expected. Sylvia, perfect, 10 points. The female professor beside him was no exception. The fireworks are beautiful, 10 points. Julia sighed in exasperation. Why does the professor assign homework even on trips? Suddenly we're forced to do a real magical fireworks experiment. Ephraim was also dismayed. Haha, truly. Next up was Ephraim's group. She quickly began explaining her fireworks. We combined destructive magic with harmonizing magic too. But before she could finish, the professor's voice cut in. Enough. Spare me the boring explanation and just launch it. Yes, sir. Ephraim lit her firework stick, and it shot high into the sky. A dazzling explosion spread across the sky in brilliant light, rivaling Sylvia's display. Even the students below gasped in admiration. Wow, it's beautiful. Ephraim's group did really well, didn't they? But the old professor looked displeased with what she produced. 6 points, the blast was too loud. The female professor beside him was even harsher. 4 points. Julia wanted to object. Why stop, Ephraim? It's fine, Julie. Suddenly his voice rose, shattering the atmosphere. 10 points. It's a perfect balance between destructive and harmonizing magic. Both professors beside him gaped in astonishment at the number he announced. Ephraim's face was full of doubt. 10 points already. After the evening assignment was finished, he quickly went to where he had prepared his horse. Finally, everything was done. Now he could leave. He wondered whether Charlotte had reached safety. Unexpectedly, a familiar voice sounded from behind, startling him. Was it because of a guilty conscience? He turned and said, what are you doing here at this hour? Go back to camp immediately. Ephraim voiced her concerns. Please tell me at the disciplinary hearing about the club incident and even today. Why do you treat me like this? Is it because of my father? He quickly climbed into the saddle and said, find out for yourself. You're no longer a child who only knows how to sulk. Hearing that, Ephraim could only grit her teeth in indignation. She watched Dekulin's figure fade into the night, shouting loudly, I'll apply to be your assistant. Professor, I will find out the truth. Why did my father commit suicide? Why did he have to do that? No matter what, I'll surpass you. I'll become greater than Professor Dekulin. After saying that, Ephraim was left standing there alone. The stillness seemed to highlight the loneliness within her small, forlorn heart. She wiped away her tears and returned to the camp. At the same time, Dekulin was also troubled by his chaotic thoughts. Ephraim wants to follow me as my assistant, but my villain fate hasn't been triggered yet. Exactly what did I do to Ephraim's father? That's something I still don't know even in this context. But what if I really did something unforgivable? Then I'm surely dead. He dismounted at the rendezvous point and instructed the horse before sending it back. You can't go any farther, there's malevolent aura here. Return to the horse shrine and come back at noon. After speaking, he looked around. Has Charlotte's group arrived? I should contact them through the crystal. But before he could, Charlotte's voice rang out, Dekulin. He replied gently, you must have had a hard journey to get here, right? Charlotte, accompanied by Princess Maho, appeared with only 2 guards left, their bodies pale with wounds, fortunately none life-threatening. After arriving at the rendezvous as promised, Dekulin met Charlotte's group and the badly injured Princess Maho. He approached and gently bowed in greeting out of courtesy. I am Dekulin Eucline, head of the Imperial Royal Academy of Magic. From now on I will clear a path for the princess to escape. Please rest assured. Princess Maho, hearing this, quickly replied, expressing her gratitude to him. Dekilling continued, the journey to get here must have been arduous. You look truly worn out. Suddenly Charlotte stepped forward and handed a letter to Dekilling. What's this? Keep it. This is a paper I took from the mercenaries. Dekilling pondered as he read the letter. He crushed it and said, disgusting, they really have no limits. Charlotte, worried, asked, will you be all right? Of course I'll be fine, just follow close and everything will be okay. Princess Maho heard this and looked bewildered. Dekilling turned and declared, if there are no further issues, let's depart. The group began their journey through the mountain crevasse. The three behind had to pinch their noses because the air ahead would be thick with mana. Only Dekilling needed none of that. The princess turned to Charlotte and asked, hey Charlotte, what did that paper say? I noticed Professor Dekilling looked unwell after reading it. Charlotte worriedly looked at the princess, then answered her question. Because the paper said there were 37 assassins and one called Dianat pursuing us. Dianat. Charlotte's expression darkened. She explained slowly, yes, he is a hybrid creature of demon and spirit, which makes him extremely difficult to kill by force or magic. That's why compared to the assassins, he is a far more troublesome threat. No, it can't be. Moreover, the disgusting part is that Dianat is a being born from a contract. Dianat can only be summoned by a dark magic called demon invocation. They use human bodies and demon horns as materials for the summoning. In other words, they used a black art that only cruel witches would dare use to hunt us. Those who would do that aspire to be rulers of a kingdom. However, if there is still anything for us to hope for, it can only be that the companion traveling with us now is a member of the Yuklang clan. The ancient lineage famed for exorcism that has lasted for centuries. A system notice appeared. The Yuklang bloodline's power excels at destroying evil. When facing demons or when mana density becomes intense, those bearing this bloodline can purify surrounding mana and convert it into their own magic. Purified mana increases in quality by 1 rank. The deeper they went into the ravine, Dekilling realized. Indeed, the crevasse was not named the lair of fiends for nothing. The mana here was so thick it could be felt on the skin. An ordinary person would suffer considerable pain merely from breathing here. But for Dekilling, it was the opposite. This was an unimaginable advantage. Under the influence of the dense mana, even temporarily Dekilling's magic quality rose to level 4. Magic quality is so crucial that a single rank difference can create a clear gap in ability between mages. Magic quality is usually divided into 10 ranks. Ordinary people are at rank 9 or 10. Having magic quality of rank 7 or above is enough to qualify as a mage or knight. And from rank 5 upward the number of people who achieve it drops significantly. Famous figures across the continent usually have magic quality at rank 3 or 4. Rank 1 is a symbolic concept reserved for deities, a realm no one has ever reached. Even rank 2 is held by only 4 people on this entire continent, including Dzekton of Burt, the Jeffried Imperial Bodyguard Knights, the Great Mage Demakin, and finally Adrian, the Rector of the Royal University of Magic. With magic quality at rank 4 now, dealing with someone like Dianat is entirely within reach. As long as no major variables arise, everything should be fine. From behind, Charlotte spoke anxiously, Dekilling, could you speed up a bit? Dekilling turned to look at her and replied calmly, Charlotte, have you let haste cloud your judgment? Stay calm. If you rush, you risk mana poisoning. Charlotte's expression fell. Suddenly, the princess tugged her sleeve. The princess's voice was gentle, as if trying to reassure Charlotte. Everything will be all right, don't worry too much. She looked at Maho silently with a sad gaze. Princess Maho, you truly have a kind and warm heart. Even though you yourself must be trembling and more anxious than anyone here, you still care about the feelings of your subordinates like that. I will not let anyone harm you. Suddenly Maho shouted and pointed ahead. There's something over there. A swarm of falling demons came flying from somewhere and attacked the moving group. Though not very powerful, their numbers were considerable. Charlotte hefted her sword and said, finally arrived. But before she could draw her blade, Dekilling stepped forward to stop her. Let us handle them. Dekilling used his telekinesis to ready an attack with a volley of razor-sharp stones he had prepared beforehand. Without another moment's hesitation, they hurtled toward the falling demons at blazing speed. The sharp surfaces made the stones deadlier than ever. The falling demons were attacked from all sides with no way to evade. Some were sliced in two, others had their heads blown off. They tumbled to the ground shredded like autumn leaves, without having reached or harmed anyone. With everything dealt with, Dekilling calmly turned back and said, let's move on, we don't have much time. Those behind murmured in admiration. One strike wiped out that entire swarm of falling demons. Professor Dekilling is extraordinary indeed, and so the journey continued. The monsters that leapt out to block their path were all sent to their deaths by Dekulin in the blink of an eye. The guard asked, "These common monsters keep swarming toward us, but so far we haven't encountered anything truly dangerous, right?" Suddenly Dekulin realized something. His eyes narrowed in annoyance. "Humph, hardly noble at all. Let me warn you now, if anyone dares come close, I'll tear them apart on the spot." Charlotte and Princess Maho grew anxious and alert. Dekulin continued to observe the situation calmly. No hesitation or surprise showed on his face. Footsteps echoed continuously from the cliff above. An assassin sent forward sneered, "Chuckle, chuckle, chuckle. Your senses are not bad for someone about to die." Dozens of assassins began to appear on the cliff face above. They had been lying in wait here. Dekulin calmly turned and said, "Charlotte, quickly take the princess to the Yuran Duchy first." Charlotte's face showed shock. "What? And you?" Dekulin answered quickly, "Do you want me to pretend to worry about myself? Unfortunately, that's unnecessary." Charlotte shouted angrily, "Your insolent mouth is hopeless." Dekulin pointed at the assassins and said, "Look over there." At the position where the assassin stood, Dekulin leveled his wand threateningly. A moment later, an explosion blew the area apart. The assassins were easily defeated, each one collapsing without understanding what had happened. The razor-sharp stones sliced through them like unstoppable lightning. They were all felled quickly, lying in their own pools of blood. Charlotte was astonished. Dekulin said, "Are you more decisive now? What you need to do is get out of here as quickly as possible." Charlotte's eyes narrowed in thought. Then she turned and called, "Princess Maho, let's go." But suddenly Maho noticed something. "Hey, look, Charlotte." She hurriedly turned toward where the princess pointed. On the cliff stood a mysterious figure whose body was shrouded in dense mana, carrying a terrifying gloom. He stood among the assassins and looked down at the people below with a haughty, confident gaze. Princess Maho hurriedly asked, "Charlotte, what is that? Damn, he's dangerous." Regardless of Charlotte's worry, Dekulin remained calm as if nothing had happened. The plan hadn't changed. "Take Princess Maho to the Yuran Duchy quickly, but I can't defeat them alone." Charlotte worried. Dekulin fell silent, then spoke gently, I will kill that man." The swordsman beside him added, "I will also assist the professor. Please leave here quickly." Charlotte's face darkened, guilt swelling in her chest. Noticing this, Dekulin continued, "You don't need to feel sad or guilty. Once Princess Maho regains her power, repay the Yuklan household. I will summon several familiars to escort you. Waste no more time." Charlotte gritted her teeth in anger at her own helplessness. She grabbed Princess Maho's hand and dashed off, leaving a final word, "See you at the Yuran Duchy." The petty assassins quickly pursued the two from behind. "Chase them, don't let her escape. Haha, how far can those two women run?" But suddenly Dekulin interjected, "You'd better take care of yourself first." He glared at Dekulin and said, "Arrogant mage with a few summoned things that have not a drop of mana. Do you think you can kill this body? Your spells aren't much better because here mana and magic will be sucked dry by the mana miasma. So what do you intend to do to kill me?" He stood there defiantly, each word dripping with arrogance. Dekulin slowly observed him and thought him confident to the point of arrogance, but he's not wrong. You can't kill someone like him with ordinary physical attacks or mundane magic. He's almost like liquid, and this place is unsuitable for casting spells. However, that's true for other mages. For the Yuklan lineage, it's completely the opposite. The advantage here isn't his alone. It's not only my magic quality that is increased in this place. My mana recovery rate is also enhanced. During the journey here, Dekulin layered mana onto the summoned items to empower them. So this opponent is not a difficult matter right now. A summoned object appeared directly above the enemy, ready to strike from above. The stone immediately hurtled forward at breakneck speed. He decapitated him, but his body was not like a normal person's. Dekulin knew that was not enough. He continued to press the attack, tearing the monster's body apart. The creature countered with a dark mana blast, but Dekulin blocked it easily. The swordsman behind, worried, said, "Professor, that one is slow-bodied, but I know him. Focus on the battle." Dekulin's eyes flared with determination. Keep attacking continuously until he is truly dead. He summoned dozens of razor stones at once, preparing a finishing blow. The moment Dekulin's arm fell, the official assault began. Before the monster's body could mend, dozens of stones streaked in. They sliced him into hundreds of pieces, powerless to resist. All that remained were pitiful screams of pain and despair. The swordsman cheered, "You're amazing, Professor." When the final fragment struck the enemy's head, the battle came to an end. At the same time, Charlotte had struggled to defeat the trailing assassins. She hurried to the princess and shouted, "Princess Maho, are you all right?" Maho collapsed to the ground, exhausted, her face showing utter fatigue. "I'm fine, just a bit nauseous." Charlotte recognized that as an early symptom of monomiasma poisoning. We've just escaped the gorge. Please try to hold on a little longer. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind. Maho turned and saw the familiar figure of her grandfather, Juren, the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Yuan Duchy. Seeing him, she breathed a little easier. The mission was partially complete. He approached Maho and said, "You've been through so much. Please forgive us for only being able to wait here. It's all right, I understand, and I'm grateful." He turned to Charlotte and asked, "And you?" Charlotte bowed politely and replied, "I am Charlotte, Princess Maho's escort." "I see. Sir Charlotte, thank you. You escorted Maho here by yourself." Charlotte's face showed a trace of sorrow. "No, others helped us as well." She turned toward the ravine they had emerged from, thoughtful. "Minister, could you wait for them a while longer?" "Of course." So the group waited from dawn until dusk, but Dekulin and the swordsman still had not appeared. Only an empty path remained, no one in sight. The sunset bathed the space in crimson light. Princess Maho asked anxiously, "Will Professor Dekulin be all right?" Charlotte's face darkened. He truly risked his life to protect the princess. Juren patted the princess's shoulder gently and said, "We should go now." The party quickly entered through the city gates. Lingering gazes hesitated a few more fleeting seconds. And as hoped, the person they had been waiting for finally arrived. Dekulin slowly approached, his clear voice ringing through the air. "It seems you have arrived safely, have you?" The swordsman scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. "Ha, we're still alive." The two ran to each other joyfully beneath the sunset, emotions surging as if meeting for the first time. After dealing with all the assassins and getting the princess to safety, Dekulin quickly said his goodbyes. "I'm going back now." Charlotte hurriedly, worried, asked, "What? Aren't you going to rest a bit?" Dekulin lightly brushed his coat and replied, "No need, it's finished. Let the swordsman tell you the details." Having said that, Dekulin turned and walked away, leaving Charlotte and Princess Maho silently watching him go. Charlotte's eyes narrowed in thought. She had carried many doubts before starting this dangerous journey. At first she thought Dekulin intended only to cause trouble, but he truly risked himself to help her and the princess reach safety. He alone bore all the dangers and guided everyone to safety. Though they had many disagreements before, now she must express her gratitude. Charlotte quickly extended her hand and said, "Dekulin." She smiled softly with relief, "Thank you." But Dekulin's familiar indifference was his only reply. He said coldly, "All right then. Judging by your appearance, you must have just arrived and haven't had a chance to wash. I can't shake hands with bloodied hands like that." Hearing that, Charlotte was stunned. She gritted her teeth in anger, thinking that damned man truly never changes. Dekulin walked slowly along the sunlit road, his figure gradually fading into silence. Suddenly, Charlotte shouted his name once more, causing Dekulin some annoyance. "What now?" She called out excitedly, "Travel safely. I will repay your kindness someday." Princess Maho also waved happily. "Thank you very much, Professor Dekulin." Dekulin only watched silently with an expressionless face. He turned away without replying, merely giving a small wave as a farewell. A notification popped up. "Independent mission completed. You gained 4 shop coins and 30 mana." Time passed into evening. At the minister's mansion, a familiar voice called, "Minister, it's Charlotte." "Yes, come in." Charlotte slowly entered and bowed in the customary salute. She then sat down in the chair opposite. Her mind was now filled with worries. She wasn't sure what he intended to say next. Could the Yuan Duchy be unwilling to accept us? Or is there some hidden plot? No, if they wanted to harm us, they would have acted when we first met. Minister Juren sat in the chair beside her and spoke. "Charlotte, listen calmly to what I'm about to say. Do not be overly shocked." He spoke solemnly and composedly. "The Grand Duke wishes for Maho to become his successor. The Grand Duke's family founded the duchy and is entirely independent, not subject to the royal family's control like ordinary dukes." Hearing that, Charlotte froze for 5 seconds. She had no idea what the hell she had just heard. Charlotte stammered, "Yes, do you mean the princess will be the next Grand Duchess?" Yes, perhaps even before receiving Maho's letter, he had already made up his mind. It seems he doesn't much trust his own nephew. Juren continued, "In any case, this matter is strictly confidential. Besides him, only you and I know of it." Charlotte's eyes narrowed with worry. Could this really be possible? Not long ago, the princess nearly lost her life over succession disputes, a penniless, frail girl. And yet now, just upon arriving in the duchy, she has been chosen as the successor. Things moved so fast she couldn't comprehend it. Suddenly, Charlotte realized something and hurriedly asked, "Sir, besides me, is there anyone else who knows about this?" Juren lowered his head and replied slowly, "What are you talking about? That can't be true. I only heard it from the Grand Duke a few minutes ago." Hearing that, Charlotte accepted it outwardly, but deep inside she still harbored an inexplicable doubt. Dekulin's earlier words echoed in her mind. "I only want you and the princess to survive because it will benefit my family and domain. I'm not protecting her. I am making a deal that benefits me. So don't think about it too much. If you feel guilty, then it shouldn't be here. Once Princess Maho gains power, return the favor to House Yuklan. She will be an extremely important ally. The more she thought, the more tangled Charlotte became. What exactly did he mean? He acted as if he had foreseen this. I am someone too familiar with court politics. In intellect and understanding, I far surpass you, de Kulin had said. At first, Charlotte dismissed it as arrogance, but could he really have known everything and planned carefully from the start? Her face darkened as she thought, he truly is a monster. Yet what de Kulin did remained an undeniable fact. Charlotte let out a small, relieved smile, wondering whether de Kulin had returned safely. At the same time, at his mansion, de Kulin was stretched out on a warm bed. He sat up after a short sleep, had he only slept about 2 hours. He looked out the window, the sun had not fully risen. De Kulin put on his sleepwear, thinking his steel-like constitution could erase all fatigue with a short rest. No matter how brutal yesterday was, his body had now fully recovered, which grudgingly forced de Kulin out of bed. First, I should test telekinesis again, he thought. He silently thought modern people would surely envy this steel body trait. Suddenly, de Kulin paused, something rose within him. He sighed tiredly, wishing he had trained like this earlier. Wake, train again upon waking. Never resting, never stopping, always searching for his weaknesses to fix. This habit likely formed because de Kulin was always close to danger, but that alone didn't explain it. Discipline and unwillingness to yield, a steel spirit. Those things had allowed him to live a life not wasted. De Kulin stared at the ceiling, thinking if only I'd been like this before. He recalled his girlfriend looking at him with weary eyes. What's wrong? Do you want to say something? No, I'm leaving. He had not realized then how pathetic he was, focusing only on worthless things. If Kim Woojin had been like de Kulin now, perhaps she wouldn't have left him. De Kulin sighed, wanting more sleep was difficult, being steel-bodied was inconvenient. For someone trapped in a game like him, 22 hours a day truly felt too long. Cut to the docks. The students had returned to the capital. I'm glad, but I already miss it. Yeah, true, next time we should bring the whole family here. In a narrow alley, Ganesha was covertly hiding from something, while the kids with her eagerly peered out. Oh, so many mages I'd like to see too. These were the new recruits of the magic tower returning from the gorge. Ria stood in the corner, puzzled. But why are we sneaking around here? Ganesha turned back with a forced smile. Aha, it's just too crowded, we're just standing to the side a bit. But Ria muttered suspiciously, HMPH, quite suspicious. Ganesha glanced toward the train gate. Damn, why is de Kulin here right now? Although rumors say he's changed recently, appearing publicly with someone from the previous mission is clearly not a good idea. Yet his face was so handsome she wanted to keep starring, even while they had to hide like this. How can someone this beautiful exist in the world? While Ganesha was still lost in thought, Ria calmly walked past. No matter how crowded it is, it's worse to be squeezed in this alley. I'm going outside. Ganesha hurriedly stopped her. Don't. But her shout drew de Kulin's attention. He turned to look at her. Damn, he's noticed us. Ria beside her stood dazed, as if she had seen something strange. Ria's face froze when she looked at the person before her. In that instant, images from the past surged into her mind, like an unexpected wave, breaking down every barrier of memory she had tried to bury for so long. Her eyes suddenly filled with tears. The 8 years they had spent together could never fade. Why does that image come back to me? He was clearly just a character in a game, so why do I remember him so vividly? On the other side, de Kulin was no exception. He looked at the girl before him and felt she was identical to Yura. A smile as radiant as the sun, the thing that had helped him overcome so many hardships in his previous life. The two stood silently, not speaking, as if the space had frozen in that fateful moment. After a long moment, de Kulin suddenly turned his head away. I'm just getting carried away thinking about a game character again. Ria also turned her face away, telling herself to stay composed. Oh my, he's just de Kulin. She stretched and walked off as if nothing had happened. Ganesha watched her with an appraising look. To dismiss the awkwardness, de Kulin turned to admonish his students. I'll deduct points if you walk and eat and drop crumbs. Watching him, Ganesha thought inwardly. He clearly saw, so why didn't he say anything? Has he really changed? Cut to the city a few days later. A carriage was speeding down the road. Jiriel sat in the carriage trembling with fear. Seeing this, de Kulin spoke up to chide her. Calm down, Jiriel, stop shaking like a wet dog. She replied, but we're on our way to meet the new emperor. It's strange not to be scared. De Kulin reassured her, all you need to do at the coronation is bow. We're not having a private audience, don't overdo it. He handed her a stack of papers. Take this. Jiriel asked, what's this? De Kulin explained it was the conclusions he'd compiled after analyzing various conditions, including the new emperor's temperament. Keep this in mind when managing the domain. He thought to himself that the first 12 days, Emperor Krebim had passed away. When the new emperor is crowned, the pace of mainline events will accelerate, so he had recorded the important events in advance. If Jiriel follows his advice, the difficulty of future missions could be reduced. Jiriel jumped at the sight. Huh, are you a fortune teller or something? Dekulin merely warned, stop pretending, I'll check later. She could only force a smile. At the palace, a soldier guided them. Members of House Eucline, this way please. The two of them stepped inside. Jiriel looked around in astonishment. There are already so many people here. As they walked, someone suddenly cut in front of them, making Dekulin start slightly. It was Julie. She glanced at him, gave a slight nod, and continued on. Dekulin felt a bit awkward. He thought to himself, is she still having trouble with that Veron fellow? At that moment, the crowd behind them grew noisy. They turned and saw the emperor's carriage had arrived. Everyone bowed in unison. A pair of small feet stepped out from the carriage. The new emperor entered to begin the ceremony. She walked straight up to the throne ahead. Before the throne, the crown was placed upon the new emperor's head. Drums sounded as the crowd cheered to welcome the new sovereign. And thus, a new emperor was born. She was Safian Yekatera August von Jibrin. After the long inauguration, Safian let out a bored yawn, not noticing all eyes were on her. Jiriel whispered, she's yawning. Despite her unmatched status and power, Safian always felt bored. The reason lay in her character build from the game. She possessed the greatest innate talent. If she wanted to be a knight, she could become a paladin. If she followed the path of magic, she could become an archmage. She was astonishingly skilled in every field. But precisely because of that, she had no interest in anything. Of course, there was an even bigger problem, which was, suddenly Dekulin felt an immense pressure directed at him. He broke into a sweat. What? Someone's staring at me. He glanced around to find the source. Then he realized the red gaze was coming from the throne where Safian sat. Jiriel murmured, Her Majesty is observing the nobles. But Dekulin remained skeptical. He wasn't sure she was looking at him. But why was that gaze directed at him? Safian held a chess piece in her hand and said boredly, what a dull ceremony. I was hoping for an ambush or an explosion. Charon, standing beside her and used to her temperament, said nothing. He was Safian's personal guard. Safian continued, but one person has piqued my interest. One person has piqued my interest. I heard to try that little thing out. Do you remember? You said it caused an uproar with just a single remark. She smiled. I've seen the person who made that. I've seen the one who made it. She smiled faintly. That's why I'm looking at him. This should have been his first time meeting me, yet he seemed to know me well. Charon interjected, who doesn't know your majesty? She explained, no, he's different, I can't explain it clearly, but he's clearly appraising me. His gaze didn't waver when he realized I was staring at him. She smiled, interesting, it feels like meeting an old acquaintance again. Understanding her meaning, Charon nodded, I understand. Then she stood, stepped forward a few paces, and turned to speak to Charon. Now that I'm emperor, I should get to work. I should abolish those unwritten rules that have persisted for so long. Yes, I'm talking about imperial classes. Cut to the academy, with a scene of utter tranquility. Dekulin was beginning preparations for the new term with his assistant Alan. As they walked, Dekulin remarked that although the new term had started, the students were still as foolish as ever. Alan chuckled, haha, I think the newcomers will need more time to adjust. While moving, they noticed a crowd gathering in one spot. Alan asked, why are there so many people at the academy gate? Dekulin replied calmly, I don't know. Then the two of them entered their office. Charon was there with the royal soldiers. He thought to himself, the imperial seal of the palace. Why would a royal family member come to see me? Charon then produced the imperial edict and read aloud, summoning Dekulin von Grahen-Eucline to receive it with reverence. Without hesitation, Dekulin and Alan knelt on one knee and respectfully accepted the decree. Charon continued, the crown intends to appoint the head of House Eucline, who is also a senior professor of the Tower of Magic. Charon has the honor of sharing and discussing magic with His Majesty the Emperor. Professor Dekulin has been placed on the candidate list for His Majesty's teaching mage position. Therefore, prove your ability by solving the question posed by Court Mage George. Dekulin was a little surprised by the proposal. What? The Emperor chose me. The Empire has a tradition that the Emperor studies the world through outside professors during the first year after ascending. Knights, mages, and scholars selected through their respective exams take on teaching duties. Charon continued, Professor Charon's name is on the candidate list for the position of the Emperor's guiding mage. So prove your competence by solving the problem drafted by Court Mage George. He evaluated inwardly, did the Emperor really choose me? I didn't expect Dekulin to have this turn of events. Fascinating. Normally, I wouldn't bother, but if an opportunity like this falls into my lap, there's no reason to refuse. Royal-related tasks always come with generous rewards. Moreover, perhaps I'll find out why Safian has been watching me. Looking at him, Charon continued, "Will you accept the challenge? If you feel your skills are insufficient, you may withdraw." Dekuling answered without hesitation, "I accept the challenge." Then he produced a sheet of paper containing the test question, "Take it." That was that. After taking a few steps, he turned back to look at Dekuling, pondering. He recalled what George had said. It was a problem that would stump them for at least 3 days, but candidates must solve it to qualify as instructors. Charon thought this was the issue Lord George declared very difficult to see how long the rumored Dekuling would take. Suddenly a blinding light shone from the paper, startling Charon. Dekuling remained calm and watched. At that moment a stream of mana rose from the scroll and formed the image of George. He cheerfully spoke, "Congratulations, mage. I am George, court mage. I will assess your ability based on the time you take to solve this problem. If you solve it within 1 day, it will be considered quite fast." The soldiers buzzed with talk. "Oh my god, has it already been solved?" Another nodded in confirmation, "Yes." Dekuling turned to the soldiers. "That wasn't an easy problem. I solved it because I've recently studied ancient languages, just luck, really." From behind, Charon voiced his praise, "Still truly excellent." Dekuling explained inwardly, "The rune archaic script in the question is a rare character set found only in ancient texts. But for me, it's different. I was the one who refined this rune font back when I was a game designer. Although it was long ago, with my memory and understanding, a question of this level is nothing." Seeing Dekuling had solved the problem, Charon stepped forward and handed over a letter. "Dekuling, this is an invitation from the crown. You are eligible to participate in the examination." Dekuling accepted the letter and replied, "Thank you." Back at the palace after hearing Charon's report, Safian exclaimed, "He solved it in 5 minutes." Charon nodded. "Yes." Safian continued, "Then there's nothing more to consider. We'll choose Dekuling." Charon objected, "I think the emperor is too hasty. We should observe a bit longer." "What else is there to observe? Solving the problem that George swore was extremely difficult in 5 minutes is more than enough." She exhaled helplessly, pondered for a few seconds, then spoke. "Ah, you once supported a woman named Luina instead of Dekuling, didn't you? However, that mage took 4 hours to solve the problem." 4 hours might have been excellent if no one had solved it in 5 minutes, but the result is already clear. "I just thought of a brilliant idea. Charon, carry out my orders now." Seeing his plan exposed, Charon could only stare blankly. Cut to the Freheim battalion. Julie was still training diligently in the yard. The onlookers watched anxiously. "Isn't the captain pushing herself too hard?" The blonde said. "That's right." Their faces looked unwell. The dark-haired one added, "At least she's still holding her sword. I thought she might faint earlier." "The only thing that might lift Captain Julie's spirits would be learning his intention," the dark-haired man replied. "Did the news find Veron's body? But since it was on the cliff, the search will surely be difficult." Then from outside, a soldier came running in, breathless. "Captain," he was saying something to Julie. Upon hearing this, her expression became utterly astonished. A clear voice rang out, "Julie, you are granted the honor of speaking with and dueling His Majesty. You have been selected as a candidate knight instructor to demonstrate swordsmanship for His Majesty. Pass the trial and prove your ability." She answered with firm determination. After receiving the decision, she moved up to a house on the snowy peak. The moment she opened the door and stepped inside, a voice called, "Long time no see, Julie." She glanced inside. 3 people were already seated there waiting. She nodded in return. "Yes, long time no see, elders." The blonde young man replied cheerfully, "I had a feeling you'd be among the candidates. Sit, make yourself comfortable." He chatted animatedly, wondering what the test would be like. "Gathering like this reminds me of group projects back in school, doesn't it?" The short-haired woman was the saintly paladin Gwen. She said, "I don't know about that, but I won't go easy on anyone, so be prepared." The big young man, the fierce knight Rafel, also nodded in agreement. "Of course, we're all here for the same purpose." After a short conversation, the room returned to its usual silence. Then the blonde young man turned his gaze to the chair in the center. "The judge's seat is probably over there. They're a bit late, huh?" Gwen continued. "I heard Deputy Captain Isaac, who was supposed to judge, is resting due to an injury, so who will replace him?" Rafel shook his head. "Who knows?" Then the sound of the door opening drew the attention of all 4 people in the room. They looked toward the door. Julie watched intently, and a pair of composed footsteps stepped inside. Julie flinched the moment she saw the person enter. He slowly removed his hat and said, "Hello, I am the temporary judge for the night instructor selection trial, Dekulin." Not only Julie, but everyone present was extremely surprised by his appearance. He walked past Julie's position with a thoughtful look. Julie had her own thoughts. A mage acting as the judge for a night trial? Why is that? What's he plotting this time? Dekulin. All eyes turned to Dekulin. Everyone knew him as a high-ranking mage, a noble famed for his arrogance. The knight Rafel's fury swelled in his chest. He leapt to his feet and roared, "Who does he think he is to be a judge? What does he know about a knight's spirit to grade us? How dare he?" Undeterred by that aggression, Dekulin showed no sign of flinching. He walked in, calmly removed his gloves with a leisurely smile, and sat in the central chair with an unnervingly composed demeanor. His eyes were as calm as a frozen lake as he glanced at the knight, losing his cool. "Yes, I am a mage, not a knight, so I will not judge you by flashy swordplay, but by the professional standards the palace requires. It seems you are displeased with me sitting here, but remember I am His Majesty's official supervising mage, and my presence here is a direct order from him. Do you intend to raise that sword against the will of the crown?" The room fell silent. The royal order hung like an invisible noose tightening around the throats of those who would resist. The knight faltered, his face flushed with indignation. "Selected to teach magic, you?" At that, Julie's senior knight squinted at Dekulin and spoke with heavy sarcasm. "So, Your Honor, will this exam truly be fair? You won't show favoritism because of personal ties, will you?" Whispers filled the room. Everyone knew of the complicated entanglement between Dekulin and her. Julie remained silent, hands clenched under the table, bowing her head as she endured the gossip. Dekulin coolly closed the file folder. His voice was icy. "I am merely the supervisor and recorder. The final decision rests with His Majesty. The exam will begin at dawn tomorrow. Now go and rest." "All right, you must rest well to be in good health. Everyone leave." They climbed the stairs, murmurs continuing. In the end, they still wouldn't call it fair, but never mind, the final decision is His Majesty's. Dekulin narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself that they were right. This exam was unfair from the start, but unlike what they assumed. "I'm not here to help Julie, but to do everything I can to remove her from the selection." That night, the blizzard roared endlessly outside. Dekulin sat alone by the oil lamp, flipping through ancient pages. The flickering flame cast shifting light and shadow across his sharp features. He looked out the window where the night was swallowed by the white of snow. Indeed, the knights always felt compelled to spar among themselves first before anything else. Watching Julie carry herself with determined resolve brought to his mind the image of the royal palace with its deep corridors. "The only reason I accepted this ridiculous examiner post is because of Julie. A mage who knows nothing of swordsmanship grading knights. It's a ludicrous play. But she must absolutely not set foot in that palace. At this moment, in that basement still exists the greatest variable that could end Dekulin's life. The abyss of Ferdinand, that eerie mirror. At this point in the story, she must absolutely never encounter it. Before that mirror shatters, I will not allow Julie into the royal palace." Dekulin sat before the knights and clearly announced the exam's content. First challenge, observation skills and perseverance. In this snowy mountain region, there are many rare magical items. I will assign each of you a detailed description of the item you must find. Immediately, he summoned 4 items and handed them to the 4 men. The only requirement is to bring it back intact. If even a petal is crushed or a leaf nicked, your exam will be voided at once. Also, I will remain seated here to await the results. Does anyone object? If anyone objects, speak up now. There will be no second chance. The knights glanced at one another. The air fell into tense silence. Dekulin coldly pulled out his pocket watch and declared, "Good. Since everyone has agreed, you have exactly 24 hours. The contest begins." Amid the blinding blizzard, Julie struggled onward. Snow reached her knees, each step heavy as if weighted with lead. The wind tore through her cloak, bringing a bone-deep cold that could freeze the blood in her veins. What I must find is the ice flower, a transparent blossom that grows on sheer cliff faces at snowy altitudes. Because it only blooms in harsh conditions, harvesting it is far from easy. But since up to 10 bloom and wither each day, it is not impossible. Julie urged herself on. Her eyes scanned the vertical rock faces. But did Dekulin really come here only on His Majesty's orders? After hours battling the elements, Julie stifled a cheer when she spotted an ice flower, crystal clear and shimmering beneath the snow. It grew atop the summit of an exceedingly tall rocky outcrop. She held her breath, using all the dexterity of a swordsman to pluck it, and ran like the wind back to the wooden cabin. However, when the flower was handed to him, Dekulin didn't even bother to touch it, merely glanced and said coldly, "It's damaged." Julie froze, her heart dropping. What did you say? I told you it had to be intact with no damage. Look. Dekeeling pointed to a petal. On the edge of the third petal was a hairline cut, less than one. Julie ground her teeth and inspected the flower. Indeed, there was an almost invisible scratch. She swallowed bitterly, chastising herself for the oversight. She should have checked more carefully before presenting it to him. She looked up and fixed Dekeeling with a stare. I'll go get another. With that, Julie spun and dashed back into the white veil of snow. The second time, she found another blossom on the cliff, even higher than before. Julie strained and clambered up with difficulty. Found it, thank goodness, as biting gusts of wind nearly made her lose her footing and fall. Julie brought the flower back, but Dekeeling's icy demeanor remained. Its leaf had a small corner missing, cut by the stinging wind. Meanwhile, her senior sat back comfortably enjoying a hot meal and remarked, still flawed stock. Julie's empty stomach began to protest. Her head swam from exhaustion and the extreme cold. Dekeeling looked at her, his voice stern. You will not touch any food until you complete the task or give up. Well, will you give up? Julie shouted, her determination igniting. No, I will find another flower. Julie plunged back into the bitter gale once more. The blizzard intensified. Though she fought the cold with the protection of her armor, she could not endure much longer if she didn't find the ice flower quickly. For the third time, Julie discovered the most perfect ice flower. Her eyes narrowed with resolve, as if this were her last chance. She cradled it like a treasure, using her body to shield the blossom from the wind, allowing snow to freeze into rime on her shoulders. When she brought it back, she was certain this time she had succeeded. But Dekeeling inspected it a moment and still spoke harshly. Still damaged. No way, it can't be, it can't be. He held the flower close to Julie and added, there is a small crack on the petal. Julie nearly collapsed onto the wooden floor, tears of frustration welling up. How can this be? Why, what happened? There was clearly no scratch on the outside, so why does it keep getting damaged? Suddenly her gaze lifted and fixed on something. It swept across once and finally settled on the blazing campfire in the middle of the room. A flash of insight ignited in her mind. Could it be? Julie said nothing. She rose with a fierce look. May I be allowed to try again one last time? She turned and went out once more to search for the flower, but this time she did not head toward the old cliff faces. Dekeeling watched her thin but resolute back and assessed inwardly. It seems she has grasped the pattern, but even if she has, it's useless. That palace is a place she absolutely must not enter. At the Knight's examination center, the atmosphere was thick with anxiety. The Knights paced restlessly, their eyes fixed on the bone-white blizzard outside. A female knight murmured, do you think Julie can actually pass? Julie's senior clenched his fists, voice uncertain. I don't know either. At that moment, a voice rose above the howl of the wind from behind. Julie appeared, breathless, cradling a glittering blossom in her hands. Honorable judge, I have brought the ice flower back. The knights were stunned and elated. She's here. Dekeeling remained motionless in the hidden hut. He spoke coldly, bring it in here, Julie. But Julie did not step forward. She stood rooted in the falling snow, voice trembling yet firm. Please step outside. This ice flower has absolutely no scratches this time. In the dim light, Julie looked pitiful, her clothes filthy, a thick layer of ice clinging to her cloak, her face ashen from the biting cold. Inwardly, she mocked herself. How foolish of me. Why did I only realize now that bringing an ice flower into a warm, firelit room would make it melt and be ruined? That is the trap of this test. But Dekeeling remained unmoved. He replied in an icy tone. I refuse. I believe I made it clear from the start. I will not step outside 1 foot until the exam is over. Rage flared in Julie's eyes. She ground her teeth and thought, Dekeeling, you never wanted me to pass this exam from the beginning, did you? Dekeeling, as if reading her thoughts, replied calmly, before we began I asked if any of you had questions or objections. At that time you were silent. Now failing to consider environmental conditions is entirely your fault. Yes, it's my fault, Julie shouted. But I will not give up here. Dekeeling showed a flicker of surprise at her resolve. Julie then placed the ice flower onto the block of ice at her feet. She began to channel mana. A powerful surge of energy erupted. Everyone inside watched in utter astonishment. But sudden pain registered clearly on Julie's face. In an instant, a violent storm of energy engulfed the entire hidden hut. Frost began to form on the walls, driving out the warmth within. Dekeeling observed the scene and assessed silently. Is she trying to use mana to freeze the whole space? The heat has vanished completely. When the interior temperature dropped to freezing, Julie stepped in and held the flower before Dekeeling. Now it should be fine, right? The room fell silent. Dekeeling inspected the flower for a long moment and then gently shook his head. His voice as indifferent as ever. The flower is still damaged. She had used mana to protect it. but that very flow of mana interacted with and altered its structure, causing the flower to be damaged. Julie froze, her last strength seeming to be drained away. No, it can't be. She no longer had the energy to defend herself. Her vision dimmed and her body collapsed onto the cold floor right before him. All her efforts had been in vain. She was eliminated. Julie was taken to a quiet room to recover. Outside, the knights whispered among themselves. What's wrong with Julie? She fainted from exhaustion. Her body temperature dropped too low and she currently has no strength to leave. Another knight spoke indignantly. I've never seen such an unfair exam. It's truly cruel. This puts me in a very bad mood. Meanwhile, Dekulin stood in a dark corner, eyes narrowed in thought. It was the first time he'd seen Julie use mana directly like that, but his eyes had seen something very strange. What did I just see with my magic eye? A status window appeared before him. Abnormal status, mana damage. Dekulin was stunned. Mana damage? Does that mean her Danshin is seriously injured? A wound to the Danshin is not common and certainly cannot be caused by ordinary effects. In the game's lore, I'd never heard of Julie sustaining such a grievous injury and still becoming the greatest knight. What on earth happened? Just then, Julie's senior stepped forward and sighed. That test's difficulty was truly excessive. Even I didn't perceive the temperature trap of the ice flower. In fact, no one could pass it. Dekulin looked at the man before him, thinking that as Julie's classmates and seniors they might know something. He decided to ask directly, has Julie ever been seriously injured before? The knights turned to him with looks of anger mixed with astonishment. The senior growled, hey, do you really not remember? It was because of you. The escort mission at Merrick that year, could its aftereffects still be plaguing the girl after all this time? Dekulin was stunned. The Merrick escort mission, that's a pre-game setup I was never informed about. He turned to the man beside him and said, Rafel, Julie sparred with you before. Didn't you notice anything unusual? Rafel stammered, I'm not sure either. When I sparred with her, I noticed Julie always deliberately limited her mana use. She's very skilled with sword intent, but she never dared to unleash mana to the extreme. Maybe she really carries an incurable aftereffect. So all that happened because Julie was wounded. Dekulin was silent for a while, then ordered, everyone return to your rooms. Wait until the eliminated candidate has left, then we'll begin the second test. After a while, as the sun prepared to set, Julie awoke and stood outside the hidden hut. She looked lonely and despondent. A single sigh conveyed it all. Dekulin stepped out from behind, his tone softening a little. This result is truly regrettable. Julie bowed her head, voice choked. No, you're right. This was just a test and I failed because of my own shortcomings. I should have checked more thoroughly as soon as I received the task. Dekulin looked at her and remained silent. Julie, before you leave, may I ask you a question? He wanted to ask about his duty as examiner, or tell me about the promise I broke before. I want to hear it from your own mouth. Julie was stunned by that strange question. Dekulin thought to himself that that promise had long since been broken, the thing that made her hate him to the bone. Why was I clinging to her to ask this? Perhaps I was merely seeking an excuse to see her a little longer. Or I wanted to offer a justification for myself, for the Dekulin I have become. Julie was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. It's been half a year, hasn't it? Where should I begin? At that time, I received a letter from people of the Luna clan. It was a letter sent by the mother of the mage who had committed suicide under his command. The letter recorded the evil deeds he had committed. I asked him to explain whether the things in the letter were true, but he burned the letter on the spot. That, for me, was the deciding reason to break off the engagement. She looked at him with pain. You cannot call off the engagement. Whatever you want, I will do. Please forgive me. Only then did he promise to clarify the truth and apologize. But why did you ask that? At this point, what meaning does it have? But Dekulin's answer surprised Julie. It was my fault. At that time, it was entirely Dekulin's fault. It's just that the research continued to be carried out. The research he started, I have continued to refine. Of course, he will be a co-author of the work. If there is income, I will divide it equally among everyone, and I will also help restore his family once more. On the day this research is published, I should be able to offer him an apology. I hope I will be worthy of receiving forgiveness. Julie heard this and shouted angrily, "Why didn't you say that then? If you had spoken sooner maybe." Dekulin interrupted. "I'm sorry. It's just that I can only argue that perhaps the me of today is no longer the Dekulin of the past." The atmosphere fell into absolute silence. Julie looked at him bewildered, as if facing a completely stranger. Dekulin stepped closer, his voice low and resolute. Julie, from today I will try not to love you anymore. How, what are you saying? Let's walk two separate paths. You will no longer have to bear any burden because of me. I will try to change my heart, and one day that will become reality. Having said that, he quickly turned his back, but not before leaving a parting admonition. You've suffered enough, go home and rest well. Julie's heavy footsteps pressed deep into the white snow as she walked away. I will try not to love you anymore. Julie faintly smiled, a bitter yet relieved smile. She walked through the snow, wondering, has he really changed? Dekilin stood by the window, watching Julie's small figure fade behind the veil of white snow. Even with Dekilin's strong will, is the feeling he has for Julie still something uncontrollable?